It being 11 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of a motion on improvements to long-term care, standing in the name of Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon, seconded by Ms. Yip, moves that the House recognize that COVID-19 has tragically exposed long-standing issues affecting long-term care facilities across the country and the frontline workers who care for residents. We need to make sure that the conditions of work reflect the care standards that our seniors deserve. And III, while the management of long-term care facilities is under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, we share the goal of ensuring safer, better care for seniors. B, in the opinion of the House, the government should work with the provinces and territories to improve the quality and availability of long-term care homes and beds. Implement strict infection prevention and control measures, including through more provincial and territorial facilities inspections for long-term care homes. And develop a long-term care act collaboratively to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve, no matter where they live. Debate. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, as this is my first speech in this chamber of the 44th Parliament, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my constituents in Avalon for trusting me to be their voice once again here in this chamber. Without their support, I wouldn't be able to stand here today and present this very important motion. It is my greatest honour and pleasure to serve them. I am thrilled and honoured to stand in this House today to introduce my first private member's motion since I was elected in 2015, M47, which strives to help the government move forward on improving the state of long-term care in Canada. Long-term care is a topic that is near and dear to me as an MP from Newfoundland and Labrador. My province has one of the fastest ageing populations in the country. Our death rate is outnumbering our birth rate, and with every passing day, the demand for long-term care spaces grows at an alarming pace. Our seniors are the backbone of this country. They raised us, taught us, and inspired all of us to be the people we are today. They worked hard and put in their service to their communities, and I believe it is on us, all of us, to ensure a dignified, respectful, and safe space for them to live out their golden years. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we have learned many important lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. I would argue that one of the most alarming things we learned was the tragic state of some long-term care facilities in this country. The pandemic has underscored issues that far predate this pandemic, including staffing challenges, ageing infrastructure, and lack of adequate infection prevention and control measures. Of course, our provincial and territorial partners have primary jurisdiction over long-term care in Canada. We respect them and the role they play in legislating rules and regulations for long-term care homes and nursing homes in Canada. However, the federal government still has a vital role to play. You just have to look at what our government did to support long-term care throughout the COVID-19 pandemic to see that at work. Our government deployed the Canadian Armed Forces and the Red Cross to long-term care facilities that faced severe COVID-19 outbreaks in the early days of the pandemic. $740 million of the Safe Restart Agreement funding was allocated to protect vulnerable populations and addressing the immediate needs in long-term care. We created the Safe Long-Term Care Fund, a $1 billion fund that helps provinces and territories protect people living and working in long-term care from COVID-19 and improve infection control. And of course, we did much more. We believe that we must work hand in hand with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure there is a minimum standard of care across the country in long-term care. We want to support provinces and territories by identifying gaps in legislation, enforcement of standards of care, and ensuring there is a clear minimum standard of care that should be upheld across the country. In Budget 2021, we announced a $3 billion investment in support for provinces and territories to ensure the standards within long-term care facilities are applied and permanent changes are made to uphold those standards. Provinces and territories can use this funding to improve workplace conditions, training, strengthen enforcement and compliance, and much more. This is the type of collaboration that needs to continue, and I believe that by supporting M47 and creating a federal long-term care act, we can work cross-jurisdiction to identify a standard of care and conditions that all facilities across our country should be expected to uphold. The commitment to a safe long-term care act came from our party's 2021 election platform, and we reiterated through recently announced agreement between the Liberal Party of Canada and the New Democratic Party, delivering for Canadians now. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the good work of the Standards Council of Canada, Health Standards Organisation and Canadian Standards Association, who have conducted extensive consultations to develop 2 sets of national standards related to long-term care, which includes the Long-Term Care Services National Standard of Canada to focus on resident and family-centred care practices, and of course the National Standard for Operation and Infection Prevention and Control of Long-Term Care Homes. It is my understanding that the draft of these standards of care documents are released for public review. I hope that this important research and consultation will act as the framework for a federal Long-Term Care Act and guide us in making systemic changes that will benefit residents in long-term care facilities and those who work there. I speak to seniors and their families almost every day who express serious concern about the future of our ageing population. They're worried that long-term care spaces won't be available when they or loved ones need one. They're concerned with the increased pressure and requirements staff will start to burn out and homes won't be able to retain employees. They're concerned that long-term care facilities won't be properly equipped in the future to handle infectious diseases and keep their residents safe. I share these concerns, and I know that my colleagues in this chamber share their concerns as well. The future of long-term care in this country lies in the hands of legislators like us. If we are proactive and innovative, we can change the course and address the problems facing long-term care across the country. I believe this starts with M47. I believe that by supporting my motion and agreeing as a House that we support the creation of a Long-Term Care Act, we take the first step in bettering the lives of our seniors and workers in long-term care in Canada. I would like to thank all my colleagues for their support on this very important matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, good. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Avalon for his speech and for bringing this motion forward. He talked about standards of care. We've seen standards of care. There's provincial standards of care across Canada. The trouble is none of those standards are being met in any province. And the problem is both funding and the model of delivering long-term care in Canada, which to a large extent is a for-profit model. And I'm just wondering how his motion will help this. If we don't get the profit out of long-term care in Canada, how can we put strings on any funding we might provide and to make sure that these long-term care homes provide a dignified place to live for our seniors?
Honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. I think it will help because it will show that we're interested in making sure we look after our seniors in these facilities. But as I said in my speech, we have to work with the provinces and territories to make that a reality. They control healthcare in the individual provinces. We have to sit down with them, make sure the funding is available, and make sure the standards are up to a certain level that will guarantee seniors will have the good care and the safety that is required in these facilities and won't see the same thing happen again as has happened through COVID-19 in the recent number of years. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his speech. For a lot of people, there's aging in home. There's a lot of other things as well that could go along nicely with it, with a bill like this. Just wondering what the member thinks about allowing and making sure that provinces can still utilize things such as aging in place or just your other means as well that people would want to use to meet their own specific needs, maybe if they have a disability or different things.
Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. And I agree with aging in place, and I think that would be a part of the standards that would come out of this, that we'd recognise what's missing in our communities that can keep people in their own homes longer and stay safe at that. And there will come a point that, if we all live long enough, we'll all end up in long-term care. So we should be concerned what it's going to be like, the path to get there, and what it's going to be like afterwards after we end up in one of those facilities. Both my parents passed away in a long-term care facility, but I will say they were looked after to the best in the both instances. The two homes that they ended up being in later in life, they were looked after top-notch, but I know there are a lot of things missing. And at that particular time, of course, we didn't have the pandemic to deal with as well. And I think that has highlighted so much wrong with the way things are done in Canada today that it's time now that we really take a serious look at it and get it right so as we don't have the same things happen again in the future.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I am very concerned about what happens to seniors living in long-term care facilities. However, we don't see the same ways of getting to solutions in Quebec. They took note of what was happening, and the Protector of the Citizens of Quebec in 2021 tabled a report. This report included interventions and actions to be taken in case we have to deal with another pandemic. Quebec took note of the situation, found solutions, is essentially redesigning its healthcare system. My question for my colleague is, if Quebec refuses Canadian standards for long-term care in Quebec, does he agree with his government that the amounts might not be attributed to Quebec?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. I believe, as I said in my speech, that we have to sit down with the provinces. We have to deal with the provinces when it comes to healthcare. So let's sit down and see what Quebec is doing as a province, what BC is doing as a province, what Newfoundland and Labrador is doing as a province, and try to make sure that we come up with a proper act with proper regulations and set of standards that everybody can be happy with, not just Quebec doing it alone. And I do believe that help, even financial help for doing that, has to come hand in hand from the federal government. Provinces shouldn't be footing the entire bill themselves if these standards are going to bring in an additional expense. That would be all part of negotiation with the provinces and coming to an agreement on a set of standards and the cost of those standards.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Avalon for bringing this incredibly important issue into the floor of the House of Commons. I think it goes without saying that this issue of long-term care is perhaps, along with the cost of living, one of the most heard about issues from concerned constituents, from all members of all this place. My riding of Hastings, Lennox and Addington has one of the highest percentages of seniors in this country. Couple that statistic with the rural nature of a large majority of the riding, and the issue of housing suitable for seniors is a real issue. Not only do we need to make sure enough beds exist in facilities, we need to ensure that those facilities are spread throughout the riding to accommodate the decentralized population centres across the thousands of kilometres of HLNA. Many of my rural counterparts don't benefit from having the centralized, smaller footprints that our urban colleagues do, which means much more costly overhead in terms of capital and staff in getting our facilities set up. While this is certainly daunting, recently, Hastings, Lennox and Addington served as a good example of how the provinces can start the process on their own. Recently, the Ontario government announced $1.8 million in additional funding for long-term care facilities in HLNA and Kingston and the Islands. This affects over 500 beds across these two ridings. And I'm sure my colleague from Kingston would be happy to join me in thanking the Conservative government of Doug Ford for this very important investment in long-term care across our riding.
Hear, hear.
While this is certainly a positive step in the right direction, far more work needs to be done in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and across our country. The reality of the situation is that the COVID-19 pandemic shed a jarring light on the problem that has been festering in Canada for decades. It was the dirty little secret that millions of Canadians did not want to acknowledge, that many of their parents were living in dismal conditions in our long-term care facilities. In my opinion, the most eye-opening example of this was when the Ontario and Quebec governments called in the military to provide logistical support for their overworked caregivers named Operation Laser. Following their deployment, the Canadian Armed Forces released a report that contained 5 annexes titled Observational Reports that chronicled concerning shortcomings at 5 long-term care facilities that were further exacerbated by COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I do want to apologize to my colleagues for the graphic nature that much in that report holds, but I believe that, as someone responsible for the seniors portfolio, it is incumbent of me to remind the House of the contents of the report and read it into the record. I do want to reiterate that while the following excerpts are, for lack of a better term, horrific, they are not indicative of all facilities. However, the fact that these situations occurred at all, even if they were to be isolated instances, is one time too many. In the first facility, the report noted, among many other issues, the following: reusing hypodermal crisis supplies even after sterility has been obviously compromised. Example, the catheter pulled out and on the floor for an undetermined amount of time. Poor palliative care standards, inadequate dosing intervals for some medications, generally very poor pericatheterization care reported. Example, retracting penis foreskin to clean isn't happening on a widespread level. CAF have found nearly a dozen instances of bleeding fungal infections. Extra soaker pad, residents who routinely soil their bed despite incontinence products are not permitted to have an extra soaker pad or towel to help protect sheets and blankets from soiling, and the rationalization used is that the extra pad is undignified. New staff that have been brought to long-term care facilities haven't been trained or oriented. Long-term care facility is severely understaffed during the day due to resident comorbidities and needs. Medical doctors not present and have to be accessed by phone. CAF members have witnessed aggressive behavior, which ACC staff assessed as abusive and inappropriate. Madam Speaker, in a second facility, little to no disinfection has been conducted at the facilities prior to the CAF operations. Significant gross fecal contamination was noted in numerous patient rooms. Insect infestation noted within long-term care facilities. Ants and cockroaches plus unknown observed. Delayed change in soil residents leading to skin breakdown. Forceful feeding observed by staff caused audible choking and aspiration. Forceful hydration caused audible choking and aspiration. Patients observed crying for help with no staff responding for up to 30 minutes to over 2 hours. The SNO report reported incidents of patients' enteral feed bottle not being changed for as long as the contents had become foul and coagulated, date and expiration of contents not noted on the bottle. The SNO report incidents of permanent catheter being in situ 3 weeks beyond scheduled change date. Personal service worker officer
des préposés aux bénéficiaires qui étaient pressés, qui laissaient des aliments sur la table que les patients ne pouvaient pas atteindre, alors ils rataient des repas. Madame la Présidente, il s'agit seulement d'une petite partie du rapport portant sur 2 établissements. C'est effarant. Et le même genre de choses se reproduisent partout au pays et durent depuis des décennies. Ici, on semble se contenter de traiter nos aînés, ceux qui ont construit notre pays, ceux qui ont façonné notre pays. On ne les traite pas mieux que des animaux. C'est une...
Consider the previously mentioned incidents as part of regular life. As I have previously mentioned in this House, in 2018, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities released a report titled Advancing Inclusion and Quality of Life for Seniors. That report identified a number of issues surrounding long-term care and suggested a number of actionable recommendations to address those issues. It is extremely unfortunate that over 4 years later, Madam Speaker, we are still moving motions to crassly declare our great outrage over an issue this Parliament was directly made aware of at the same time, but not moving fast enough to address the very same issue. But then again, unfortunately, this seems to be the modus operandi of this government. To move on a non-instructive motion, develop a framework, strike a working group, create a roadmap, do anything except actually address the issue at hand. Madam Speaker, this year's budget is another perfect example of this mentality. Despite all of the grandstanding from this government about this government's having the backs of our seniors, they provided $20 million in their support for seniors budget line. $20 million out of $56.6 billion in proposed new spending. To put that into perspective, Madam Speaker, for every dollar this government has proposed to spend, Canadian seniors get less than half of a tenth of a cent. Yikes. To finish off, I'd like to reiterate, I'm not assigning blame to my honourable friend across the way who moved this very important motion, but more so to his colleagues on the front bench who dither away while our Canadian seniors are suffering. I want to thank you. I really do. I want to thank you for bringing this motion to the floor. And I hope that you will continue, I hope that he will continue to advocate for Canadian seniors and press his caucus colleagues into meaningful action on this file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ce sera sans surprise que le Bloc québécois s'opposera à la motion et nous allons examiner les raisons pour lesquelles nous allons nous y opposer. D'abord, tout dans la motion n'est pas mauvais. Les premiers alinéas, par exemple, tous s'accordent au Québec pour dire que la pandémie de COVID-19 a tragiquement exposé les problèmes de longue date touchant les établissements de soins de longue durée, les travailleurs de première ligne qui s'occupent des résidents et les résidents eux-mêmes.
Sorry, we're not receiving the interpretation right now. We will verify. Is the interpretation working now? Yes. Sorry, the honourable member from Montcalm. Please start again. Should I start again, or do I continue? I will continue. So the second line in the motion, saying that we should make sure that the working conditions reflect the care standards our seniors deserve. Yes, we all agree that we do have the responsibility collectively to take care of our seniors individually. But working conditions in long-term homes for seniors are not federal jurisdiction. I'll go back to that issue later. The third line of the first part of the motion, stating that while the management of long-term care facilities is under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, well, here they confess it, at least it's being recognized, but it says we share the goal of ensuring safer, better care for seniors. Bravo. I'm happy to see that the federal government shares Quebec's objective to offer better care to seniors. And yes, Madam Speaker, that is what Quebec wants. But health care is not federal jurisdiction, and if the federal government really wants to help the provinces Quebec, well, we should have a summit with respect to healthcare funding so we can discuss this issue. And they should be increasing healthcare transfers like all the provinces are asking for. Second, in the opinion of the House, the government should work with the provinces and territories to improve the quality of long-term care and beds and availability. Quebec has already a plan to revise its system, and there will be parliamentary debate to enhance it, to look at the very basis of this program. But this is up to the elected officials of the National Assembly of Quebec to do this and not the federal government. What we are asking for are financial resources, recurring investments, and structural investments. We need substantial support from the federal government, and this will involve an increase in healthcare transfers. We need to lift the percentage of the government's part from 22% to 30% to fund our system. That is what the Quebec and the provinces are asking for, as others are as well. I'll go back to that later. The second line of the second part implements strict infection prevention and control measures through more provincial and territorial facility inspections. Quebec continues to take account of its actions during the pandemic, and it's not up to the federal government to tell us how and when to do things. They don't have the expertise to do that. We have to apply the best practices across the country, and it's not up to the federal government to impose them. It's not their jurisdiction. The third line, develop a safe long-term care act collaboratively to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve, no matter where they live. The National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously spoke out against a federal standard, and the House talked about not imposing such a standard during the 43rd Parliament when the NDP tabled a motion. And at that time, the Liberals voted against it. So in the 44th Parliament, now the Liberal Party seems to have been struck by amnesia and is moving this motion. The NDP Liberal government seems clear. They want to interfere in things that don't involve them. Madam Speaker, have you already seen a federal government lose an election on healthcare issues? No, because providing care is not their business. But in Quebec, we've often seen governments fall because of healthcare issues. Health is exclusively a provincial jurisdiction, and it has been so since 1867, with the exception of Indigenous healthcare, approval of medications, and quarantine. Therefore, it's up to Quebec to debate this issue and to make a decision. It's up to the voters to decide who they want in government to do this. Long-term care homes and the decisions involving them during COVID-19. Well, we've been looking at this for several months in Quebec. We've had debate on this, and it's up to the Quebec government to correct the situation, to take measures, and it'll be up to the voters next year to decide if these actions are sufficient. Solutions? Well, Quebec already has them. We don't need the help of the federal government for this. In its report in November 2021, we've mentioned shortcomings and also measures implemented by Quebec so we never see such a situation again in long-term care homes. And in response to this report, the Quebec did present a report to reform our system with many measures to offer better access to data, build more hospitals, more accountability for people who manage them. And the coroner is continuing to conduct their investigations, and there is an inquiry underway. And it's up to Quebecers to decide what needs to be done and to correct the system. And I repeat this, Quebec already has a plan, and it's under the Health Care Act and Social Services legislation, and 86% of long-term care homes in Quebec are public already. The RCMP report, after it participated in long-term care homes in Quebec, we need contamination control and we need better conditions. And why did the Federal Reserve, why was it empty at the time? How come we sent PPE to continental China even though we were being hit by the virus in Canada? We don't have any lessons to receive from the federal government. It is a lack of labor, and I would quote the report from the RCMP. It says that there is a clear need for long-term care homes to have more personnel with medical training. So if the federal government really wants to help the provinces to get out of this pandemic and to improve care for seniors, it has to stop being paternalistic and forget this idea of imposing national standards and increase healthcare transfers, which will allow us to keep more people in our healthcare system. That is the role of the federal government. It is to increase healthcare transfers. It must be done. They know this, Madam Speaker, but they think they can continue to invest in one time, in a non-recurrent fashion. This won't get us out of the pandemic. The Bloc is asking for this with great determination. We have to increase healthcare transfers by 35%, and then they should be indexed. This is a request of the Canadian Parliament. There was a motion in this respect, and it said to ask the government to increase durably and significantly healthcare transfers to support the efforts of the Quebec government to help healthcare workers. And this was a request made by all the premiers. It was made at the National Assembly, and it was also requested by the unions. All the unions in Quebec in the sector said that we need structural funding in Quebec. And this lack of funding is preventing them from obtaining the personnel they need. The Federation of General Practitioners, amongst others, many unions have asked the federal government to fund their healthcare systems on a recurrent basis. And this measure is being requested by all voters and Canadians and Quebecers. According to a Léger poll, 85% of people support the Premier's request. Madam Speaker, this motion is not useful. We don't need standards for better care. We do need funding to ensure that these measures are applied. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise here this morning to speak to motion M47 on improvements to long-term care put forward by the member from Avalon. And this motion points out that the COVID pandemic has exposed long-standing issues affecting long-term care and asks the federal government to work with provinces and territories to improve the quality and availability of long-term care homes and beds, implement strict infection prevention and control measures, and develop a safe long-term care act to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care that they deserve. And I'm also happy to say that I will be supporting this motion. As a New Democrat, I'm very proud to say that we have used our power in this minority government to secure a commitment from the federal government in our confidence and supply agreement to bring in this Safe Long-Term Care Act to ensure that seniors are guaranteed to the care that they deserve, no matter where they live. This long overdue legislation must be implemented without delay. And I thank the member from Avalon for introducing this motion that adds further impetus to this necessary action. But I would first like to say thank you to all the workers in long-term care across Canada. They have been at the front lines of the pandemic for the past 2 years and more. This is hard work. It's stressful work, and it's done by people who truly care for the people that they care for. I want to make it completely clear that these workers are not the problem in the long-term care crisis. Madam Speaker, as the motion points out, COVID-19 has exposed a fragmented and under-resourced long-term care system across Canada, and this has been a problem for many years. I remember speaking here just over a year ago on an NDP motion that called for significant changes to make sure our seniors are cared for properly and with dignity. And in that speech, I mentioned a couple of stories that illustrated how long-standing this problem is, and I'd like to briefly reiterate those points today. In 2013, 9 years ago, I met with a family who had lost both their mother and father to substandard care at a privately owned care home in Summerland, British Columbia. The province investigated the families concerned and found that the staffing levels of the facility were far too low. Months later, the company that owned the facility, Retirement Concepts, reported that it was trying to hire more staff, but it was having trouble filling the new positions. And as Mike Old of the Hospital Employees Union said, Retirement Concepts is well known for paying low wages, and that has resulted in chronic understaffing at many of its facilities. Retirement Concepts operates 20 facilities in Canada, most of them in British Columbia. In 2016, Retirement Concepts was sold to Anbang Insurance Group of China for more than $1 billion. And since then, problems at Retirement Concepts homes seem to only have gotten worse. As of last year, the operation of its properties in Summerland, Courtenay, Nanaimo, and Victoria had been taken over by the Provincial Health Authority, all because care levels were inadequate due to understaffing. Retirement Concepts is not alone in its understaffing problems. I remember visiting another facility in Penticton in 2015, 7 years ago, and talking to the staff about working conditions there. I was shocked to find out some of the staff that had worked there for 20 years were making less money in 2015 than when they had started in 1995. No wonder they were tempted to leave whenever they could. A friend whose mother was in that facility recently told me that the staff was hardworking and attentive, but completely overwhelmed. There was always a now hiring sign out front. Now, apparently the home could not afford to pay workers as much as the local hospital, and so it was constantly losing the most experienced staff whenever a job opened up at the hospital. So experts have been issuing dire warnings for years about this crisis, but successive federal governments, both Liberal and Conservative, have failed to act. And then the pandemic hit. Hundreds died needlessly in care homes during the pandemic, sometimes in horrific conditions. The armed forces had to be called in because staff was overwhelmed in many places. According to the Canadian Institute for Health Information, more than 840 outbreaks were reported in long-term care facilities and retirement homes during the initial wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. This accounted for 80% of all COVID deaths in Canada during that wave, representing the worst record among comparable countries and double the OECD average. We must never allow this to happen again. Federal leadership is urgently needed to protect vulnerable Canadians living in long-term care, both throughout the pandemic and in the years to come. You know, in these debates, we've heard a lot of calls for national standards of care. Yes, we need those national standards, but the fact is that no provincial standards are being met now. The benchmark for quality long-term care is 4.1 hours of hands-on care per resident per day. No province or territory currently meets this standard of care. There's a lack of accountability for long-term care facility operators due to lax enforcement of standards and regulations. For example, a recent CBC investigation revealed that 85% of long-term care homes in Ontario have routinely violated healthcare standards for decades with near total impunity. Shame. The problem is funding. Lack of funding results in short-staffed institutions and underpaid workers. Underpaid workers are forced to work 2 or 3 care homes at once, and we saw how that spread the virus during the early stages of the COVID pandemic. And at the heart of the funding problem is the for-profit long-term care homes. Madam Speaker, 80% of care home residents have underlying medical issues that have meant they've had to move into those care homes. Long-term care is medical care, but it's not covered under our universal, not-for-profit health care system in Canada. And because long-term care lies outside the health care covered by the Canada Health Act, many care homes are run first and foremost for profit. This means Canadians often pay substantial out-of-pocket costs for long-term care, which can vary significantly depending on the region and whether it's a private or public facility, and service quality varies widely depending on the ability to pay. And service quality can have a significant impact on health of care home residents, especially during a pandemic. Residents and workers in those for-profit centers have faced a higher risk of COVID-19 infection and death than those in non-profit and publicly operated homes. Decades of research have demonstrated that long-term care homes run for-profit basis tend to have lower staffing levels, more verified complaints, more transfers to hospitals, as well as higher rates of both ulcers and morbidity. And on top of that, during the pandemic, many for-profit operators have been paying out millions in CEO bonuses and dividends while accepting public subsidies and neglecting the residents under their care. Madam Speaker, the NDP is proud to have used our power to secure a promise from the government to advance a safe long-term care act through the Confidence and Supply Agreement. And I'll add that that agreement also includes dental care and pharmacare so that we can really have a truly universal healthcare system in Canada. We must continue to work collaboratively with patients, caregivers, provincial and territorial governments to develop national standards for long-term care and other continuing care that would include accountability mechanisms and data collection and tied to sustainable long-term funding. Those standards are not enough by themselves. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to improve standards of long-term care because they have embraced a profit-driven model for the sector, and the NDP will work relentlessly to change that. Profit has no place in the care of our seniors, just as it has no place elsewhere in our primary healthcare system. Our seniors deserve to live in dignity and comfort. So in conclusion, I'll be supporting this motion and urge the government to live up to its promises and act quickly and boldly to fix the long-term care crisis in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
If individuals want to speak, they need to rise so that I know that they want to speak. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Agent Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak about a subject that is having a significant impact on many Canadian families. The COVID pandemic laid bare systemic inadequacies in Canada's long-term care system. It has taken the lives of some of Canada's most vulnerable citizens and forever changed the lives of families and caregivers. In my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, we have seen the tragic outcomes of a long-term care home, having one of the highest death rates, 81 residents passing away due to COVID. It exposed a woeful lack of infection prevention and control measures, staffing challenges, and inadequate quality of overall care. And as the disease ran rampant through many of these long-term care facilities, it needed the deployment of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadian Red Cross to help control its dire consequences. Honourable members already know all of this. We also know that we can't let it happen again, and we won't let it happen again. We need permanent solutions, long-term solutions for long-term care facilities where Canadians living and working in them are safe and treated with respect and dignity. Budget 2021 included a $3 billion investment over 5 years, starting in 2022 to 23, to support provinces and territories in their efforts to ensure standards for long-term care are applied and permanent changes are made. Budget 2022 included $20 million over 5 years, starting in 2022 to 23 for the Canadian Institutes of Health Research to support additional research on the long-term effects of COVID-19 infections on Canadians, as well as the wider impacts of COVID-19 on health and healthcare systems. We are doing this while respecting provincial and territorial jurisdiction over the long-term care sector. Federal funding is being used to hire additional staff responsible for the development, implementation, evaluation, and maintenance of a comprehensive infection control program in residential care homes, and make infrastructure upgrades to support enhanced infection prevention and control in long-term care. These staffing and upgrade investments are improving the quality of life for residents and staff in long-term care. Just last week, in Scarborough Aging Court, the Minister of Health and Minister of Seniors announced the signing of the Safe Long-Term Care Fund Agreement with Ontario, and other provinces and territories have also signed on to receive their share of the $1 billion funding. In addition to the Safe Long-Term Care Fund, the Government of Canada has also invested funds to address the deficiencies exposed by the pandemic. We have done this by investing $740 million in the Safe Restart Agreement to support provinces and territories in addressing the immediate needs of vulnerable populations, including those in long-term care facilities. Investing up to $3 billion in federal funding to support provinces and territories to increase the wages of low-income essential workers, which could include frontline workers in hospitals and long-term care facilities. Investing $9.6 million to Healthcare Excellence Canada to support facilities across the country through the Long-Term Care Plus initiative. More than 1,500 facilities are participating in the program, which will help them share information with the goal of strengthening pandemic preparedness. And that's not all, Madam Speaker. Our government is funding a $38.5 million pilot project to address acute labor shortages in long-term and home care. This funding is being used to recruit and train up to 2,600 new supportive care assistants through an accelerated online training and hands-on work placement. It is anticipated that the pilot will also support up to 1,300 of these supportive care assistants to pursue full personal support worker certification. And in Budget 2021, we included $41.3 million over 6 years and $7.7 million ongoing for Statistics Canada to improve data infrastructure and data collection on supportive care, primary care, and pharmaceuticals. Their work begins this year. Madam Speaker, our government is acutely aware that many seniors can live happily in their own homes, but often need the necessary support to do so. That is why we have invested $90 million starting in 2021 to 22 to Employment and Social Development Canada to launch the Age Well at Home initiative. This initiative will assist community-based organizations in providing practical support that helps low-income and otherwise vulnerable seniors to age in place. I should also remind colleagues that beginning in July 2022, the old age security pension will be increased for seniors 75 and over. Employment and Social Development Canada is also leading the new sectorial Workforce Solutions Program, which the government is funding with $960 million over the next 3 years. The purpose of this program is to help key sectors of the economy, including the health sector, design and deliver relevant training and connect Canadians with the training they need to access good jobs. This includes the need for more skilled personal support workers. Our government is also investing $27.6 million over 3 years for a group tax-free savings account to boost retirement savings for personal support workers. Madam Speaker, our government has built a strong social safety net and pension systems that all Canadians can be proud of. We've enhanced the CPP. Quebec followed with the QPP. We raised the GIS for 900,000 single seniors. And this summer, we are increasing the OAS for the most vulnerable seniors. We are also helping Canadians stay in their community and homes longer by investing $70 million annually through the New Horizons for Seniors program, $6 billion into home care, and $90 million over 3 years for the new Age Well at Home initiative. Madam Speaker, Canadians living and working in long-term care deserve to be treated with respect and dignity in a safe environment. As I said, our government is committed to working collaboratively with provinces and territories in a way that respects their jurisdiction for the delivery of healthcare services, including in long-term care and more provincial and territorial facility inspections. A crucial goal is we work together is the development of a set of national standards to replace the patchwork that currently exists across Canada. Working closely together, the Health Standards Organization and the Canadian Standards Association Group are developing two complementary national standards for long-term care. These standards will address both the delivery of safe, reliable, and high-quality care, and the health infrastructure and environmental design of long-term care facilities. The Health Standards Organization released their draft standard for public consultation in January after consulting with 18,000 Canadians and stakeholders, and the Canadian Standards Association Group released their draft standard in February. Both sets of standards have a consultation period of 60 days, with final standards to be released in late 2022. Madam Speaker, the adoption of a set of national standards would be part of a permanent solution we are seeking to bring safety and peace of mind to staff, residents, and their families. We must do all we can do to permanently correct what needs correcting in the long-term care system, not only to better protect against a future pandemic, but to make every day a day of safety and good living. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West. And I will have to interrupt him at some point, but he's got about 8 minutes to do his speech.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to be interrupted in the House. Anyways, I'm very happy to rise and join the debate on motion 47. First off, I want to thank a lady who was very instrumental not only in my decision to go into politics, but also served as a mentor for me. In a past life, we called it, before we get into this position or other jobs. We always talk about our past life and a previous job. Past life, I was honored to be president of the Greater Victoria Elder Care Foundation, which is Vancouver Island's largest senior healthcare foundation, caring for many hospitals in the Vancouver Island, Victoria area, including the Aberdeen Hospital, the Glengarry Hospital, the Priory, and the Heritage Woods, and the Summit, and also at one time the Oak Bay Lodge as well. I got into helping out with this foundation due to a lady, Laurie McLeod, and Laurie continues as our executive director after about 15 years there. I haven't seen in all my life of dealing with seniors, both in politics and before politics, anyone more committed, but also more progressive and more imaginative in helping and care for seniors than Laurie. So Laurie, thank you very much. If this government really wants to do stronger work for seniors, they should pick up the phone and contact the Greater Victoria Elder Care Foundation and see all the incredible work they're doing with helping Canadians age with dignity, help families with their senior parents, but also disabled as well. And I asked the government to do that because I notice this is just a motion. It's not a private member bill like a regular act they're looking for. It's just a motion. And a motion, unfortunately, is much like good intentions. It's wonderful to talk about and may feel warm about it, but it doesn't actually accomplish much. It doesn't actually force or really push the government to make the changes needed. Now, I know from the bill it talks about we need to improve the quality and availability of long-term care homes, and that's wonderful, Madam Speaker. But again, with the motion, there is nothing substantive behind it. There's no metric saying we need to have X amount. We need to do this. They talk about workers. We know a lot of the workers caring for our family in these senior homes are new Canadians, especially from the Philippines. There's nothing in the motion, there's nothing that this government has done to actually speed up processing for temporary foreign workers, for PR status for those working in this industry that are so desperately needed. There's nothing being done by the government to recognize the foreign certifications to allow these new Canadians to work as perhaps LNs or registered nurses in these facilities. So while I applaud the very good intentions of this motion, we know the path of the good intentions where it leads. Now, I do have great concern with the government, again, when they talk so much about what they are doing for seniors. Everything seems to be based on, well, we spent this money, but without the actual outcomes attached. We heard during COVID, oh, we sent everyone $500, whether they needed it or not. Now, I would have been very happy to support that if they pushed all of that money solely into the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Support, for those who are truly low income that needed it, those who perhaps do not have CPP. But instead, they sent a check pretty much as vote buying to everyone. We had so many calls from seniors who were very well off who said, we didn't need this money. Why did they send it? Vote buying, if you want to be cynical, and yes, I probably am cynical in that matter. But again, it just shows this government is not really serious about doing what needs to be done. In the 2017, the 42nd Parliament, I introduced a private member's bill to eliminate the RRIF, that's the Registered Retirement Income Fund. Seniors, when they hit 72, have to start by law withdrawing a certain portion of their pensions or RRSPs to be taxed. And what this does, it pushes them into a higher tax bracket. Perhaps they lose some of their GIS. If they're living in a care home run by provinces where their rent is based on a percentage of their income, they end up having to pay a higher percentage of income. Now, when I brought this bill forward, the government stated, well, this is money that the government needs. It would cost the government too much. Not realizing, of course, that government lives forever and seniors don't. The fact of the matter is, as the parliamentary budgeter, our budget office noted, that the government would get their hands on their filthy lucre eventually. Because if you have a husband and wife, the husband dies, his pension will be passed over to his wife, tax-free. When she passes, it becomes fully taxable. Average age for men these days is passed away, I think it's 81.4, women at 85. So the government will always get its hands on the money. And yet the Liberal government stated, no, it's more important that we get that money now. Parliamentary budget officers stated it's about $1 billion a year that the government is clawing back early from seniors because they need that money now. It's quite funny, they gave $91 million last year to Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. That's okay, we don't need that money right now. Elon Musk can have it. But seniors, we need that money now, even though the reality shows, because we don't live forever, but the government does, the government would get their hands on their taxes. It's $1 billion a year that they're taking away from seniors, pushing them to higher tax brackets, claw back at GIS, claw back of other programs. If this government was actually serious about helping seniors, they wouldn't put through a motion of good intentions of, oh, we would like to increase availability of long-term care homes. Of course, we'd like that, but we need to have more than good intentions. We need to actually have actions such as the elimination of the RRIFs. Canadian Association of Retired Persons calls for it. Seniors groups call for it. CD Howe calls for it, states very clearly the government would actually get more money in the end than by taxing seniors early. Another issue they could actually look at is GIS reform. GIS currently has a very high clawback rate. Now, previous speakers spoke about the need to keep seniors in their houses longer. Fantastic. To do that, they do need a bit more money. We are reaching a labor crisis in our country. We could help the country and seniors by keeping them in the workforce longer. Allowing them to actually earn a bit more without a massively high clawback rate with the GIS would be a first step. We could have seniors working, collecting more money without punishing them. Again, that's actual action we can do and not just a motion of good intentions. We could do the same with CPP reform, but I see my time is up, so thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, the honourable member will have 2 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant des...
The time for private members' business now expired, and the item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Jour.
Orders of the day.
Resuming a consideration on the budgetary policy, resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Point of order. The honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Pursuant to Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to inform the House that the remaining Conservative caucus speaking times are hereby divided in two.
Appreciate the notification. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much,
Speaker.
It's a pleasure to rise this morning, and much to the chagrin of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I'm pleased to hear that the member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex is ensuring that as many Conservatives as possible are going to be able to speak to the hardships that Canadians are going to experience because of this Liberal NDP budget that was tabled just 2 weeks ago. Canadians need a break and they need a relief from the growing affordability crisis, one that this government has presided over and has contributed to with their failed policies. What were Canadians looking for when the Finance Minister and this Prime Minister delivered this budget? Well, they wanted controlled spending. They've had to rein spending in at home. They expected the government to do the same. Of course, they needed tax breaks. We're seeing the price of everything go up. Gas to fill up your car so that you can get to medical appointments or to work or to take your kids to a recreation activity. For your home heating. You know, we live in one of the world's coldest climates, but the price to heat our homes continues to go up and up and up. And of course, meaningful action on housing inflation, which we've seen the price of a home in Canada more than double during this government's mandate. Over the last 6 years, in spite of promises made by this government when they first were seeking government in 2015, Canadians are worse off than they were at that time. Whether it's seniors, young people, new Canadians or families, they're going to be crushed by the avalanche of uncontrolled spending that has been promised in the shadow of a deal between the Liberals and the New Democrats. All of this while the government had a unique opportunity. The conditions that they contributed to allowed for the government to be the beneficiary of a windfall on the backs of the very Canadians who are suffering. We saw government revenues climb by $24 billion over what the Finance Minister had projected in her fall economic update. So there's cause for, there was an opportunity, and when the government didn't take that opportunity to give Canadians a break with the carbon tax on April 1st, that does nothing to reduce emissions, but does everything to hurt families and seniors, young people, they didn't take that opportunity. We also know that Canadians are having a really tough time dealing with the conditions that persisted and existed before COVID-19 and were exacerbated by COVID-19, and that relates directly to our healthcare system. The government had an opportunity to use this budget to increase capacity and address backlogs in our healthcare system. But this government is adding to the burdens on our healthcare system by launching new programs amid what is well known to be a human resource crisis in our healthcare system. Now, these commitments that they've made that were not done in consultation with the provinces and have expressly been called by the provinces as unwelcome, they're going to have a negative impact on people's quality of care, their quality of life, and in fact on the outcomes that they would have for otherwise treatable and curable illnesses. It's also going to have great harm on an area that we've seen across the country and in all of our communities. All members in this House can attest to the impacts that COVID-19 has had on the mental health of Canadians. So it's irresponsible for the government to prioritize their deal to cement their power, to further consolidate power in the Prime Minister's office, their deal with the NDP is now going to allow them to do that. But it's done at the expense of addressing the healthcare needs of the provinces and territories. It's critical that the government work with the provinces and territories on improving healthcare, which would require the Prime Minister to show the leadership of having those conversations with the premiers. So we have a budget coming out of COVID-19, and the Prime Minister said he wouldn't talk about healthcare transfers with the provinces until COVID was over, until effectively he decided that COVID was over. It's unbelievable with all of the challenges, and we can talk about the effects of missed and delayed care appointments, treatments, backlogs, surgical backlogs that have been exacerbated. We've seen healthcare hallway across our country well before COVID-19, but at a time when it's being most acutely felt, we have a Prime Minister say, well, we'll talk about that after the healthcare crisis that we're currently experiencing. That's not the collaboration. That's not the leadership that Canadians need. That's certainly not what the provinces have been calling for. Leadership. The healthcare system is cash-strapped, resource-strapped, but now we have these programs that were decided by the fourth party in the election has dictated to the minority government how they're going to address the healthcare system, and it's not with solutions, it's with further burdens. The Liberal government and this Prime Minister and their partners with the leader of the NDP, they should talk to the provinces about predictable and stable healthcare transfers so that they can plan what that looks like. Any increases they're seeing right now were planned by and decided by the Conservative government before they came to office. So they haven't made any improvements on that, and in fact, they derided that formula. But it's the one that they're sticking to. It makes you wonder what this government really puts on offer when they go to an election. They run down what the Conservatives had executed on, a healthcare funding formula that had been executed on before 2015, and then they continue it through a pandemic 6 years later, and then they pick up the ball from the NDP and jam those promises down the province's throats when they were just looking to talk about what's changed in the system over the 5 years that they had been in office. It's really confusing. They said that they wouldn't stick with what the Conservatives offered, but instead they kept that and then added what the NDP wanted. So I guess the Liberals are setting the stage for a next election or this budget vote to be one between deciding if Canadians want to vote for the NDP or the Conservatives. Well, I've got to tell you, we'll work with the provinces. We're going to give Canadians a break. We're not going to further burden Canadians at a time when they can afford it the least. All of the areas that I mentioned previously. Basic affordability. Now, when I talk about this, the government members will stand up and say, well, supply chain issues are a global phenomenon. They'll stand up and say, compare our debt to GDP to other countries around the world. And I'll tell you, whether you're in Eureka, Nunavut, Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, Victoria, British Columbia, or any point in between, that's just word salad. It doesn't mean anything to Canadians who can't afford the basic necessities of life. We have people in communities across this country, in my community, who have to make the choice between heating their home and feeding their family, heating or eating. At a time when we're having a conversation about bringing more people to our great country to enjoy the beauty and the bounty that this country has to offer, we better make sure that there's no claims of false advertising brought by those folks who we're trying to attract here. It's going to be tough sledding. It's going to be tough sledding when they get here and they find out, well, welcome to Canada, and if you want to own a home, you just need $850,000 to get started. Yikes. And once you do, good luck heating the place. And if you can afford to heat it, the price of groceries this year, it's going to go up a minimum of $1,000 for your family. And the price at the pump only will increase under failed policies that this government continues to double down on. So I'm just looking to you, Madam Speaker, for an indication of how much time I have left. And with that 20 seconds, Madam Speaker, I'll just say that Canadians needed a break from this government. They needed leadership on health care. They've got neither. And so Conservatives, the official opposition, have tremendous concern, and we're going to continue to fight for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the minister was selective hearing, or memory, I should say, when it comes to health care. He's really off base. When you think about it, Stephen Harper did absolutely nothing, didn't negotiate with provinces, in fact, let the Canada National Health Care Accord retire. No negotiations at all. One of the first things we did when we came in government is we negotiated individual health care accords with the province. Today we have record amounts of health care transfers going to the province, but that's not enough. We've recognized the importance of mental health. We've recognized the importance of long-term care, Madam Speaker, and the cost of drugs for Canadians. And we are prepared and willing to do more, and our budgets, consecutive budgets, have demonstrated that. My question to the member is, how can he possibly reflect over the last number of years and give a speech that he has just given when in fact it's quite the opposite? This is a government that cares for Canadians and the health of Canadians, and it's demonstrated in every budget, including this budget.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad to see that we've woken government members. We've excited them on a Monday, early on a Monday. But my goodness, I sincerely hope, genuinely, Madam Speaker, that members of his constituency, and all members and their constituents don't have to experience the hardships that exist in our healthcare system because of this government's inaction. Unfortunately, those who are dealing with the healthcare system today are dealing with the realities that my honourable friend is trying to spin. Our healthcare system is in crisis. We have a healthcare human resource crisis, and this government failed to address it in this budget.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Earlier, there was another bill being debated. There was the issue of health transfers. In the 60s and 70s, the federal government funded 50% of health expenditures. There were cuts and cuts and cuts. And now they fund about 22% through health transfers. The government of Quebec and the Canadian provinces are all asking for health transfers to be increased. Unfortunately, in the budget, we're not finding these measures. What does my colleague think of that?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the honourable member for his question. The Premier of his province expressed great concern, to put it mildly, with this federal government's approach to dealing with the provinces. I'm paraphrasing, but I believe it was characterized as a war on the provinces. And that's incredibly concerning. And it goes back to the Prime Minister saying that he won't work with the provinces on healthcare funding until after the pandemic. And while we're going to have to live with COVID-19 for a long time, we're going to have to adapt to that. So too, the Prime Minister will need to adapt to his approach to dealing with this. And that's that he needs to collaborate with the provinces for whom healthcare is their jurisdiction. And I know that that's complicated sometimes for the government to understand, but healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction that the federal government needs to work with them to ensure that it is properly funded, not dictate to them on how it's executed.
For a brief question, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always find the member eloquent and enjoy working with him, but I have some questions. First off, during the dismal decade that was the Harper government, there was an average under the PBO of $25 billion in money that went to overseas tax havens. And He has expressed concern about the deficit, but over that dismal decade, that is $250 billion, $250 billion went to overseas tax havens, and the Conservatives put in place initiatives to continue that practice. And health care as well was cut back, as we know, in that dismal decade. So I would ask the member, how can he defend the record of his former government?
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for the question. I think it's really important that in 2022 that we look to the results of the government that his party has just decided that they're going to keep in power, regardless of their failures for Canadians who are struggling with an affordability crisis. And so the member has identified issues that are of great importance to the people who elected him to this place. And those people, some of them in my constituency explained that they were concerned about some of those issues. This government has abandoned that ground, and I would encourage the member opposite to prod the government to make some meaningful help for Canadians instead of this avalanche of spending.
Resuming debate, the honourable member King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start today, I would like to wish all our Orthodox community a happy Easter. So today I will be addressing the Liberal government's recently proposed federal budget for 2022. The budget presented an opportunity for real action on serious issues facing Canadians when our country is in a desperate need of prudent financial planning. The cost of living is skyrocketing. The housing market remains out of reach for families, and vulnerable Canadians are in serious need of support. In the community of King, prices from February 2020 to February 2022 have increased by 142%. In Vaughan, prices increased 57%. In my community of King, Vaughan has become unattainable. The Liberal tax-free savings plan is not going to benefit first-time home buyers with the rising cost of homes. The Liberal finance minister has proposed a strategy described by Scotiabank's economic director as spend tax and pray. With the new NDP Liberal coalition, Canada expects a $52.8 billion deficit for the coming fiscal year, and the finance minister apparently has no plans to balance the books until 2027. This comes as no surprise. With the Liberals in power, we have grown to count on excessive debt and the instability that comes with it. Having to appease the NDP fiscal responsibility has gone out the window, further fueling affordability crisis. Only a few short years ago, the Prime Minister was praising the value of balanced budgets. Who would have thought the Prime Minister would return to his old ways of thinking and favoring balance that don't balance themselves? The central bank has started lifting its benchmark interest rate to combat record inflation, exacerbated by the Liberals' financial incompetency. Although the increase in rates will help slow inflation, it has already hiked the cost of paying off enormous debt we have accumulated. We are presently paying over $2 billion each month to service the national debt, and this burden will continue to expand with each hike. Higher liability payments will make it more difficult for the federal government to weather new storms and follow through on promises and invest in Canadians. If the bank continues increasing rates above 2.5%, as some predict, families recently secured a variable rate mortgage could see their payments increase by over 30%. The Liberals have been promising since 2015 to make housing prices more affordable, but the average house price has doubled since they took office. More expensive mortgages will not help anybody afford a new home, and the Liberals' plan of a new tax-free home savings plan account will not assist homeowners with achieving their dream. The NDP Liberal budget also failed to address the needs of our seniors. Seniors 75 and older recently received a one-time $500 payment as part of the Liberal election strategy campaign. The question remains, why were seniors aged 65 to 74 excluded from this benefit? Seniors who planned on retiring may now not be forced to work as the cost of living makes the prospect of retiring unattainable. Our seniors have contributed to our economy their entire lives and are now faced with the tough choices of their next employment opportunity in an effort to combat the cost of living. As the primary health care providers, the provinces have asked the federal government for an additional $28 billion in health transfer payments. But this was not included in the budget. Instead of more money for hospitals and nurses to help care for our elderly parents and our children with disabilities, there was no option available to them once their parents are no longer able to care for them. The Liberals are caving into the NDP's outrageous multi-billion-dollar dental proposal. Dental care is under provincial jurisdiction, but not one province has asked for the federal dental care program, including the NDP in British Columbia. In addition to physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a massive toll on mental health and well-being of millions of Canadians. I have personally spoken with parents of children with disabilities who say they are in dire need of support. On top of letting down adults with disabilities by failing on their promises to reintroduce a disability benefit, the Liberals are failing to address the needs of children with special needs. Although funding for mental health support is being expanded in general, the Liberals are seriously missing the mark when it comes to caring for the physical needs of our country's most vulnerable. Lastly, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development predicts Canada will be the worst performing G7 country over the next 40 years. Based on this estimate, a young Canadian entering the workforce today should expect to spend the majority of their working life in the slowest growing economy. Is this the expectation we now have of our federal government? Conservatives understand this is shocking, depressing, and utterly unacceptable for the resource-rich nation we call home. The Liberals and their NDP colleagues are squandering our hard work and children's future as there is no serious plan for long-term growth in this budget. Conservatives will stand up for Canadians who want a better future, as the government's budget is not the best road ahead for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree with the member in the sense that I believe that Budget 2022-23 provides a great deal of hope for Canadians. I say that because even when you take a look in terms of what it is that the member's talking about, a good portion of her time was spent on housing. And, you know, I think we need to recognize that the federal government has put into place a number of initiatives to assist Canadians in being able to afford a home. But it's not just the federal government alone, and that's my question to the member. Would she not agree that the only way in which we can deal with the issue of housing is you have to incorporate municipalities, for example, the zoning requirements and the bureaucracy that's involved in that, provincial governments that provide literally literally tens of thousands of units in my own home province of Manitoba, that it's going to require governments of all levels to start working closer together to ensure that Canadians will be able to have affordability, and as a national government, we're demonstrating our leadership on that file.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Before we broke, I was able to take a look at the tax-free savings home plan. It doesn't work. If we take it in today's dollars, using the same example in the budget, a young couple earning $90,000 will be able to afford a house of $355,000. I don't know where they're going to find a house in my riding for that money, or let alone in Ontario. If we take that same example for 2027, they'll be able to afford a house $500,000, hoping that interest rates stay the same. We can't afford a house. You can't buy a house for $500,000. So how is that going to help our first-time home buyers with this plan? I don't see it, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of housing, I think we have to pay tribute to the investment that is significant, but we're talking about the double the number of housing built in Canada, but we're not sure where they're getting this figure of 100,000 from, because we saw in a study 2 months ago, we're talking about 35,000 units, but there are 2 programs to build housing that are being reformed in this budget, the rental housing initiative and also the investment fund for lodging. These are good programs, but they don't make affordable housing, really. They're talking about building housing, but what we're seeing in this budget is that people will have to pay more than before. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I did some digging, and I found that in the GTA, out of 7 areas, Peel, Toronto, York, Halton, Durham, Simcoe, and Dufferin County, which are considered part of the GTA, every single area has gone up. Some areas have gone up as high as 130% in Brock. Some areas have gone up 140%, 142% in King. The plan that the Liberals have in place will not assist the cost of housing. When we talk to developers, the red tape is, sorry, Madam Speaker, I'll try and speed that up. We need to make a plan that's going to help the developers ensure that the housing costs are reduced for everyone.
A brief question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
The World Economic Forum, the favorite conspiracy hub of the Conservative backbench. Do you remember when Stephen Harper used to go every year to the World Economic Forum? He'd bring Bev Oda, Tony Clement, James Moore, Joe Oliver, and they'd all go over to Davos, and that's where Stephen Harper made the announcement that they were raising the pensions. They were getting rid of the age of pensions and cutting off seniors in Canada. And they didn't do it in Canada for seniors. They went over to talk to the elite at Davos, to the World Economic Forum. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why it is that the last time the Conservatives were in government, they were hanging out at the World Economic Forum and cutting seniors off at age 65 from their rights and telling that to the billionaire class at Davos.
The honourable member for King Vaughan, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I'd like to also reiterate the fact that the Liberals gave that one-time payment of $500 to seniors, some of which didn't require it. Instead of investigating the most vulnerable, that should have been the reason to give the $500 to ensure that the most vulnerable have the money to survive.
I remind members that once they've posed their questions, they need to allow the other parliamentarian to answer. I know that we've been away for 2 weeks in our constituency, and we may forget the rules. And so I know that I've noticed that a few times today, and I just want to remind members that everyone who's elected to the House here is able to answer questions because they wouldn't have been elected if they weren't able to, and that they do need the respect of the House when it's not there. When someone else has the floor, the other individuals have to give the respect to the House. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker, for the excellent work you do. And I was just trying to clarify. I was actually trying to help my colleague. I wasn't trying to interrupt, but it's hard to hear us down at this end.
There's no reason for the honourable members to have a hard time hearing if they put their earpiece in. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with member for Fleetwood Port Kells. I would like to focus my talk on the following important items in the budget. First, Canada's critical minerals and clean industrial strategies. In my view, this is at the same time the biggest opportunity and the most critical need for Canada today. Daniel Ergin is an economic historian and a writer who, the Time magazine said, if there is one man whose opinion matters more than any other on the global energy markets, it is Daniel Ergin. Mr. Ergin said in his latest book, you are creating a whole new supply chains that don't exist, and you are trying to do it in a very fast time. That means transitioning from big oil to big shovel. Second, launching a world-leading Canada Growth Fund with $15 billion, which will help attract $45 billion in private capital. We need to transform our economy at speed and at scale. Third, creating a Canadian Innovation and Investment Agency, a market-oriented agency, one with private sector leadership and expertise, similar to those that have helped countries like Finland and Israel transform themselves into global innovation leaders. Fourth, review of tax support to R&D, decades-old scientific research and experimental development program, which has been a cornerstone of Canada's innovation strategy, which provides tax incentives to encourage Canadian businesses of all sizes in all sectors to conduct R&D. Fifth, cutting taxes for Canada's growing small businesses, enabling more small businesses avail reduced federal tax rate of 9% compared to the general federal corporate tax of 15%. Sixth, on supporting Canada's innovation cluster for innovation ecosystems for plant-based protein alternatives, ocean-based industries, advanced manufacturing, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence. Before I speak on these 6 items, I would like to recognize this budget as a prudent and fiscally responsible. My personal political ideology is at the center of the political spectrum, and for me, being fiscally responsible is very important. I notice our fiscal anchor, debt to GDP ratio, is expected to fall to from 45.1% this year, goes down to 41.5% by 26-27, a level closer to the pre-pandemic levels. We need to go in this direction so that we have the same fiscal strength if we get hit by another disaster like the current pandemic. Related to this is the composition of our borrowings. We had very low interest rates for a long period of time, and now they have started to trend upwards. When the rates were low, our government locked in these interest rates with increasing the size of our long-term borrowings. In the decade prior to pandemic, on an average, about 20% of the bonds were issued by the government were issued at maturities of 10 years or greater. Over the course of the last year, federal government allocations of long-term bonds was about 45%, which is a good thing. The third general observation of this budget is what I've been asking for a couple of years. I've been asking that we launch comprehensive review of government programs. Some of the programs have been around for many, many years, and some were introduced in recent times as a part of our urgent need to fight the pandemic. We need to evaluate if the programs are delivering what they were intended for. We need to know whether objectives or the end results are still relevant and our effective use of taxpayers' dollars. I have said we need to repurpose or reallocate resources to the programs that contribute to quality economic development. I am glad the budget announced the launch of a comprehensive strategic policy review to assess program effectiveness and to identify opportunities to save and reallocate resources to adapt government programs and operations to a new post-pandemic reality. Lastly, the budget dealt with housing, immigration, skills, and childcare. Yes, these are social policies, but just as importantly, they are economics policies too. I entered politics with three objectives. My first objective was affordable housing for all who need it. I am happy to note that the budget builds on the National Housing Strategy and addresses both affordable housing and housing affordability. Now, on to the development of critical minerals. As I said earlier, big opportunity for Canada and at the same time a critical necessity for Canada today is developing and implementing critical minerals and clean industrial strategies. The global energy market, I think, is about $10 trillion, and it is undergoing tremendous change. Many significant geopolitical events during the last 100 years were due to energy market considerations, so much so, some have said many countries' foreign policies are totally based on energy policies. Now another dimension has been added. What is behind the scenes, what was behind the scenes, is now in the front. Energy is a national security issue for all countries. For Canada, it is both an opportunity and a necessity that we focus on energy industry. The nature of the energy industry is changing. The transportation sector is going from gasoline vehicles to battery-operated vehicles. Renewable energy, sources like wind energy and solar energy, are not only becoming financially feasible on their own, but they can enhance their standing with battery energy storage systems. Right now, the battery industry is dominated by China. To secure continued availability of the battery in the future, battery-dominated world, we need to have our own supply of batteries manufactured in Canada. We have one strong advantage many countries don't have. We have critical minerals required to manufacture the batteries. Not only for batteries, critical minerals are central to major global industries like clean technology, healthcare, aerospace, and computing. They are used in phones, computers, and even in our cars. Critical minerals are already essential to the global economy and will continue to be in even greater demand in the years to come. We are talking about nickel, lithium, cobalt, graphite, copper, rare earth elements, vanadium, tellurium, gallium, scandium, titanium, magnesium, zinc, platinum group of metals, and uranium. Canada has abundance of these valuable critical minerals, but we need to make significant investments to make the most of these resources. A 1,000-pound electric battery requires about 500 tons of earth to be moved. As Daniel Ergin said, you are creating a whole new supply chains that don't exist, and you are trying to do it in a very fast time. That means transitioning from big oil to big shovel. In Canada, we have the knowledge, expertise, and a long track record on financing and developing mineral projects. We are indeed the world leaders, but we need to move fast now. We need to support the industries with incentives, which this budget proposes. More importantly, we should make critical minerals regulatory process simpler so companies can, seeking to invest, look for a balanced and predictable regulatory environment and a collaborative approach between different orders of the government. I am glad that the budget makes important investments in improving our regulatory process. Because of the shortage of time, I'll touch just on one other aspect, Madam Speaker. That is the Canadian Innovation and Investment Agency. Let us face the bitter truth about innovation in Canada. Our main innovation challenges are the low rate of private business investment in research, development, and the uptake of new technologies. These are key requirements for our knowledge-based quality economic growth and for creating very good quality jobs. This agency is being modeled similar to those that have helped countries in Finland and Israel transform themselves into global innovation leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to hearing the questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nepean for raising a very important point on critical minerals. In January, I believe, the Toronto Star and the National Post reported on Zijin Mining Group, a state-owned enterprise in China, purchasing Neolithium Corp in Canada. There was no national security review of that purchase. Moving forward, does this member believe the Government of Canada has a responsibility to stop Chinese state-owned enterprises purchasing Canadian companies so that Canadians can secure the access to critical minerals like lithium to produce batteries in cars moving forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We need not only to support Canadian companies in Canada to explore, develop mineral projects, but also support Canadian companies to go around the world to find wherever the resources are and to use Canadian expertise, Canadian knowledge, Canadian financing raising capacity, and we need to make Canadian companies go global and become world leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Esprit. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always fascinated by my Liberal colleagues. They talk about sending massive investments to the green transition. They talk about green batteries. Canada is going to become an important player in that regard. But they've just announced a 1 billion barrel project in Baie du Nord. So we're trying to get to reduce our GHGs by 40% by 2030, and they approved a project of 1 billion barrels of oil. How does my colleague reconcile those two things?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Energy industry is critical to every single country, and we have an advantage here in Canada to produce ethical energy. And as I said, energy security is becoming important to every country in the world. And we need to make sure that our investments in all aspects of energy industries, whether it is a gas, natural gas, or the minerals for the batteries, etc., are encouraged, promoted for more investments to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his statement today. I heard during that statement investments by this government related to housing, but I really want to outline some of the housing problems we're currently facing. Since the Chrétien Liberal government that cut CMHC's mandate to build social housing, we're on track to have a social housing shortage. We're feeling it right now. People in my community in Edmonton-Griesbach can't get the houses they need. People are working more than one job. People are working 3-4 jobs just to pay rent right now. Promise by this government to build just 6,000 new cooperatives falls well short of the necessary 300,000 units. Will this government do what's right and make sure that families have a roof over their head?
For Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so glad our government is putting the money where the mouth is when it comes to affordable housing. We have committed historically large amount of funds for affordable housing. And as you know, Madam Speaker, this amount is passed on to the real projects, to the provinces and the cities. In my riding of Nepean, I'm so glad that we had one new affordable housing 5 years back, and later on, during the course of the last 6 years, we have 2 projects coming up right now under affordable housing scheme. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this government has set an ambitious goal of seeing all vehicles that are currently being sold in Canada to be net zero emitting by the year 2035 as a commitment towards the environmental sustainability and moving towards the electrification
of vehicle fleets throughout Canada. I'm wondering if the member can comment on the importance of that in order to reach our sustainability goals.
From the member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree with my honourable colleague that it is a key critical thing that we move from gasoline-operated vehicles, which are accounting, if I'm not wrong, about 40% of the gas emissions, towards battery-operated vehicles, and we are making investments right from the development mines to processing of minerals, to the manufacturing of batteries, and to the manufacturing of electric vehicles, so that there is a complete transition from gasoline cars to the battery-operated cars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The occasion to comment on the 2022 federal budget includes an opportunity to not only highlight certain aspects of the government's plan, aspects that people in Fleetwood Port Kells and indeed right across Canada will find of great value, but it's also an opportunity to illustrate the budget as yet another sign of a choice that Canadians have in their relationships with their federal government. Prior to 2016, we had 50 years of social and economic ideology that counted to a great deal on the free market to lift us to prosperity. The results, though, have seen economic and social inequities and the gaps become more deeply rooted. The legislation that our government has shepherded through Parliament, including our budgets, have sought to address those gaps, which the free market can't do or won't do. Economic gaps between the few who have the leverage to grow their wealth much faster than the rest of us. Social gaps that threaten the well-being of too many marginalized people. Gaps in the security of achieving and maintaining a quality of life that those who work hard should reasonably expect in a nation as wealthy as ours. The highlights of Budget 2022 I'll cover today are the ones chosen by independent third parties. It's all right for us as government to say, well, this is important and that's important. But it's really interesting to see what people at street level and the commentators and the observers have to say. But my own thoughts, which I'll include, will focus on areas where perhaps the budget itself has been silent. In the time available, I'm going to concentrate only on the number one issue at home in Fleetwood Port Kells, and that's the budget's measures concerning housing. Budget 2022 takes steps to return some of the semblance of equity for first-time home buyers. Here's an area where the under-regulated, laissez-faire free market have left the dream of home ownership entirely out of reach for too many, leaving some Canadians literally out in the cold. So the Edmonton accounting firm of Han, Lackey & Houle highlighted the tax-free first home savings account, which will help first-time home buyers save up to $40,000 to help with their down payment. Money going into the account will be tax-free, and money taken out of the account to buy the home will be tax-free. The market couldn't offer something like this. Only government can do it, and this one is. The market has been unwilling or unable to deal with practices that disadvantage home buyers and distort prices along the way. The Vancouver legal firm Clark Wilson, the most named firm in rankings by the publication Business in Vancouver, highlighted the concept of a home buyer's Bill of Rights in Budget 2022. Over the next year, this Bill of Rights will put an end to blind bidding, where buyers have no idea what's been bid by others for a property, and that's a key driver of higher housing prices. Prospective buyers will have the right to get the property inspected. Too often, it's a corner now being cut by people forced to rush some kind of a home purchase. There'll be more transparency on the sale, price history of the properties, and a new disclosure agreement for real estate agents if they happen to be working both sides of a transaction. The Bill of Rights could also include a requirement for lenders to offer a 6-month deferral of mortgage payments when the family's experienced a job loss or other major life event, like a pandemic. Now, most media outlets have identified the provision in Budget 2022 of a 2-year prohibition in Canada on the sale of non-recreational residential property to foreign commercial enterprises and people who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents. Exemptions to this ban are expected to include refugees, individuals in Canada on work permits, and international students who could be on the path to permanent residency. That last group, though, has been identified by people I've spoken to as one that needs to be carefully monitored because many believe the treatment of international students creates loopholes for foreign capital to buy up real estate. Most commentators expected something on property flipping, and the budget delivered. Any individual selling a property that's been held for less than 12 months will be subject to full taxation on any profits as business income. The measure would apply to residential properties sold on or after January 1st, 2023. Now, there will be some exceptions to this for Canadians who sell their home due to certain life events or hardship circumstances. Another version of speculative trading in the Canadian housing market has to do with assignment sales. Now, that's where someone reaches a deal to buy a housing unit that hasn't even been built yet, and then flips the right to buy the unit for a profit. And this can happen multiple times as a townhouse, condo, or home is under construction. And each time, the ultimate cost goes up for the family that'll eventually actually move in. GST will apply to all assignment sales of newly constructed or substantially renovated housing, and that's going to happen very soon, a week Saturday, in fact, on May the 7th. Stories Real Estate News, an industry publication, noted the Housing Accelerator Fund, $4 billion in budget 2022 to help municipalities speed up their development permit and approval process. I know this is a huge issue in Surrey, one of Canada's fastest growing municipalities and soon British Columbia's biggest city. But the long lag to get construction approved by City Hall is driving up the prices of finished homes because labor and material costs increase over time, especially during the long lag that it takes to get something actually built. Add the flipping and assignment sales and the development cost charges, and the cumulative impact on prices is significant. I've heard stories too. There's another area that we really have to pay attention because in the 2 weeks away from Parliament, I had a chance to touch base with a lot of people, and I heard stories of people who leveraged the lift in their own home's value to qualify for another mortgage to buy a revenue property, and then using the rise in that property's value to get another mortgage for another property, and so on and so on. Now, is this actually going on? Well, it'd be worth finding out, because it sounds like the whole thing is a gigantic bubble. And if it pops due to mortgage rate increases, the banks could end up owning a lot of property. And then there's trusts. The Globe and Mail, in an article focused on money laundering, noted the still unresolved issue of large suspicious transfers between lawyers' trust accounts. Transfers that are shielded from reporting requirements that are in place for the banks, accountants, real estates, securities dealers, even casinos have to report, but lawyers do not. In 2000, the federal government passed a law that allowed FINTRAC to carry out warrantless searches of firms and to seize materials. Well, the Federation of Law Societies lawyered up, and by 2015, it was ultimately deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, who said, go back and improve the language. Okay. One would hope that an improved version of that legislation is somewhere on someone's to-do list. More broadly, trusts are perceived as offering perfectly legal loopholes to avoid taxes and obscure the real ownership of property. Watchers at street level say there's a fairness problem here. And while Budget 2022 aims to tackle the long-standing need to identify the beneficial ownership of real estate through a public registry, right now it's only going to apply to federally chartered companies. A good start, but for the provinces it's voluntary, a gap that knowledgeable people say needs to be closed. Our government is attacking affordability issues that have been allowed to grow and mutate for decades, and fixing them is going to take time, plus talent, plus the commitment to adjust and refine the measures as we move forward. That said, all of us here should not underestimate the talent and commitment out there in the community to find ways around any step we take. But this is more than a high finance or sound legal game of whack-a-mole. To the people faced with no prospect of qualifying for a mortgage, much less actually owning a home, this isn't a game. And it's in their interest that we get to the heart of a question our citizens ask at every election. What should a government's role be when things are tilted against people? Well, just over a year ago, former Bank of Canada and Bank of England Governor Mark Carney spoke about what the role of government should be if Canadians believe in free enterprise, but with a social conscience. Mr. Carney called out our free markets, and I quote, "The most powerful instrument we've ever created. Their energy and dynamism can be directed to serve great purposes. But the market is also indifferent to human suffering, and it can be blind to our greatest needs. That's why politicians who worship the market tend to deliver policies that hurt people. And those who default to laissez-faire, leave the free market to its own devices, leave us unprepared for the future. Put simply, markets don't have values, people do. And it's our responsibility to close the gap between what we value and the market and what the market prices. And that is the worth of politics. Or, in a view well represented in Budget 2022, it should be, and it will be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague. I enjoy sitting with him on the Fisheries Committee. So I have a fisheries-related question for my honourable colleague. And I'm looking at the Minister's mandate letter right here, and it says, and I quote, "and develop a conservation strategy to restore and rebuild wild Atlantic salmon populations and their habitats." But I studied the budget and I didn't see any reference to Atlantic salmon whatsoever. And having come back from my 2 weeks in my riding, I had quite a few questions asked to me. And people are wondering why Atlantic salmon were left out of the budget. We want more conservation, and we want salmon enhancement.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's no small question, because indeed it is an important one. We can't forget that the budget is a snapshot in time. It's like a movie going by at 64 frames a second. But there are things that have been put in place beforehand, and things that will follow as the dollars that are stacked up in any given ministry are allocated according to the needs. And as we know, those needs will shift and change. Now, the member, and I saw one other over here from Fisheries Committee, we're all going to get together and talk about the science, because, I think that we share the view that the science either isn't what we need or it isn't being used the right way. One way or another, we're going to get to the bottom of this and cast a way forward that will make that difference that you're looking for.
He's looking for. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech, and there was something that was not mentioned, and it is something that the Bloc is very disappointed with, and it's about the agri-green program. In my riding of Laurentides de la Belle, farming is a very important sector, and we saw during the pandemic how important our farmers are to our food security. So people on the ground were looking for a better agri-green program, but the budget did not live up to their demands. Why is that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The budget can be faulted for not including a lot of different things. There's only so many lines, there's only so much room. It doesn't mean to say that things aren't going to happen. Our government has, I think, laid the foundation for a very strong agriculture sector with the assistance that it's needed in various areas, including the whole business of sustainability and the environment. We are committed, by the way, to supply management, which I know is a huge force, not just in the economics of farming, but also in the strength of communities where those farmers live. So while I can't speak directly to the point that our honourable colleague raises, I would say that it's worth a look, it's worth following, and where we can make improvements on what is planned, we'll do that.
For a brief question, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned that things are tilted against the people. And one big thing that's tilted against the people is the distribution of wealth in Canada. 1% of our population controls 25% of the wealth in this country. Past tax measures, both Liberal and Conservative, have failed to do anything to this total inequity. And I'm wondering why the Liberal government refuses to bring in a wealth tax in this country to really turn this ship around and get the whole wealth of Canada properly distributed so that everybody can share in this economy and its wealth.
A brief answer from the member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Madam Speaker, therein lies, I think, one of the key shortcomings of the NDP's approach to things. There's no simple solution here. If we bring in a wealth tax, the next sound you hear will be the sound of wealth fleeing Canada to friendlier places. So whatever has to happen, maybe along the lines of the French economist Thomas Piketty and some of the things that he's been reporting on, and there are others. There's a lot of thought going into this, and our work, for instance, to create an international base tax rate of 15% is a start. Not the complete story, but a good start.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Liselec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Rivière-du-Loup, oui.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Écoutez,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
la grande déception.
I rise today to express the great disappointment that the Conservatives felt in the face of the budget. We would describe it as a very bad budget, tabled Thursday right before the Easter break. At the time, I remember we were being told that the Conservatives were acting in bad faith for tabling bills or budgets right before long holidays. And it just goes to show that the transparency of this Liberal government is has not really been updated. We see the rose-tinted glasses that the Liberals are using to look at our budgetary situation. We have a whole host of additional expenditures that are not one-time, but are recurring to fund new programs to buy the NDP's support. During the pandemic, we observed that the budget cannot balance itself. The Liberals had to run deficits during the pandemic, and we agree that it was necessary at the time to do so. However, the economy is recovering, and yet state expenditures have increased significantly due to inflation and costs of energy, including oil and gas. The Liberals are still running a deficit, and it's likely that they will be doing so for the next 5 years, which is absurd. Additional revenues generated by inflation will, according to the Liberals, balance out the inflation and maintain their debt to GDP ratio, which they love to repeat every chance they get. And yet, there are significant differences between deficits that were run in the past during crises. For example, the Second World War, the Great Depression, or the 2008-2009 financial crisis, which was comparable to the Great Depression. During war and post-war, a great deal of money was destined for building sustainable infrastructure so that the public could continue to use it. Even today, we have that infrastructure. The government at the time spent when unemployment was high and costs of construction were low. And those expenditures were essentially paid back. Just think of bridges and other infrastructures. We've done similar things. The former Conservative government focused on community infrastructure, which became essential in rural regions. People today and tomorrow benefit from investments. Investing in our local infrastructure is significant. But now we have new government programs required by the NDP. As though the Liberals didn't have enough to do, they're now getting involved in other jurisdictions. Daycare, dental care, and so on. Those are under provincial jurisdiction, and they're going to invest in them and impose conditions. I wouldn't say that it's illegitimate, but it's not welcome by Canadian provinces. Infrastructure is invested in occasionally, and there's a new program that requires more investments. Costs are only going to rise. Do you honestly believe that daycare workers and dentists aren't going to ask for increased wages when inflation hits 6.7%? The writing's on the wall. The budget hasn't been voted on, and the calculations are already outdated. The Bank of Canada rate has increased to fight inflation. We were asking for that over a year ago to make sure that interest rates would be adequate. And in just a few months, they've gone up by a point, and it could increase up to 2% in just a few months. New programs are not being funded by current taxes, but by deficits. It's with borrowed money that we're doing this, which is going to have to be paid back later. There's costs associated. Interest costs are unbelievable, and they will continue to be so. Interest costs are going to represent the amount that Canadian provinces are asking for in terms of increased health transfers. In a survey, the media conducts them, the government conducts them, political parties conduct them. And what comes up the most often in those surveys? Cost of living, and cost of living. Because that's what we're going through now. Visiting the dentist can cost a few $100s. It's expensive. And those who are struggling to find a place to live are in an even more difficult situation. In the last few years, increased cost of housing has been observed. The Minister of Finance's presentation of the budget in this House on Thursday before Easter, and in media interviews in the following hours, just emphasized the financial mismanagement of the Liberal government over the last several years. 20 to 40% of houses in Canada are not owned by families to live there. They are investment vehicles for people who already have another house in their name. I just traveled to Western Canada, to Jasper and to Banff. There are construction workers who live in those areas who are working on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and they get a certain amount of money for housing. Just to rent a room in a basement, it costs $3,500. It's absolutely insane. And what's in the budget doesn't recognize in this reality. The average cost of a house in Canada is $850,000. We're talking about the average price, and yet there are modest homes in some locations selling for $1.5 and $2 million. We're not talking about London or New York or Singapore. We're talking about Toronto and some of its suburbs. Gen X and Gen Y have no hope of accessing property. And being able to even access a house and save for retirement is just a dream. A house, unfortunately, is not a retirement plan. You can't eat the walls. There's no way to live cheaply. There does not seem to be any sense of urgency from the Liberals or the NDP to tackle the problem. It's even normalizing this situation. And now they've increased the cap on TFSAs to encourage people to save. But $40,000 saving account for young people earning $50,000, it's very difficult to save. That $40,000 represents a down payment for an $800,000 property. But is it okay for people to start their lives with a $760,000 debt? If it takes 5 years to save for a 5% down payment, how are they supposed to pay off the remaining 95% over the next several years? A house should only be about 3 times the salary of those that want to purchase one. The average salary is $51,000. If we multiply that by 3, that's about $155,000. Try to find a house for that price. I'll tell you, there's not a lot available, and they're not very big. All that to say that I hope I'm able to take some questions. People don't want to mortgage their futures. And all the deficits that the government has added for the last 7 years are simply going to make it difficult for young people and their future.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, when the member makes reference to the issue of deficits, one of the things that has to be factored in is the fact that over the last number of years, yes, the government has spent a great deal of money. We spent a great deal of money to support Canadians and small businesses, whether it's millions of people that found themselves without a paycheck, or literally hundreds of thousands of businesses and others that needed support, such as wage subsidies and rent subsidies. By doing that, Canada was in a much better position to be able to recover from the pandemic. And we're seeing that in terms of the job growth, Madam Speaker, as our economy continues to do better than any of the other G7s when it comes to job recoveries. And I'm wondering if the member opposite has any remorse or regret, given that many of the expenditures that we spent, the Conservative Party actually supported the billions and billions of dollars.
He's going to tell us he does.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Liselet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai dit dans mon texte.
As I said during my speech, we were constrained, just as the government was, to approve expenditures during the pandemic. Obviously, we think that the government did too much, but that's another issue. But the issue of youth. I have young employees who aren't earning $200,000 a year. These are young people who are just trying to earn a living and buy a home. The problem with deficits, if I, as a business owner, you could say that a government is not a business, but if I used the same logic that the current government does for my business, it would make no sense at all. I'd be going straight to bankruptcy. This government had started with no deficit in 2015. The books were balanced. We would have believed that things were going to remain steady. At the time, they promised tiny deficits, and now they're extraordinary. The honourable member knows that he should not use the name of the Prime Minister or other names in the House. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that the government had mentioned that it was not the time to talk about health transfers, when we look at the budget, that seems to be a post-pandemic budget. I'd like to know, considering that we're looking for unconditional transfers, and this is a request from Quebec and the provinces, and my colleague knows full well what's going on in Quebec, I would ask him what he thinks of the proposal that was made to hold a health summit, because clearly we're in a post-pandemic era. The honourable member from Montmagny-Liselet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you to my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle for the question. She's right to say that provincial governments asked through the Council of the Federation to increase health transfers. During the last election, the Conservative Party promised to increase health transfers unconditionally. What we see in this budget and what we've seen in the attitude of this government towards the provinces, especially in the field of health, is they want to increase services to gain the NDP's support, but also they want to tell provinces how to spend that money. But that's not how you manage to work with the provinces with the concept of open federalism. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, a brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One of the most popular proposals the NDP had during the last election was to have accessible dental care for the government to cover those costs. What does he say to those in his riding who are too poor to afford dentistry? And what about those of the middle class who don't have access to dental care among the middle class? Don't tell me the government doesn't have enough money to do it. The honourable member for Marie-Lise, a brief answer. In my writing, I would say that the response was it was not a very good idea.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm really pleased to get up this afternoon on the first day back after a couple weeks back in our riding to speak about the budget. And Madam Speaker, reminds me of that old adage that people of integrity expect to be believed, and when they're not, time will prove them right. Well, time is certainly proving us right, Madam Speaker, on predictions that were made a year and a half, 2 years ago, when the money printing machines were going at full force to provide the types of supports that were needed for COVID. There was predictions at that time on this side and right across the spectrum. Economists were predicting that inflationary pressures would actually begin to increase, and we're now seeing those inflationary pressures affecting Canadian families in a way that they have not for a generation, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've been in the riding for the last couple of weeks, as all members have, and emails, phone calls, text messages from the people of Barrie-Innisfil who are quite concerned about the inflationary pressures that are happening within my community, and I know across communities, in communities across Canada. This morning I happened to be watching the Finance Committee, Madam Speaker, and the chairman of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin, was on there, and he was asked a point-blank question from our Shadow Minister of Finance. Can we still consider inflation as transitory? And his answer was no. So we are entering into a period, Madam Speaker, of permanent inflation, it seems. And we know, based on Statistics Canada last month, it was at 6.7%. Think of the impact that that has on Canadian families, families that I represent in Barrie-Innisfil. The price of everything is skyrocketing: gas, home heating, consumables, groceries, commodities. The necessities of life are increasing dramatically right across this country. And the expectation is, according to the chairman of the Bank of Canada, that this inflationary period that we're in is going to be lasting for a long time, which is going to further impact families' affordability, further erode their retirement savings, and really dramatically impact their ability to pay for things, especially at a time when they can least afford it. We heard, even in the last couple of weeks, Madam Speaker, some of the surveys that came out and how Canadians are desperately clinging to affordability, not being able, in many circumstances, over half of Canadians not having enough money at the end of the month to pay for the things that they need, the necessities of life. And what this budget does, Madam Speaker, is actually increases government spending. And there are certain things that are sure in life, and the one thing that we can count on is that this budget is going to pass. Because of the coalition between the NDP and the Liberals, they've signaled that they're not only going to support the NDP, that is, this budget, but they're also going to support subsequent budgets. And, you know, we can sit here and we can criticize, and I do have some things, Madam Speaker, that I want to bring up specifically related to the budget as it relates to local issues in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil. But when you want to get an assessment of what people think about this budget, you certainly can go to the experts, and you don't have to listen to us. You don't have to listen to the government. You don't have to listen to other opposition parties. listen to what those economists, respected economists, are saying about this budget and the impact that it's going to have on Canadians. Don Drummond, who's a former senior Department of Finance official, former TD Bank chief economist, and current Queen's professor, said if I were a business in the business world, I'd be extremely depressed because we are at some point going to have to turn to how we fund all this spending. And it would seem that go-to funding source is corporate income tax. It's the first 7 words that caught his eye. And if I were in the business world, the problem is we're all in the business world, whether we like it or not, as workers, consumers, or taxpayers. Tax business, and you tax on almost everything we consume, and the most services that we depend on will be hardest hit as a result of this. Now, we've spoken about this many times, Madam Speaker, the impact of this type of spending, this continued spending, is this. Taxes go up, services get cut. It's that simple. You know, especially in a period now where we're entering into higher interest rates, even
a little bit of order in the House. I would ask members who are having conversations other than listening to the member should actually take their conversations outside to allow the respect of the member to have the floor without being disturbed. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleagues' passionate discourse on this and the fact that they were more or less agreeing with what I was saying, actually, Madam Speaker. But the Parliamentary Budget Officer last Friday, and while the government was out selling the budget and traveling around Canada contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, the Parliamentary Budget Officer issued a report on Friday, Madam Speaker, that was quite troubling with respect to this budget. He flagged several down risks for the recent federal budget, the biggest being big-ticket campaign promises that have yet to make an appearance in the government's fiscal forecast. So what they've forecasted is in the budget, but there are things that are not forecasted that are going to cause some significant costs later on, Madam Speaker. The PBO's largest concern is expenditures looming outside of the budget, including some of the Liberal campaign pledges and lobbying by provinces for big increases to healthcare transfers. On the spending side, he said there could be a significant delta. This is the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Yves Giroux. Some of those election promises, he went on to say, were slated to start up in the current fiscal year, most notably a commitment to increase annual payments to seniors receiving the guaranteed income supplement. And he says that these costs, many of these costs, including a promised increase to Canadian mental health transfers, don't appear in this budget. And universal pharmacare, which of course is a large part of the NDP Liberal alliance, could cost billions of dollars a year. The Liberals pulled up short in this commitment to a full-blown program during the campaign, but the agreement struck with the NDP last month says the government will make continuing progress towards such a program, yet there is no forecasted cost to that. So those costs will come up later on. When the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Madam Speaker, is warning about this particular budget, then I think all Canadians should heed those warnings, Madam Speaker. Now, as I said earlier, I spent the last couple of weeks in the riding, and I heard from a lot of people, and I know that the government argument, because I've heard it a couple of times this morning, has to do with some of the geopolitical problems that are happening around the world as a cause of current inflation, whether it's supply chain issues. But as I said at the onset, Madam Speaker, this was predicted to happen when the money printing presses were going at full steam a year and a half ago and 2 years ago. And even then, Madam Speaker, people were concerned about the cost of living. And some of the emails that I was receiving August 5th, 2021, almost eight months ago, you know, I'm begging you to do something about this, if not for me, for my future children. They need to fix this broken situation as it relates to housing, Madam Speaker. Another one from August 25th. I'm not sure who I would send this letter to, but I wish to express my concern with current rental and housing shortages in Barrie and surrounding areas. This is a serious issue, and many people are struggling as a result, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure, and I know that you know, there's billions allocated towards housing, but there's been billions allocated in the past. and we haven't seen any measurable increases. There are affordability projects right now that are waiting for approval from the government. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Housing just a couple of months ago, 3-4 months ago, Madam Speaker, and still no decision has been made on an already existing project that is waiting to go through the Rapid Housing Initiative and a joint partnership between Simcoe County and what we would hope would be the province and the federal government, but yet we haven't heard anything to this point. So there's a lot of announcements, Madam Speaker, but the list is long. The emails are long and the texts are long about the anxiety and the affordability crisis that people are facing right now, and adding on billions and billions and billions of dollars of more programs, long-term, unsustainable programs, Madam Speaker, from a cost affordability standpoint to Canadians is awfully difficult. And the last thing I'll say, Madam Speaker, is my profound disappointment about Lake Simcoe. In 2019, Conservatives had promised $30 million for the reestablishment of the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. And just 3 days before the election, the advance polls, the then Deputy Premier, now Finance Minister, came to the shores of Lake Simcoe promising $40 million for the reinstatement of the Lake Simcoe Fund. Just a couple of days after the election, my colleagues and I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, and in this particular budget, only $19.7 million was allocated, not direct funding for Lake Simcoe, but to be spread across the country. Madam Speaker, $60 million was spent to clean up Lake Simcoe. We saw measurable improvements. I am extremely disappointed that that commitment that was made in 2019 was not lived up to in this budget. And Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to fight for Lake Simcoe. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite made reference in terms of the issue of taxation. And the question I would have for him is that within the budget, it's being proposed that there would be a tax, for example, our banks, where there was an expectation of over $1 billion, I believe, in 2021. And I believe it's somewhere around 15%. If he could provide his thoughts in regards to that. Does he believe that there are exceptions where government should be applying some sort of a tax increase?
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an absolutely absurd assertion, and I don't disagree. Listen, banks pay their fair share, businesses pay their fair share, individuals pay their fair share. I just did my taxes. Believe me, I'm paying my fair share. The problem is the banks are just simply going to pass that on to the consumers. Let's be realistic about this, Madam Speaker. If the honourable member actually thinks that the banks are going to pay any additional taxes that they're charged by the government and not pass this on to consumers, adding to an already existing burden that consumers, taxpayers, people of my riding are already facing, he's sadly naive and sadly mistaken if he doesn't think that that's going to happen, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to get his opinion about the agricultural aspects of this budget. In his speech, he says that people need to know where they're heading and to have something that's foreseeable. And it's the same thing for farmers. Unfortunately, has let NAFTA compensation fall by the wayside for farmers. They keep on saying they're going to compensate them, and they haven't solved it for quite some time. And they've also announced that they're creating unjustifiable insecurity in terms of the future generation of farmers. They adopted legislation in this House democratically, but it is creating insecurity on the ground because tax lawyers are recommending that farmers do not pass on their farms right away because it creates inequity.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a problem, the passing on of the farms and legislation that started years ago under this Liberal government. There are many challenges within the agriculture sector that farmers are facing, and I happen to come from a large agricultural area. The carbon tax is causing problems, especially for grain heaters, but fertilizer costs, Madam Speaker. I just spoke with one of our local farmers, Larry Kell, last week. The increase in fertilizer costs, the 35% surcharge, they've already prepaid for a lot of this fertilizer, and there's a shortage of fertilizer right now, it's going to cause a major problem for the agricultural sector. So there's a lot to be concerned about. There's three things that we need in this country: energy security, food security, and biopharma security. Those are the things that we need to focus on, especially at a time given the geopolitical crises that are happening around the world. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his speech. I enjoy working with him, and particularly agreed with his comments around Lake Simcoe. He cited the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, and the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer's most important report over the last few years cited the $25 billion that go to overseas tax havens each year. Madam Speaker, that means over the course of the dismal decade of the Harper government, we lost $250 billion, $250 billion. It could have been applied to support people, seniors, families, students, and a whole range of Canadians. So my question to the member is, why were the Conservatives so dismal in their treatment of the public finances that they would let $250 billion go to overseas tax havens?
Brief answer from the member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the latest Parliamentary Budget Officer report, which I know that my colleague would have read, he calls into question the ability, and it's a fair question, and I say this respectfully, of the CRA to actually go after these tax dodgers, as the NDP calls them. So there's still a problem that exists there that needs to be addressed, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak on yet another budget from this administration since 2015. I think that we have seen budgets and legislation that has been there in many ways in order to be able to invest in real people, to invest in economic growth, and when you think of a clean future, Madam Speaker. You know, from day one, the government, this government has ultimately been there to support Canada's middle class, and then going from the pandemic, or from the first few budgets, going into budgets that had to be there to support Canadians through a very difficult time, and then ultimately now. And before I go any further, I recognize, Madam Speaker, that I should be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I wanted to pick up on a few points that were raised already today in the debate. I am very much sensitive to the issue of the cost of housing. The cost of housing is of great concern for me. I believe it is for all members of this House. As we serve our constituents, we want to provide them assurances that the politicians at all the different levels are in fact listening, Madam Speaker. And I put it in the form of a question earlier today to a member from the Conservative Party. When we talk about the issue of housing, I believe that the national government has been playing a very strong national leadership. Never before have we seen a national government invest as much as this government has in terms of housing. And it's a number of programs that are there, Madam Speaker. I often see the Minister of Housing in the province of Manitoba announcing yet another program. Whether it's specific programs where it's a project that's been announced, or it's the more general announcement in which everyone would be able to take some benefit in, Madam Speaker. People like first-time home buyers, where there was the doubling of the tax credit. You know, the multi-generational, and this is one that I really would encourage people to get a better understanding of, the multi-generational home renovation tax. You know, somewhere in, I believe it's around $7,500, Madam Speaker. That particular program is there to encourage people to construct live-in suites for family members. And I see that in many ways, and how it could really be of great value and benefit for many of the residents of Winnipeg North. We've seen legislation and budgetary action to deal with issues such as people from abroad that are purchasing homes not to live in those homes, where it's going to be a special tax in one situation, and in another situation, it's an outright ban, Mr. Speaker. The point is, as we have made these investments, we've also worked with municipalities and provinces to encourage that we need to take a holistic approach in dealing with the issue of housing. Because it's as much as the national government can provide that strong federal leadership, we need to recognize that the way in which we're going to be able to overcome these types of prices is going to be the different levels of government working together. All of us have a role to play, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. You know, a local city or a municipality, for example, can actually zone properties. If they wanted to, they could make more available individuals to acquire and purchase lots. Today in the city of Winnipeg, try to purchase a lot. It's virtually impossible because it's through developers, Mr. Speaker. You know, allocating 150, 300, or 400 acres in a municipality like Winnipeg would go a long way, where lots were actually made available. For us not to recognize, in order to keep the supply or to increase the supply of housing, we need to realize that it's not just Ottawa that has to play the role. And that's a good example. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that what we have seen over the years is a national government that has recognized the importance of working with other jurisdictions. And we've seen excellent examples of that, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the CPP that comes to mind, and the increase, first time in many, many years, one of the first actions we had taken a number of years ago. Whether it's the healthcare accords, that today we have record amounts of transfers going over to provinces. Provinces are always going to want more money, Mr. Speaker. Always, when it comes to healthcare. But let's recognize that no government in the history of Canada has given as much money to our provinces and territories towards healthcare. And we did get healthcare accords with the individual provinces, Mr. Speaker. Take a look in terms of the most recent huge development and financial commitment in terms of a national child care program. There is even, from what I understand, some Conservative leadership candidates that actually support this initiative. Not all of them, so we don't know where the Conservative Party will actually land on this issue yet. But the bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, is it took the different levels of government to work with Ottawa in order to make it happen. And the minister responsible did a fantastic job in terms of pulling it together, Mr. Speaker, and making it happen. I say that because at the end of the day, when we go into the pandemic, we saw provinces, municipalities, actually Canadians as a whole, take a Team Canada approach at taking on the coronavirus. And we worked together. And as a result of working together, what we saw was that Canada is probably, I would ultimately argue, one of the best countries getting out of the pandemic. One just needs to take a look at their job numbers. Job creation, economic growth is important. And when you take a look at how Canada is faring, I think our employment rate's around 5.5, in and around that rate, Mr. Speaker. You'd have to go back generations to get that kind of unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, as to where we are today. We were able to do that because there was a high sense of cooperation that was taking place. As a government, in particular the Prime Minister, has been very much focused on Canada and how it is that we can make our country a better place for all. We have seen much attention given to the issue of inequities in taxation policies. We have seen a shortage of social programming, or a deficit of social programming, and we are now have a Prime Minister that is committed to address some of that. We have seen expenditures in things such as infrastructure. We have seen areas of our society, such as seniors, where there have been historical amounts of investments to ensure, for example, that our seniors have a better standard of living, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of programs that have actually made a difference in a very real and tangible way. It is about investing in people, in economic growth, and clean future. When I think of our environment, I think of recent announcements by the government in cooperation with the private sector and other levels of government in regards to zero-emission vehicles being manufactured here in Canada. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars combined between different levels of government and the private sector in order to ensure that we are on the right road in terms of investing in zero-emission vehicles. We see that in terms of public policy from whether it's the Minister of our Environment or our Minister of Natural Resources, which are saying the same thing in all the different regions of our country, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that recognizes the true value of having a budget that provides hope, and 2022 budget does just that, Mr. Speaker. It's a budget in which we can all be proud of. It deals with all the different sectors, whether it's business or individuals, to ensure that we will be able to continue to grow our economy, continue to be able to support the many different social programs that are there that Canadians value. And I see my time's expired, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for, I'll get this the right side up and I will be all set. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I guess where I'm coming from is to acknowledge that everybody is happy with this budget, that it is a great budget and things are doing great, is pretty insulting to the thousands of emails that I have from constituents. Thousands. And I'm curious to know, with housing, if you think your housing program is so great, if the member opposite thinks the housing program is so great, why has their Prime Minister acknowledged that young homebuyers should just give up on home ownership?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the member gets off saying that, because that's just not true. In fact, if you were to compare Stephen Harper's approach to housing and national housing, you will find that it is lacking. Compare what it is that we have done in regards to housing over the last 7 years to what Stephen Harper had done. And that might open the members' eyes to the reality that we finally have strong national leadership and a government that's prepared to do whatever it can to support Canadians' desire to become homeowners and to demonstrate leadership. And we have done that, Mr. Speaker, and we need now to see more of the provincial governments, municipal governments coming to the table to come up with ways in which we can expand the housing supply, Mr. Speaker. I think that is one of the challenges that we're going to have to come to deal with. It means governments of different political stripes, different levels of government, coming together and seeing how it is that we can even make it more affordable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague across the way, but we also have to be very direct. In his speech, he had the gall to say that they invested historically in seniors. Did I understand correctly because they refuse to hike pensions as of OAS as of age 65. So we want the government to really help seniors.
Parlementaire. Well, Mr. Speaker, whether it's lowering the age for OAS from 67 to 65, whether it's the dramatic increases that we saw for people collecting GIS in the first couple of years to the last couple of years where we've seen a 10% increase to OAS, not to mention the one-time payments that were provided during the pandemic, and not to mention, additionally, the many hundreds of millions of dollars that were given to nonprofit organizations in order to support senior activities, programs such as New Horizons. I would challenge the member opposite to tell me any government that has done more in recent generations to be able to support our seniors in Canada, because we have a caucus that is committed to being there, listening to seniors, and being there in a very tangible way, and I look forward to continue to be very progressive on the needs of our seniors going forward, including long-term care, standardization, what we can do on there, issues of mental health, and so much more.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for, I know I should always have this one ready because it's Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government is increasing reliance on temporary foreign workers without any of the protections that come along with that, including those that are currently protecting permanent resident status workers. This makes them extremely vulnerable, and exploitation is critically high. The Auditor General recently found that federal inspections for the health and safety of temporary foreign workers have actually gotten worse, especially since the Auditor General had asked the department to do better since 2020. Will the government replace its over-reliance on temporary foreign workers with permanency residency programs so that migrant workers, temporary residents, permanent residents, and Canadians alike can negotiate better wages and working conditions to ensure that they actually get to the place they need to be to have prosperity in this country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in under a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to take a look at the 10 years in which Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and the number of temporary workers that were converted into permanent residents, you will find that in the last few years we have more than exceeded what he did in 10 years. I think that more and more we're looking at ways in which temporary foreign workers can ultimately land. The idea of being able to study in Canada, if you're good enough to study in Canada, if you're good enough to work in Canada, you should be able to land in Canada, and I think that's an approach that many of my caucus colleagues believe, Mr. Speaker, and we're working towards that in a very diligent way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président. Good afternoon to all my honourable colleagues as we return from our two-week constituency period. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise in the House to speak on the issues that are important to the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and all Canadians, and the budget or our government's fiscal plan being, if not, the most important. Mr. Speaker, as an MP that represents one of the most economically dynamic areas in the country, the City of Vaughan is home to over 13,000 businesses. As someone who worked in the global financial markets in New York City, Toronto, and time spent in Europe overseas for over 20 years before entering public service, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as an individual who has ingrained in him the values of hard work, sacrifice, and planning prudently for the future, there's nothing more important or even indicative for me on how we lay out a plan to grow our economy, create jobs, and ensure a brighter future for the benefit of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, several weeks prior to Budget 2022 being presented and prior to the invasion of Ukraine occurring, I authored an article, an editorial entitled "The Path Forward for the Canadian Economy." In that piece and in the introduction, I wrote the following: Canadian policymakers have a once-in-a-generational opportunity to move forward with policies that have a clear goal: to raise the standard of living of all Canadians through robust and sustained economic growth, our singular focus being and should be on long-term investments that increase the productive capacity of our economy by providing the tools that Canadian workers and businesses require in a post-pandemic world. In my view, a post-pandemic world will be characterized by a rise in economic nationalism, increased global competition, an acceleration of the adoption of digital technologies underlying the importance of connectivity, a sustained withdrawal of global fiscal and monetary stimulus, and a renewed focus on energy security. Yes, Mr. Speaker, a renewed focus on global energy security. Policymakers must also consider a reshaped geopolitical world, including the United States responding to the competitive challenges of China, a renewed and interwoven EU, and a post-Brexit UK. Mr. Speaker, as a longtime student of economics, economic history, and the global financial markets, this economist was again proven correct in his views. On energy security, my comments on a renewed focus on global energy security, frankly, Mr. Speaker, the world needs more of Canada's energy resources, both renewable and non-renewable, and Canada's know-how or innovation. We are blessed as a country with both the natural resources and the innovative know-how to play a critical role in the global energy industry. Frankly, again, the world will need both of renewable and non-renewable energy for years to come. Mr. Speaker, after a thorough examination of Budget 2022, I characterize it as, first, fiscally responsible or grounded, measured, and a demonstration of what I've coined as a state-to-state, as reasonable leadership for the uncertain times we are dealing with, but addressing the challenges and opportunities that we are facing as a country. Budget 2022 continues to address major issues around affordability, which we know to date have been driven by COVID and the impact from the war in Ukraine, which affordability is a paramount concern for Canadians. We should all applaud the signed and delivered National Daycare and Early Learning Accords that the Deputy Prime Minister reached with all provinces and territories. We know this agreement in less than a year will save my family and tens of thousands of families across Ontario and hundreds of thousands of families across the country, literally thousands of dollars, and longer term be a positive for our economic growth by increasing participation rates for women in the labour force. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Liberal Housing Affordability Caucus in my first term of MP, it is great to see this budget introduce a three-pillar approach to tackle housing affordability. Firstly, increasing the supply of housing, namely through the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, providing for an opportunity for first-time home buyers to accumulate savings to purchase a home through the tax-free new home savings account, and to stem speculation in the housing market, introducing a number of measures, including a home buyer's bill of rights, a ban on foreign investment in housing activity, an anti-flipping tax, and taxing assignment sales. Mr. Speaker, my riding in the City of Vaughan is home to Canada's largest housing builders in this country, the ones that employ tens of thousands directly and indirectly support hundreds of thousands of jobs from it. I speak with them often, I visit them often, and they are ready to do their part to accelerate home construction, new home construction across the country, and build the homes that Canadians raise their families in. We as a government will work with all pertinent levels of government, the private sector, to ensure that happens in the years to come. Budget 2022, under the guise of reasonable leadership, also continues to take large steps forward to embrace the opportunity of the largest economic transformation the world will go through since the Industrial Revolution, that is going green or moving to a low-carbon economy. We must remain laser-focused on this transformation, which will be led by innovation and driven by private capital. It will not only be an industrial transformation, but I would argue combined with the digital transformation that is also occurring. As chair of the Liberal Auto Caucus, there is over $515 billion of private capital that is currently being put to use in this electric vehicle transformation. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity is there, and we will work with industry, and we are, and there's a number of great announcements that have been made to ensure these jobs are created right here in Canada. Budget 2022 also deals with, frankly, Canada's productivity issue, and it is only through raising our country's productivity levels that we will increase each individual Canadian's well-being or standard of living. On this front, the budget puts forth three pillars, which together I believe will drive a stronger economic future for Canadians. They include investing in people, investing in the green transition, and investing in innovation and productivity. With that, the government's announcement to launch a world-leading Canada Growth Fund with initial capitalization of $15 billion, and creation of Canada's Innovation and Investment Agency to strengthen Canada's R&D story, which continues to lag as G7 partners. In addition, the announced review of the SHRED program is something that I have thought about and called for a long time. It is long overdue, and it needs to go an extensive cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Speaker, in my editorial, I put forward 4 themes for policymakers to ensure that we raise the standard of living for all Canadians, or more simple, that we continue to strengthen the middle class and help those wanting to join the middle class. Firstly, that we must strengthen our framework to incentivize Canadian business investment and innovation to raise productivity levels that continue to lag our principal trading partner, the United States. Second, that we provide Canadians with the ongoing opportunity to upgrade their skills, particularly in a highly challenging technological world. In Budget 2022, Mr. Speaker, as I advocated for and many others on our side of the aisle, the labor mobility tax deduction of $4,000 for tradespeople will be implemented, and the doubling of the Union Training and Innovation Program to $84.2 million over 4 years, which will help create over 3,500 apprenticeship spots in the skilled trades will happen. Mr. Speaker, my riding is home to the training centres of LiUNA 183 and the Carpenters Union. They train the next generation of tradespeople to build our communities and critical infrastructure. And we as a government have and will be with them every step of the way. I look forward to addressing the CBTU this evening as they open their conference here in Ottawa and meeting with many of their members as I do so frequently. Thirdly, that digitization of government service must be the focus of all levels of government. The pandemic accelerated many trends in the digitization space. And fourthly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a government to be a solid financial manager or fiscal manager. And with that, I ask the government to undertake a full program expenditure review in my editorial and redirect savings to higher impact programs. It is positive to see that the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, introduce a fiscal framework where we continue to see a debt to GDP ratio declining, and that the government will begin a program expenditure review, or as noted, a strategic policy review, which is very prudent and I argue are absolutely necessary. The strategic policy review will target $6 billion of savings over 5 years and $3 billion annually by 26-27. Mr. Speaker, I finish my editorial with this following statement. Canada's economic future is bright. However, we cannot take it for granted. Our competitors are not standing still, but we know with the right set of policies, Canadian businesses and workers will win. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is frankly a budget that I am very, very proud of and very happy to support. It has a number of measures which will move our economy forward, not only for today, but longer term. And as much as we plan at home for our own financial well-being, this government is putting the interests of Canadians first, and will be happy to take questions and comments from my honourable colleagues now. Thank you, sir.
So, questions and comments, question et commentaire, and we have about 3 minutes, and I just want to make sure some people get the opportunity to ask some questions before we go into statements by members. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague. I was fascinated when he talked about the Liberals' economic vision, and one of it was exporting the fossil fuels internationally, which is very much in line with the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers to vastly expand exports. My concern is, I don't know if my honourable colleagues actually read the IPCC report that says we have less than 5 years before we face catastrophe. And the fact that this government is basing increased oil exports is very concerning, and I'm asking my honourable colleague also if he's looked at the Canadian Energy Regulator that's looked at the Liberal plan and says that in 2050, the amount of oil being produced, according to these plans from the Liberals, is going to be the same as it is in 2019. They are burning the future of the planet, so he can talk about economic development all he wants. But until he gets serious about serious reductions, we are selling out the future of our children.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For you to the member, Timmins James Bay, I will say this: our emissions reductions plan, our budget 2022, Bill C-12, the net zero bill, we put forth a number of measures that will continue to reduce our greenhouse gas footprint across this country. We'll continue to do the hard work that Canadians expect for a healthy environment and a strong economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I know the member for Kitchener Centre has been trying to get up a few times, so the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I would agree with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge with respect to there are some wise investments in this budget for EV charging infrastructure, for example, I want to point out what the question just asked. The question was referring to export emissions, which he didn't mention. I want to ask about, in the ERP, the largest investment was actually in billions, $7.1 billion in carbon capture and storage, a new subsidy to the fossil fuel sector at a time when the IPCC and others say we need to be doing the exact opposite. Curious his thoughts on this.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Approximately 800,000 Canadians on a daily basis earn their living from the energy sector across Canada, and I will continue to support them and always support them. Mr. Speaker. We will have a transition, an energy transition here in Canada, which reduces our greenhouse gas footprint. Over the coming years, we've put in place a number of measures. I know $1.7 billion for electric vehicles over the coming years, charging infrastructure. Those are tangible measures that I am proud of to support in this budget. But at the same time, we know this transition to renewable energy will take time. It's happening, and we'll be there. We'll make sure those jobs that are created in the green transition are captured by Canadian workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
And that's good for this round. We're going to go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to commend the resilience of my constituent, Dina Edwards. Dina was diagnosed with a rare form of ovarian cancer just days after her daughter's second birthday in the fall of 2021. This type of cancer is called mucinous ovarian cancer, and it is also known, Mr. Speaker, as the silent killer. While battling the cancer in her own body, Dina picked up the fight for other women. With the goal of raising $5,000 to contribute to a $15,000 annual ovarian cancer research grant, Dina created a Facebook fundraising page and shared her story. This page, Mr. Speaker, raised over $38,000 in just a few weeks. But Dina is not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. Dina is now planning a walk and run this May 8th, which happens to be both Mother's Day and World Ovarian Cancer Day. This will be done to raise funds for ovarian cancer in our local community. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of those in this House, I commend Dina for her strength, her leadership, and her commitment to bettering the lives for women in my community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 11th, the hockey marathon for the kids took place in Chestermere, Alberta, breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest ice hockey game played, reaching 261 hours over 10 and a half days. Each player took 4-hour shifts on the ice, persevering through all the injuries and fatigue, all to support kids fighting cancer. The hockey marathon started back in 2012 when 40 people took to the ice to raise funds for the Alberta Children's Hospital Foundation for Kids Cancer Research, all while breaking the world record by playing for 246 hours. Since 2012, the hockey marathon has raised over $3 million and also includes $1 million that were raised just this year. They continue to raise funds at hockeymarathon.com. Congratulations to all the players and the organizers for breaking yet another world record and for raising funds for this amazing cause. Special thanks to Leslie Plumley and my good friends Alex Halat and Satvir Singh Sahota, son of an amazing community leader that I personally respect, Rishpal Singh Sahota. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, April marks Sikh Heritage Month and Vaisakhi. This month I had the honor of joining Sikhs in my writing to celebrate Vaisakhi. My faith is very important to me, so I feel honored that the Sikh community taught me about their faith and allowed me to take part in their celebration on this important day. I was surrounded by members of our community who were dressed in beautiful attire while we also enjoyed delicious food. Celebrations like these are important for the entire community and country as it allows everyone to learn about different religions and celebrate religious festivities. Sikhs have made a tremendous contribution to Canada in law, healthcare, business, sports, politics, including many MPs here in our House of Commons and many other fields. I want to thank the Meet and Greet Seniors Club Mississauga, the Mississauga Seniors Cultural Association, and Sahara Senior Services for inviting me to be part of the Vaisakhi celebrations. Happy Sikh Heritage Month and Vaisakhi Thi Luk Luk Vadaiya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Monsieur le Président, le hockey est en deux.
Mr. Speaker, hockey is mourning the loss of the two most spectacular players Quebec has ever given it. Mike Bossy left us on April 15th, much too early. Without a doubt, the greatest goal scorer Quebec has ever produced. 5 seasons with over 60 goals, 9 consecutive seasons with over 50, a record that may never be broken. He was an absolutely great player and an absolutely endearing man. He marked the history of the New York Islanders and the entire NHL. Later on, as an analyst for TVA Sports, his comments were always full of humor and finesse, relevant and delicious. Endearing, funny, and on the mark in everything he said, Mike Bossy knew how to make us love his sport. All his opponents feared him, all his fans admired him, all of us loved him. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to his family and friends. Thank you for everything, Mike Bossy.
L'honorable député de Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, le 12 avril.
Mr. Speaker, on April 12th, I was delighted to see the introduction of an important bill in the Nova Scotian Legislative Assembly. The MLA for Clare, Ronnie LeBlanc, introduced an Acadian and Francophone education bill, which would enact a separate and independent Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms Compliant School Act. As a parliamentarian and former Minister of Acadian Affairs and the Francophonie, I proudly support this. It was a privilege for me to contribute to the process that led to this historic moment. Congratulations to the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial and all those who advocated for separate legislation for education in French as a first language. Now is the time to act and protect and promote the French language and to anchor the Acadian and Francophone communities and their history into the fabric of the province. No excuses. Let's get it done.
The honourable member for Mission Mascouig Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on April 7th, our province mourned the loss of a wonderful, community-minded man, Mr. Terry Raymond, a larger-than-life personality. My sincere condolences to his family, friends, and constituents. Terry was Electoral Area A Director, that's Boston Bar, North Bend, Canyon Alpine, of the Fraser Valley Regional District. He was a true champion of rural British Columbia. From the time he was elected in 1996 until his untimely passing, Terry shared his interest and passion of the region's history. For decades, he gave his time contributing to many community organizations like the Yale Historical Society and the New Pathways to Gold Society. Terry had a deep appreciation of First Nations knowledge and was CAO of the Sitka Tradition Society and the Lands and Resource Manager of the Boston Bar First Nation. Last week, I had the pleasure of joining New Pathway to Gold Society directors in honor of Terry, and they shared that wherever he would go, he would share traditional Sitka medicine with him. He will be truly missed in our community. May you rest in peace, Terry.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, this past Friday was Earth Day, and I'm proud to recognize how Guelph residents are stepping up to protect nature and to fight climate change. Organizations like Trees for Guelph, the Guelph Coalition for Active Transportation, the Guelph Hiking Trail Club, the Arboretum, the Rotary Club of Guelph, and Grand River Conservation have all helped to plant trees and, more broadly, to work to ensure that we are better stewards of our land. Speaker, these efforts have created refuges for wildlife, providing learning opportunities for our community's youth, and are contributing to fight against biodiversity losses. This work is critical if we're going to enjoy, future generations are going to enjoy our environment, the environment that Canada is known for around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind members, to keep the noise down a little bit so that the members can get their statements out as easily as possible. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister recently kicked off the post-budget tour in my riding of Hamilton Mountain by addressing an important issue that is top of mind for many of my constituents: the ability to afford a safe place to live. We met with Felicia, Peter, Alla, and Ahmed, and they told the Prime Minister firsthand about the struggles they faced as they've tried to find safe, affordable housing for their families. The Prime Minister even referred to the Hamilton housing market as stunningly out of reach for first-time homebuyers. But in Budget 2022, our government has a solid plan to make it easier for young Canadians to save for their first home, to provide financial support for multi-generational home renovations, and to double housing construction. We are taking significant steps to make life more affordable for people on Hamilton Mountain, like Felicia, Peter, Alla, and Ahmed, and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
What's Tom doing? Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, March 27th, the Blackville Golden Eagles clinched the provincial boys high school title. The boys made the entire community proud in a way that's difficult to even put into words. To the players, coaches, school, parents, volunteers, and fans, congratulations for this standalone, inspiring, and unparalleled achievement in the history of your community and school. The 2022 BHS Golden Eagles are now enshrined in the record books as the only BHS team to ever win gold at provincials. The bond these players will share is forever, and nobody can ever take it from them. I believe Thomas Dunn watched over this team. They are simply the best team in the history of Blackville School. Please join me in congratulating the 2022 Blackville High School Golden Eagles hockey team on their historic accomplishment.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 24th, Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, we joined Armenian communities in Canada and around the world to remember those who were killed and those who suffered immeasurably from the senseless violence during the genocide. We also honor the current generation of Armenians who continue to live with the pain, trauma, and loss from this tragedy, and continue to work tirelessly to bring awareness and seek recognition from all countries. In these uncertain times, Mr. Speaker, we must reaffirm our commitment to protecting the fundamental human rights and dignity of everyone in Canada and around the world. We must stand against hate, violence, and bigotry. We owe this to the victims and survivors of these unconscionable acts. I encourage all members in this House and all Canadians to stand together as we proclaim never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I again want to remind folks that during statements by members, it's respectful to, of course, listen to them and allow these great statements from our members. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my private member's Bill C-240, the Supporting Canadian Charities Act. The pandemic has inflicted tremendous losses on charities and their ability to provide much-needed services to Canadians. The situation is bleak. Canada's 85,000 registered charities have lost billions of dollars during the pandemic at a time when its services are needed more than ever. Charities are now facing demands for their programs and services that currently exceed their capacity to deliver. Bill C-240 can help solve this problem by amending the Income Tax Act to waive the capital gains tax on the proceeds from the arm's length sale of privately owned shares or real estate when those proceeds are donated directly to a charity. This simple change to the Income Tax Act will raise over $1 billion for charities over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, when charities are hurting, people are hurting. Let's do something about it. I ask every member to support this bill. Working together, we can get the charitable sector back on its feet and Canadians back on theirs.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, 500 days ago today, I stood in this House and I asked for the support of all colleagues to bring 988, a simple, easy-to-remember, 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline to Canada. That date was December 11th of 2020. On this day, parliamentarians of all stripes stood together and supported bringing 988 to Canada. Collectively, we gave Canadians struggling with mental health issues hope. 500 days later, Canadians still do not have access to a 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline. Mental health organizations, telecom providers, and over 400 municipalities from across the country support bringing 988 to Canada. They understand the importance of this initiative. They know it will save lives. This government could have and should have acted immediately after this motion passed 500 days ago, yet they failed to do so. Mr. Speaker, hope is not enough. When minutes count, 500 days of delay is totally unacceptable. Let's get this done. Let's bring 988 to Canada once and for all.
Hear, hear. L'honneur de député de Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to a great man who has just left us, Guy Lafleur, from Thurso, my riding of Argenteuil, la Petite Nation. Our national figure, our blonde demon, always ready to get involved in the community. On the ice, he had a unique style. His speed, his skill, his explosiveness, his blazing shots, and his instinct for scoring were incredible. They made me dream throughout my entire youth. What a great memory to come and play hockey at the Thurso Arena where Guy played when he was young. According to one story, as a child, he loved hockey so much that he would sleep with his equipment on so he could get on the ice as soon as he woke up. He would come and practice his favorite sport before anyone else. on behalf of all Canadians, on behalf of all those like me who were influenced in our youth and throughout our lives by their idol, we offer our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and many fans of Guy Lafleur. My thoughts are with all those who mourn this great loss in Quebec, across Canada, and around the world. Guy, our number 10, we will miss you.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to two great Canadians, two great athletes, Mr. Mike Bossy and Guy Lafleur. Every time they hit the ice, it made you feel that you weren't watching a game, that there was something magical, something mystical about hockey. And I remember as kids in the schoolyard, we'd conjure the names of the great ones to try and gather their spirit. We'd shout out their names like Cornwallis, Savard, Keon, Mahovlich, but anyone who got to be Bossy or Lafleur was someone special. In my 20s, I fell in love with the young Edmonton Oilers, and God, I hated the Islanders. They were like this impenetrable wall. I hated them, but Mike Bossy, I couldn't help but admire. And Guy Lafleur, I will say as a lifelong Leaf fan, every time Montreal beat Toronto, it was okay as long as Guy Lafleur was on the ice. Mr. Speaker, hockey in some ways in sports has become the domain of the super rich, and it sometimes seems megalomaniacal. But these two showed us that at the heart of the game is something very special, something that any kid can aspire to. They are with the Angels today. To Guy Lafleur and Mike Bossy, thank you.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai eu la chance dans ma vie de...
Mr. Speaker, I was lucky enough to play with Guy Lafleur on one of his many Legends tours. Guy Lafleur, the Blonde Demon. Guy Lafleur, number 10. Our Guy Lafleur. The last of the Mohicans, as I would tell him. He was the most extraordinary of ordinary guys. Someone who doesn't think he's someone else. Someone like you and me. But who would have every reason to get a swelled head. According to Pierre Foglia, he was the finest, the least screwed up by glory. That's the mark of our heroes in Quebec. The Maurice Richards, the Jean Béliveaux, the Guy Lafleurs, humble men in whom we could recognize ourselves. And I'm telling you, we recognized ourselves in him. All the children of my generation shouted, and Guy Lafleur scars when they got their puck in. Adored, admired, and above all, loved by Quebecers, Guy Lafleur was our idol. He was our last hero, the last of the Mohicans. To his family and to all of Quebec, I offer my most sincere condolences. And for one last time, Guy, Guy, Guy.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, vendredi passé.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, Quebec and all of Canada mourned Guy Lafleur. His performances in the rink were spectacular. 6 seasons with over 50 goals. 4 consecutive wins for the Stanley Cup, and he accumulated many honors. Crowds went wild over him. Fans were right to place their hopes in Guy. He was extraordinary throughout his whole life. He also gave back to his community, to his fans, to the public. They were his priority. The impact that he had in Quebec is impossible to describe. It can only be lived. Guy was an exceptional man. I want to offer my most sincere condolences to the from his mother, Pierrette, his sister Lise, Lucie, Suzanne, and Giselle, and his sons Martin and Marc. Guy Lafleur left us, but the memories we have of him have never been so alive. Rest in peace, Guy.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce,
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Canadian astronaut Bjarne Tryggvason died on the 5th of April. He was a dear friend of mine for 38 years. He was the smartest engineer I ever met. He actually understood fluid dynamics and everything there was to know about how a plane flies. He was an accomplished pilot who taught me to fly and took me into the sky to do acrobatics until I was so disoriented I begged him to stop. Bjarni was very proud of his Icelandic roots. He was one of the original 6 Canadian astronauts chosen in 1983. He flew aboard the space shuttle on mission STS-85 and successfully tested a device he and his team had designed, a vibration isolation mount that allowed the closest thing to pure weightlessness, and it's still used today. Les astronautes canadiens se sont réunis pour un...
Canadian astronauts met for dinner last month, and Bjarni was there. He told us about all his new projects. 2 weeks later, his unexpected death left us in mourning. Bjarni Tryggvason made a significant contribution to the Canadian space program. Please join me in celebrating his life and his contribution to our country. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, over the past 15 days, Conservatives across the country have listened to what Canadians have to say. Inflation at 6.7% drives up grocery prices, house prices, rents, and gasoline, which taxes Canadians more and more. Ministers have spent a fortune promoting this Liberal NDP budget, which will only put future generations into further debt. Why is this Prime Minister so out of touch with reality in Canada that he's doing nothing to help Canadian workers cope with this crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that inflation is a global phenomenon. And here's a few figures that prove it. The last inflation figure in Canada was 6.7%. In the U.S., it is 8.7%. And in the Eurozone, it is 7.3%. This is because of COVID and because of Vladimir Putin. Canadians understand that. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker, that this government is deconnected with reality. They want to blame others rather than taking the responsibility and helping Canadians. That's the reality. But today, Mr. Speaker, in an article in the Globe and Mail, the RCMP considered laying a fraud charge against the Liberal Prime Minister. A fraud charge related to the free travel that his family and him accepted to a private island. My question is simple. Can the Prime Minister accept that there are two systems of justice in this country, one that applies to everyone and one that does not apply to the Prime Minister?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party is unfortunately mistaken. This affair was taken care of years ago in December 2017, and when the Commissioner for Ethics published his report, the Conservative Party said that the Prime Minister answered appropriately. Thank you.
We're not going to...
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in this affair, there's a lack of judgment from the Prime Minister that was shown in the ethics report, and this was on several occasions. The RCMP thought of laying a fraud charge, but it didn't do so because they didn't think current law would allow it. The only person who can prevent the Prime Minister from accepting a gift is himself, but he can't be above the law. How many times did meetings take place between the Prime Minister and the RCMP, and when was the last meeting? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way knows full well that this situation ended 5 years ago. And there was a report from the Ethics Commissioner, and the Prime Minister clearly replied to this situation, responded. We have a situation that is very serious now, here in Canada and across the world. There are many questions and issues that are so important today, and I think it's a good idea to focus on them and ask questions.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the RCMP here, not the Ethics Commissioner. Newly released documents from the RCMP reveal there may be reasonable grounds to believe that the Prime Minister committed the offence of fraud on the government contrary to Section 121(1)(c) of the Criminal Code. Now, this was after the Prime Minister was found guilty of accepting luxurious Bahamian vacations worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Mounties didn't proceed with charging the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister may have granted himself a get-out-of-jail-free card. So did the Prime Minister give himself the power to break the law?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, there was 5 years ago a report that was done by the Ethics Commissioner. That report made all of the matters clear. The Prime Minister responded appropriately. But again, Mr. Speaker, I will say I understand that the party opposite wants to drag in partisan politics and play games. But I would say there are a lot of pressing issues facing this country. We just had a budget table that takes critical action on housing and Indigenous reconciliation and the environment. And I would think those are important questions to be asking about, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I know we've been away for a couple weeks and we want to talk to each other, but let's try to keep down and respect the questions and the answers here at the same time. Here's where I'm going to put people on notice at this point. Just let's keep it down so we can get the questions and great questions, great answers. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd love to hear from the Prime Minister on this. His silence is deafening. Now, the Prime Minister was found guilty on 4 sections of the Conflict of Interest Act. Wow. The only reason the RCMP didn't charge him was because he is the Prime Minister. So there's one law for the Prime Minister and another law for all the rest of us. The RCMP said the Prime Minister was off the hook because he could have granted himself permission to accept a luxurious vacation gift worth $215,000. So on what exact date did the Prime Minister act with impunity and grant himself the power to break the law?
On what date?
Okay, are we ready for the answer? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when we're seeing in Canada incredible economic progress, in fact, 110% beyond where we were at pre-pandemic levels, when we see our GDP exceeding where we were pre-pandemic levels, and when we see the challenges that are faced by Canadians here in Canada and around the world, I would expect, leading question period, we would...
Order! We're on question number 4. 5, sorry. Do we want to continue? I'd really like to get on with the next few questions. I'm sure le Bloc québécois veut poser des questions de quelques minutes.
I think the Bloc also wants to ask questions in a few minutes. The Honourable Government House Leader with his answer.
As I say, there are pressing and important matters that face this country and the world. The fact that they wish to play partisan politics and relitigate something from 5 years ago where the Prime Minister has acted appropriately and there was an Ethics Commissioner report, that's a choice they can make. But I would suggest that there are things more worthy of the time of this House.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was rebuked by the courts for appointing a unilingual Anglophone lieutenant governor in New Brunswick. This is unconstitutional and above all shows a serious lack of judgment. There's only one bilingual province in Canada, but he still finds a way to appoint a unilingual Anglophone. This reminds us they also appointed a Governor General who does not speak French in an officially bilingual country like ours. When will this Prime Minister stop treating knowledge of French as a second-class skill and Francophones as second-class citizens? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, protecting and promoting French is an absolute priority for this government. We are showing this example, and we're encouraging people to the governor rather to take French classes because it's important to have dialogue with people in New Brunswick. And once again, with the modernization of the Official Languages Act, we are going to do our fair share to ensure that these improvements continue. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Quite funny, Mr. Speaker. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Last week, the Prime Minister tore up his shirt when he learned that CN had appointed a unilingual English-speaking board of directors. He said he was blown away, Mr. Speaker, and frustrated. But he himself personally appointed a unilingual Anglophone Lieutenant Governor in New Brunswick and personally appointed a non-French-speaking Governor-General in Canada. How can he then be surprised that CN doesn't care about French when the Prime Minister of Canada personally sends the message that French is not important? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must protect our official languages. This situation is unacceptable.
The situation is unacceptable and has assured us that the matter will be resolved in the coming months during the next round board appointments.
We are going to work to strengthen our Official Languages Act.
And leaders, including their board of directors, to lead by example, Mr. Speaker.
Here. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the government admitted its mistake with the GIS clawback and paid seniors back. But the one-time payment had a date restriction. Now, hundreds of seniors across this country are left out in the cold. I wrote to the minister last week about this urgent concern. The Liberals must fix this. It's leaving seniors poor in our country. When will this government stand up for seniors and start treating them all with dignity and respect?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we know just how challenging this pandemic has been for seniors. And Mr. Speaker, that's why from the very beginning we have been there to support them. On April 19th, we delivered a one-time payment for those affected seniors. Mr. Speaker, we also passed Bill C-12 that ensures that seniors, particularly working and low-income seniors, are never again impacted by any pandemic benefits that they take. We will continue to ensure that we support and deliver for seniors every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
We just learned Liberals are backing down on drug price reforms that would make life-saving medication more affordable and save us billions. This means Canadians will keep paying excessive costs for prescription drugs, among the highest in the world. Meanwhile, Liberals choose to protect the profits of large pharmaceutical companies. Liberals say no one should go without the medicine they need, but this policy choice makes that happen. Will this government get moving on public universal pharmacare so every Canadian can get the medicine they need and deserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to improving access to medicines, quality medicines for all Canadians, and Canada has among some of the highest patent medicine prices in the world, and these prices have negatively affected the ability of patients to access new medicines. On April 14th, we announced new amendments to the patented medicines regulations, which will give the PMRPB new tools to improve access to quality medicines while generating significant savings over the coming years for Canadians. These changes will also ensure the sustainability of our health care while supporting innovation and investment in the pharmaceutical sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Here.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Act is one of the most powerful laws in the land with an extremely high threshold needed to invoke it. And good thing, otherwise charter rights could be easily abused by governments. And that threshold is whether there is a national threat to public safety so serious that it cannot be addressed by any other law. And yet we well know that there are many existing laws that can address illegal blockades of critical infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, obviously. So maybe that's why the Liberals are hiding behind cabinet confidence and refusing to release documents justifying their decision to use these powers because they know the threshold hasn't been met. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When this country was faced with very real threats to critical infrastructure, our vital supply lines, and the incredible disruption that was taking place right out here in the streets of Ottawa, our government did what was necessary and required to deal with that situation through the invocation of the Act. Mr. Speaker, and today I want to advise this House that today the government is fulfilling its statutory requirements in appointing Justice Paul Rouleau as the Commissioner of the Public Inquiry into the circumstances of this act. Mr. Speaker, we will do what is required, and we will do it in the right way.
Kildona St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, that inquiry will be useless unless they waive cabinet confidence and allow Canadians to know the whole story. And really, the stakes couldn't be higher for Canadians, given that their charter rights are at risk with this unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act. And to be clear, for Canadians at home, the emergency powers allow government to freeze your bank account, seize your assets, suspend your charter rights, all without due process. And that is why there's an extraordinarily high threshold needed to invoke it, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Safety said today that he'll be upfront and transparent with Canadians. But if that's the case, why not waive cabinet confidence? Or are they hiding something, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to respond to the member's question, because I can assure her that under the Public Inquiries Act, the Commissioner of this inquiry will have very broad authorities, the ability to compel witnesses and to compel the production of documents, subject, as always, to lawful privileges of evidence that may exist, but he'll have the ability to call the evidence required, and we have great confidence in Justice Rouleau in this inquiry to get the information and the facts that this House and Canadians require.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in the Emergencies Act, the government is still not meeting its duty of transparency. And he ran back in 2015 saying that he would be perfectly transparent, but this is exactly the opposite. He did talk about an inquiry today, but he did so at the last minute. And as parliamentarians, we need access to the documents that contain objective and factual information. What is the government hiding? So it's not presenting the documents for this inquiry to the House. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member will probably be aware, Section 63 of the Emergencies Act actually requires that the government within 60 days call a public inquiry. And we have fulfilled that requirement of the Act. We've also fulfilled the requirement by directing the public inquiry to conclude and report back to this House by February 20th, 2023. We have provided under the Inquiries Act with the Commissioner with all of the authorities that he requires to compel witnesses and to compel the delivery of documents to enable him to do this work. And he will have access to the documents he requires, even classified documents, subject to appropriate limits on privilege that may exist.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent. I'm happy to see that the Minister read the law. That's the least he could do, but this brings back sad memories of the Winnipeg Laboratory. Remember that this government did everything in its power so that parliamentarians in the House of Commons would not get these documents. And you yourself, Mr. Speaker, were brought to court by this government as you were defending the rights of parliamentarians. It's really simple, my question. Why is the government refusing to make these documents public that are factual and not at all partisan in nature?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that my friend opposite just presumes what Justice Rouleau will determine he requires in order to fulfill his requirements under the commission that he now holds to conduct a public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you and this House, we will provide all of the support necessary to Justice Rouleau in the conduct of inquiry and provide him with the resources and the tools and that he requires in order to fulfill his mandate.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister promised to run the most open and accountable government ever. We all remember his sunny ways. Scandal after scandal, crisis after crisis, he proved that it was just another broken promise. In the latest saga of the Prime Minister's dizzying mismanagement and misuse of the Act, the government is now refusing to hand over to the federal court basic information about what information led to the use of the Act under the guise of cabinet confidentiality. This is not how a real democracy works. What is the Prime Minister hiding this time from Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the member opposite that we are complying with all of the court's direction with respect to the provision of evidence. However, the member is also probably aware that there are certain information, such as lawyer-client privilege, which is respected and well established in the law in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will follow the law as it pertains to the conduct of that case and the public inquiry.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, recent court filings indicate the Liberals are refusing to reveal what information led the government to invoke the Emergencies Act in response to the Freedom Convoy. This government has yet to make a compelling argument that the invocation of the Act actually met the high, incredibly high national security threshold. With this unprecedented use of the Act, will this government finally be transparent and accountable to Canadians by sharing the information and documents relied upon for invoking the Emergencies Act?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd simply remind the member opposite that we complied very precisely with the requirements of the Emergencies Act. We stood up at the first opportunity a committee of parliamentarians to examine, as is required by the Act, the circumstances giving rise to the invocation of the Act, the measures that were invoked, and the steps that were taken as a result. We've also now complied with the Act and established a commission of inquiry under the Public Inquiries Act. And we made the decision to establish that under the Public Inquiries Act to ensure that the Commissioner would have all of the authorities he required to compel witnesses and to compel documents to do his job, Mr. Speaker. That is the essence of open and transparent.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, last week, CN chose a unilingual English board of directors. This reminds us of Air Canada and its CEO, who boasted that he only speaks English and spent his entire life in Quebec without speaking French. This also reminds us of what CN and Air Canada have in common, that in addition to their contempt for francophones, these are both companies under federal jurisdiction. Does the minister agree that there is a culture of hostility towards French in these federally regulated companies? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, both official languages are at the heart of our identity and culture. All Canadians can choose the official language of their choice if they're working for a federally regulated company. And what the CEO said was unacceptable, and we will solve this situation in the brief list of timelines. We need to give the Commissioner more ability to fulfill his duties. Mr. Speaker, in 1962, CN said it didn't have any francophones competent enough to be their vice president. 60 years later, it still cannot find someone competent enough for its board of directors. That is what French is in federal jurisdiction, and that is why Quebec wants to impose the French charter on these companies. But this government's bill prevents it from doing so and aims instead to extend the CN or Air Canada bilingualism model to all federal companies. Why not let Quebec defend French instead? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Protecting and promoting French is an absolute priority for this government and also for myself as Minister of Official Languages. We're moving forward with an ambitious bill with greater teeth that will help all Canadians receive essential services. And I hope my colleague will support us in this modernization of the Act and adopt this bill as quickly as possible, because it will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. CN has a unilingual English board, and also Air Canada has a unilingual CEO. The Prime Minister appoints a Governor-General that doesn't speak French. The Prime Minister thought about taking francophones in BC to court last month because they're demanding services in French. This government is unable to protect French. Why is it not imposing a French charter? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is trying to make this a partisan issue. I'd like to use a term I don't like to use, Mr. Speaker, but the word quarreling. What the CN did is completely unacceptable, and there was no one here thinks that it's a good thing to have a unilingual board. And the Bloc knows this. We've said it publicly, and the Prime Minister has as well. We're going to correct the situation, but the Bloc is trying to do petty politics, and that's unacceptable. This government is standing up for Francophones and standing up for Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, this morning, the Governor of the Bank of Canada was very clear. Inflation is no longer transitory. In fact, Mr. Macklem said, quote, Team Transitory has been disbanded. For months, this government has claimed that inflation was a passing global phenomenon, nothing to see, and continued to borrow and spend all the way to skyrocketing inflation of 6.7%. Why has the minister allowed her spending to fuel an affordability crisis that has left millions of Canadians behind?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy, but the truth is that Canada is very well placed to weather the storms caused by COVID and by Vladimir Putin. According to the IMF, we will have the fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next year.
Bravo.
We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and we have recovered 115% of the jobs lost to COVID compared to just 93% in the U.S. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the governor also announced that because of inflation, every single Canadian pays $2,000 more a year. He said Canadians should expect more interest rate increases, leaving millions of Canadians paying more on their mortgages and on their loans. And when the governor was asked what this government should do to preserve Canada's fiscal position, you know what he said? Don't spend too much. Is the minister listening?
No.
Will she finally control her spending? And why has she failed to address Canada's affordability crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the members opposite that S&P and Moody's have reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating and that we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And when it comes to making life more affordable for Canadians, our budget has done so much. We're doubling the support provided through the first-time homebuyers tax credit. We're introducing a multi-generational home renovation tax credit. And we're providing a $500 payment to those facing housing affordability challenges.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have had 6 years to fix the housing market. Instead, under their policies, house prices have doubled under their watch. So let's go back and take a look at some of their programs. The first-time homebuyers program failed. Shared equity mortgage program failed. Housing co-investment fund failed. With new programs announced in the budget, Canadians are asking, how will this government fail this time?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Budget 2022 actually does 4 things. We're seeking to double the supply of new housing in the next decade by introducing programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund. We are helping first-time home buyers with a tax-free savings account of up to $40,000, doubling the first-time home buyer tax credit, extending the first-time home buyer incentive. In addition to that, we're tackling speculation by banning foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate. And Mr. Speaker, we're building more affordable housing by investing in co-op housing, extending the first-time home buyer incentive, and extending the tax-free home buyer savings account.
I got a lot of that. Member for South Shore St. Margaret's. I'm hearing him way over here, so I'm trying to keep him down here. The Honourable
member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Mr. Speaker, the climate crisis is worsening. Our ecosystems are threatened. Our bodies of water, our green spaces, and biodiversity are threatened as well. A global movement for the right to nature is addressing this crisis of massive extinction of living species. It's time for a paradigm shift, and that's why the NDP is proposing a legal status for the St. Lawrence River. Will the Liberals support our proposal to give a legal status to the St. Lawrence River and its watersheds to protect it? The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Last week we met with Nature Conservancy Canada, and we put in place an excellent project. The sound quality is poor for the interpreter. Of our lands and our oceans by 2030, and an international objective with a view to protect biodiversity and for all Canadians.
For Vancouver East.
The minister said he wouldn't implement visa-free travel for people fleeing Putin's war because it would take 14 to 16 weeks, even though Ireland managed to do it within a few days. To no one's surprise, there's now a backlog of over 100,000 Ukrainians waiting for visa approval, mostly women, children, and seniors. And when they arrive, they'll need supports immediately. That means getting landed status. The government needs to stop hiding behind layers of bureaucracy. When will the minister implement visa-free travel and provide Ukrainians with status within 90 days of arrival?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. I would point out, though, our mission at the outset of this effort was to create the fastest possible pathway for Ukrainians to get to Canada where they could benefit from the safe haven our country can offer. I'm pleased to share that as of last week, more than 56,000 Ukrainians had already been approved to come to Canada in the first few weeks that we were making approvals. This is something Canadians can be proud of, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to do whatever we can, not just to get Ukrainians here, but to support them once they arrive. It's the right thing to do, and I'm so pleased to have the support of Canadians in every community right across this country.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, our government has consistently heard from employers regarding their challenges with the skills and labor shortages that has affected not just their businesses, but also Canada's economic growth and recovery. In my riding of Brampton Centre, I also have a thriving population of international graduates whose temporary status is expiring due to processing challenges caused by the pandemic. They are eager to find a pathway to remain and work in Canada. What is the government doing to allow more of these talented workers to remain in Canada so they can contribute to Canada's economy?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I point out that the member who posed the question is an absolute champion for international students, and I thank him for his advocacy on this important file. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share that last week I had the opportunity to make an announcement in St. John, New Brunswick, that the federal government would be extending open work permits to those who are facing soon-to-be expired or recently expired postgraduate work permits. In addition, Mr. Speaker, because of the investments we have made to increase processing at IRCC, we have now cut the inventory of cases in the high-skilled express entry categories more than in half, and we're going to be able to resume the express entry draws this July to make sure more people can come and make a difference to our economy in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian housing prices have surged over the last 2 years. The average cost of a home in the GTA rose more than 50%. The government blames the lack of supply for the price hike and pledged to double the pace of home building over the next decade. But that plan seems to be missing from the budget. We won't see a single additional house built this year. Not one. Canadians aren't giving up on their dream of home ownership, so why is the minister giving up on them?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Speaker, I would invite the Honourable Member to read the entire budget because the budget actually doubles down on so much more housing supply in Canada. 6,000 more housing, co-op housing, new housing.
Order. I'll let the minister restart his answer. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
The reason, Mr. Speaker, that they can't handle my answers is because we call them out on their plan.
All right. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Budget contains a lot of measures to build more housing supply. 100,000 new homes through the Housing Accelerator Fund. 6,000 more homes through new co-op buildings. 6,000 more homes through the Rapid Housing Initiative. 20,000 more homes through the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. That is the supply we're talking about.
The Honourable Member, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the housing minister is failing. Conservatives warned the Liberals' strategy for housing would do nothing to help housing prices, and prices doubled. We warned 30-year high inflation would trigger interest rate hikes, and we see the biggest rate increase in 20 years. We're now warning him that families are struggling to just keep their homes. Will the minister admit his failure and tell us how many Canadians will lose their homes?
No.
Honourable Minister.
Budget 2022 housing measures and investments deal with precisely what the Honourable Member is talking about. Making sure that we double the housing supply in this country. Canada has the fastest growth of population in the G7, but our housing supply has not kept up to that. And so we're implementing the Housing Accelerator Fund to build 100,000 new homes. We're helping first-time home buyers to establish programs like the tax-free savings account to put in $40,000 in the tax-free savings account. We're building more affordable housing, and we're tackling speculation. The party opposite failed Canadians in government, and they're failing them on housing now.
You're the failure.
All right, the Honourable Member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has tried to deny that they are planning to impose a tax on home equity. But the Canadian Taxpayers Federation has obtained documents proving that this government recently provided an additional $200,000 in research funding to Generation Squeeze, the aptly named group trying to squeeze Canadians out of their hard-earned home equity. Will the minister stop hiding and come clean and admit that they are trying to make a tax grab out of Canadians' hard-earned home equity?
Here, here. Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I take this opportunity to unequivocally state that our government is not considering charging capital gains tax on primary residences. Any consideration, any suggestion otherwise is false. And the party opposite has repeated this misinformation and disinformation in this House and in the media. And instead of engaging in disinformation, we're engaged in building more affordable homes and making more first-time home buyers achieve their dream of home ownership, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Over the past 6 weeks, we've learned that Canadian Transportation Agency determined that Flair Airlines does not meet Canadian ownership requirements. Despite that, the government has doled out not one, but 2 grants to Flair totaling $11.3 million. So if Flair is not Canadian, the airline's operating license would be suspended and consumers would be left with the tab. So does the government usually provide grants to airlines that don't meet operating requirements, or will we see the minister get those tax dollars back?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the situation that my honourable colleague is talking about. I know Flair has made an application to Transport Canada, and that application is being reviewed. However, I have a question to my colleague. Why is she against providing support to Canadian workers? Why is she against providing support to Canadian passengers?
Order. Order. Questions, answers, comments. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague needs to be honest with Canadians. Is she against subsidies for Canadian workers? Is she against providing support during the height of COVID to Canadian workers? She needs to tell Canadians where she stands on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, after 2 months, the government has an excellent solution to help Ukraine refugees. Aeroplan points, not airlift, not chartered flights to get them out. No, we'll be able to donate our Aeroplan points. So a mother with 3 children, instead of paying $4,000 for a plane ticket, she'll only have to pay $3,700 because Dave from Regina decided to donate his points. But only Aeroplan points. Air miles aren't accepted. Mr. Speaker, does the minister also accept Canadian Tire money? Seriously, when is he going to charter flights to get those families out? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I appreciate the sense of humor my colleague always brings to the floor of the House of Commons, and I thank him for his advocacy for chartered flights, which we have announced, by the way, Mr. Speaker. But it is no laughing matter that we were able to reach a partnership with Air Canada, the Shapiro Foundation, and other Canadians who would like to donate not just Aeroplan points, but other different kinds of loyalty points or cash, because the measures that we're putting in place are going to make sure at least 10,000 Ukrainians are going to make it safely to Canada. That's something we could be proud of. It's something that I hope the Bloc would support.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I also have a pile of Subway coupons if he wants, 2 for 1. Mr. Speaker, the minister is playing us for fools. 2 weeks ago, there were already 140,000 refugee claims from UK. It's going to take more than Aeroplan points to get those people out. It's going to take chartered flights in an operation that's worthy of a G7 country that is home to the world's second largest UK diaspora. That's enough, Mr. Speaker. How many weeks will the refugees still have to wait before the minister provides a real airlift? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the honourable member is busy collecting Subway coupons, writing jokes at the table, we're busy bringing Ukrainians to Canada. There are 16,000 Ukrainians who made it to Canada already this year. In the first few weeks since we introduced a new program, almost 60,000 more have been approved. We are starting to see flights come. We've set up reception at the airports in Toronto, in Edmonton, in Vancouver, Quebec, in Montreal. We are working with settlement agencies, more than 550 organizations right across Canada. Every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, we advance new measures to get people here. This latest measure, which he is poking fun of, will see at least 10,000 people get here cost-free. That's the right thing, and he should be proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Canadian farmers are drowning as costs on feed, fuel and fertilizer skyrocket. But instead of resolving the problems that their own bad policies actually caused, the Liberal government is doubling down. They've increased the carbon tax. They're telling farmers that they won't process their income tax return, and they've hiked fertilizer prices. For weeks, we've been asking the Liberals, will you exempt the 35% tariff on fertilizer purchased from Russia before March 2nd? Yes. No answer. In a time of a global food crisis, helping Canadian farmers seems like the right decision. Why won't the Liberals make it?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I can assure my colleague that we're working closely with the industry. We want to make sure that they can access all the inputs they need to have a good season, because we know we have a responsibility to contribute to food security in the world, not only in Canada but in the world, and we will do so, Mr. Speaker. We are here to support our farmers, and we have improved the advance payment program to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, farmers need the certainty of knowing what the government is doing, especially since they have started their spring seeding. First, the Liberals hinted at restricting fertilizer use. Now they're implementing a 35% retroactive tariff on fertilizer imports from Russia. We are living in a disrupted world for food supply and trade, and there's no plan offering Canadian farmers stability. Mr. Speaker, we're close to a global food crisis, and this minister is forcing farmers to grow less and taxing them out of existence. Will the minister remove the tariff on fertilizer purchased before March 2nd?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to reassure my colleagues that we are working very close with all agricultural industry sectors. Recently, we agreed to improve the advance payments program so that they have the equity required to ensure a good season. And if my colleague wants to help us to ensure that our farmers can receive credits for pollution, then he would have to vote for C8 as quickly as possible. Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, in response to my question concerning customs tariffs on fertilizer from Russia, the minister said that she and her government would continue to allow ships to enter Canada. She also pointed out that she had made changes to the advance payments program which all that does is increase the debt of farmers because of these tariffs. So here's my real question. Once again, will the minister suspend the 35% tariffs on these orders before March 2nd? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to ensure my colleague that we are working very closely with the agricultural industry to ensure that they have the resources required to ensure a good season here in Canada and also to ensure food security worldwide. We've improved the advance payments program, and I hope that my colleagues across the way will vote for C8 very quickly to ensure that our producers can receive their tax credits. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a question concerning farmers. For many of them, seeding season is soon going to begin, but unfortunately, for many of them, this period represents major financial stress, Mr. Speaker, because they have to make advance payments on many inputs before they even begin their year, and that includes seeds, fertilizer, and fuel. And we know that this year, in particular, inputs have seen major price hikes. So can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food tell this House what initiatives have been taken to ensure that this year's seeding season succeeds? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Pontiac because she is extremely committed to our farmers. And as she so clearly said, the seeding season is important for our farmers, and they're facing major financial stress. And that's why we announced improvements to the advance payments program so that producers have more cash flow to ensure a good farm season and contribute to feeding Canadians. Thank you.
Caribou Prince George.
500 days. It's been 500 days since our Conservative motion to bring 988 to Canada unanimously passed in this House. In those 500 days, an estimated 5,500 Canadians have died by suicide. A further 137,000 have attempted suicide. Wow. The Minister of Mental Health doesn't know the existing National Suicide Prevention Hotline number, but she knows 988. And she knows that 988 will save lives. Yet, for 500 days, this minister has had the will of the House and the support of municipalities, the support of telecoms and mental health organizations, and she's had the power to bring 988 to Canada, yet she's failed to do so. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his ongoing advocacy, and our hearts are with the families of all of those people that we have lost to suicide. As you know, that we have asked the CRTC to be expedient in getting this work done, including persons with disabilities. It means that we are working to leverage the work that the United States has been doing on this since 2018. This is a complicated issue, and we want to make sure that when people call, they are connected to the most appropriate care in the most appropriate manner. We will get this done together, and we this morning announced $3.7 million to the distress centers across this country so that we will have a coordinated way to make sure we prevented those lives.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Liberals gave Medicago $173 million taxpayers' dollars to build a Canadian vaccine manufacturing plant. Now we've learned tobacco company Philip Morris owns a major stake in Medicago, and that the World Health Organization has denied approval for the emergency use of the Covifenz vaccine outside of Canada. Can the minister please explain this failure of due diligence and why he wasted $173 million on a vaccine we can't even donate?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I'd like to take the opportunity to recast a bit history, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the member has lost a bit the passage of time. When the World Health Organization declared a pandemic in March 2020, we made sure as a government that we would invest in all the families of vaccines to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Plant protein vaccine, Mr. Speaker, work and have been recommended by our expert. Mr. Speaker, the investment we did is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. We will find a solution and we'll continue to work for Canadians across this nation.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's lost in time is any answers from this government. Recent decisions by the government to take away from fishery license holders on the east and west coast without compensation their quota counter to the long-standing policy of willing buyer, willing seller. DFO sources tell me that the minister is about to expropriate 15% of lobster traps from license holders without compensation to give to First Nations. This would be devastating for these fishermen. Will the minister state in this House categorically that this government will not expropriate from lobster fishermen?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, and as we all understand, and fairly so, First Nations have a Supreme Court affirmed treaty right to fish for a moderate livelihood, and our government has never stopped working to implement that right. We're doing so in consultation with any other fish harvesters who may be impacted. We are working very hard to have a willing buyer, willing seller process so that those transactions can be appropriate for everyone. This decision has not been made, and I will continue working on a fair outcome for all.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. High-speed internet is essential to today's economy and our society. It's a necessity for any household for work, schools, and entertainment. Can the minister update the House on the work being done to connect more British Columbian rural households?
Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and friend for that great question, because since 2015, our government has invested and committed $7.2 billion to connect every Canadian from coast to coast to coast to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. And just recently, we announced $5 million to connect over 3,300 homes in British Columbia. So what that's doing, great work for folks in rural BC, but it's also making us reach our goals of 98% of Canada connected by 2026 and 30% by 2030. We have a plan to connect Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and it's working. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have left people with disabilities behind again. They chose to leave out the long-promised income supports in their Budget 2022, and they have yet to act on their commitments from Budget 2021. For too long, people with disabilities feel abandoned. They deserve to live with dignity and get the help they need. On the disability tax credit, this government must remove all barriers, including the 14-hour per week requirement, preventing people who need it from qualifying. When will the Liberals modernize the disability tax credit and stop leaving people with disabilities behind?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that I'm working very hard to reduce poverty levels of working-age Canadians with disabilities. I am very confident that we will move forward with the Canada Disability legislation, and a key pillar of our Disability Inclusion Action Plan is, in fact, to reform, modernize, and dignify the eligibility processes for Government of Canada disability benefits and supports, including the disability tax credit. We're working on it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks, over 100 MPs from all parties have shared their support for the immediate reintroduction of the Canada Disability benefit. With the backing of MPs from the governing party, this bill would enjoy the support of this House, while 43 senators in the other place have already publicly declared their support as well. Consultations can and should continue after the bill is introduced, so this shouldn't be used as a reason to further delay. Can the minister share when this much-needed legislation will be reintroduced?
The honourable minister.
Encouraged by my honourable colleagues' enthusiasm for tabling the Canada Disability legislation, its implementation remains a top priority for me. With Budget 2021, we actually invested $11.9 million to consult the disability community on eligibility, and that work will directly inform this benefit. We're also working with provinces and territories to ensure the CDB will increase the monthly income of Canadians with disabilities, will not impact access to other services and programs, and ensure that everyone will be better off. Our government will reintroduce this legislation and ensure that persons with disabilities have the financial security they deserve.
Before we move on, I just wanted to bring attention in the exchange between the Minister of Transport and the member for Thornhill. The minister sort of questioned the honesty of the member. That's unparliamentary, and I really would hope that we don't use that kind of phrasing in the future. Points of order. Point d'ordre.
The honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been consultations amongst the parties, and I think you will see unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House recognize that Guy Lafleur, Officer of the Order of Canada, Knight of the National Order of Quebec, and member of the Sports Hall of Fame and Temple of Fame, a member of the National Hockey League, among others, that the House recognizes that the Quebec One Nation and the people across the rest of Canada are profoundly touched by the loss of this gentleman who marked his era and a number of generations through his sports prowess as an ambassador of the Canadians for a national sport in his hometown of Thurso, and his accessible and welcoming personality, that the House celebrate his brilliant career marked by 17 seasons in the National Hockey League, also with the New York Rangers, as well as other places. He had 6 consecutive seasons, and the House offer its condolences to his family and loved ones, and all the members of the Montreal Canadiens family. Thank you. All those opposed to the motion being proposed by the honourable member will say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Suite aux discussions.
Following discussions
amongst representatives of all parties of the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honor of Guy Lafleur. I now invite honourable members to please rise. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Daily routine, affaire courant of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 19 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
They are tabled. Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for.
I'm going to go say Winnipeg Centre. Winnipeg.
Close, Mr. Speaker. Winnipeg South Centre.
See, this is what happens when you try to guess. Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, entitled A Path Forward Reducing Gun and Gang Violence in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Good stuff.
And it's tabled. Yep, we're going to go this one here, but.
Yeah, but he has a.
Okay, very good. I think there's a supplementary opinion from the honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to say that the Conservative members of the Public Safety National Security Committee are providing a supplementary report to the official report from National Security Committee, and it really just outlines that we do feel that the billions of dollars to be spent on the federal so-called buyback program and proposed provincial handgun ban, those billions of resources should be directed to more police, more border agents, and youth diversion and prevention programs. That is our position, Mr. Speaker. But other than that, we are very happy to work with all members of the committee to create a fulsome study and report, and we hope that members of the public appreciate the Conservative perspective in our supplementary report. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for de Grasse-Westmount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs and Northern Affairs, entitled Barriers to Economic Development in Indigenous Communities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to table a comprehensive response to this report.
There, introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for No. I have to read this first. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Telecommunications Act, Suicide Prevention. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, suicide impacts us all. There's probably not a member in this House that hasn't been touched by suicide. I know that suicide and mental health has negatively impacted my life, and just 3 weeks ago, I received a call that I lost yet another friend to suicide. When somebody is struggling, we must do everything in our power to remove the barriers so that they can seek the help and get the help that they need. Over 500 days ago, I asked for the support of this House to bring 988, a simple 3-digit suicide prevention hotline, to Canada. And 500 days later, it still hasn't been done. So today I rise in this esteemed chamber to table my bill, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, Suicide Prevention, with the addition of one simple line in the Telecommunications Act. Canada can have an easy-to-remember 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Mr. Speaker, let's bring 988 to Canada. We can save lives.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. There you go. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions. Presenting of petitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition on behalf of over 18,500 Canadians who are calling on the government to abolish the domestic vaccine passport requirement for Canadian citizens and permanent residents taking domestic flights in a safe and orderly manner. They're asking for this and citing the fact that there are multiple studies showing that there is very, very, very limited transmission on aircraft, and that this would be a way for Canadians to be able to meet with their families once again across our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions. Presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be tabling 2 petitions in the House. The first one is really to acknowledge the need that small hatcheries in the communities have, and the fact that there has not been any increase to their funding since 1982. It's amazing the work that these volunteers do to really help support wild salmon, and we need to see it supported. So these folks from my riding, specifically from Powell River, want to respect and acknowledge their organization, the Powell River organization, that does such tremendous work and such work in terms of educating the community. They want to see an increase to the annual contribution to the Powell River Salmon Society, and of course they also want to ensure that there's actually DFO within their region. That's something I hear across the riding. We need to see more staff.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I'm tabling today is one in support of my bill, Bill C-221, that talks about removing the gold digger clause. Many people across Canada don't understand that the spouses of veterans, including common law partners who marry after the age of 60, are not entitled to the automatic survivor pension under the Canadian Forces. Superannuation Act. It also means that veterans, RCMP veterans, and in fact all federal public servants, if they marry after 60, do not receive any pension for their loved one when they pass on. So Bill C-221 lays out the ways to eliminate this clause and move forward, and at any point the government could implement this fully. When you talk to the people that I've talked to, Mr. Speaker, you know that it needs to be done, especially after over 25 years of marriage. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, it's an honor to rise in this place to present a petition that's been sent to me by constituents in the riding of Huron-Bruce in Ontario. They're very concerned about the climate crisis. They address it as it should be addressed, as a climate emergency. They call for the targets that the international scientific community understands to be necessary of reducing emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030. And they go through a number of points that I'll summarize, Mr. Speaker, of the important ways that transitioning to a green economy will build new economic opportunities, new institutions, new green jobs, as well as protecting and strengthening human rights and worker rights, especially respecting Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge by including Indigenous peoples and nations in all aspects of the move to end our dependence on fossil fuels for our own survival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honour today to table a petition on behalf of petitioners from Bowser, Parksville, Qualicum, Port Alberni, Cherry Creek, Beaver Creek, Tofino, Ucluelet, and Cumberland. They're calling on citing, Mr. Speaker, that volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential needs, and that in addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents each year. And we know, Mr. Speaker, many of them are dealing with the toxic drug supply and overdose crisis. They cite that the Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. That works out, Mr. Speaker, to a mere $450 per year, which we allow these first responders to keep. And Mr. Speaker, many of these first responders do over 200 hours, as we know. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to increase the tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000, Mr. Speaker, to help support our essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across the country that were there for us through COVID. They're there for us every day, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the government will consider it. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to be able to rise and present a petition signed by people from all across this great country. Whereas conscience protections for medical professionals are necessary for patients to access their right to a second opinion, and whereas during testimony, the Special Joint Committee for Physician-Assisted Dying witnesses stated that the protection of conscience should be included in the government's legislative response to Carter versus Canada. And it'll also note here that the Canadian Medical Association confirmed that conscience protections for physicians and healthcare workers would not affect access to assisted suicide or euthanasia, because over 24,000 physicians would be willing to perform the procedure. So happy to present this petition.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just tabling one petition today. It's in support of Bill S-223, aimed at combating forced organ harvesting and trafficking. And I surely hope that we'll be able to get this bill passed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting a petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Speaker, I am presenting petitions on behalf of Canadians from across the country who want an end to all the COVID-19 mandates. The petitioners say that the Prime Minister has politicized vaccines and insulted Canadians who have disagreed with him. Moreover, they're commenting about the fact that it's a sacred duty of the government to guard against discrimination and guarantee the freedoms of all Canadians. As such, these petitioners are calling on the right to be able to continue to use air travel whether or not they are vaccinated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, anymore? Good. The Honour of Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of questions. The following questions will be answered today. Question 357, 361 to 365, 367, 370 and 371, 374 and 375, 378, 381 and 382, 385 and 393. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to question 358 to 360, 366, 368 and 369, 372 and 373, 376 and 377, 379 and 380, 383 and 384, and of course 386 and 392 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled immediately. As you can tell, Mr. Speaker, these are all very important questions. If you talk to my colleagues, whatever you could do would be much appreciated.
Heckling can happen in different ways in this House. There you go. It is the pleasure of the House, or is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time. Till tomorrow. Till tomorrow.
There you go. I'm now prepared to rule on a question of privilege raised by on March 31st, 2022 by the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman concerning the events reported in the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. First off, the Chair wishes to briefly describe the events that led the member raising the question. In June 2021, the committee presented its second report to the House. The report described the difficulties encountered during its study of the questions of conflict of interest and lobbying in relation to pandemic spending. Subsequently, the 43rd Parliament was dissolved, which put an end to the business of the House and its committees. No action was taken by the House during the previous Parliament with respect to this report and the allegations found therein, including the question of privilege raised on June 10, 2021. Members may refer to the ruling of December 9, 2021, also found at pages 953 and 954 of debates for further context. The committee recently presented its third report, reiterating its support for the conclusions of the report from the previous Parliament, which led the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman to raise his question of privilege. He argued that while dissolution ended the orders for the appearance of witnesses, it did not allow the contempt that was allegedly committed to be purged. The presentation of the report would now allow the House to rule on these questions. For his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader responded that the orders of the previous Parliament expired with its dissolution. He argued that in order to raise a question of privilege, a committee should first order the appearance of witnesses during this Parliament, then those witnesses should refuse to appear, and finally, a report detailing this refusal should be presented. He said that the presentation to the House of a report from a previous Parliament is not enough to trigger the process related to a question of privilege. Pour traiter cette question,
to deal with the issue, the Chair must determine whether the issues raised in the committee's report warrants the House to be seized of the matter and give it priority over other business during a new Parliament. Dissolution put an end to all business of the House and its committees. Consequently, the order adopted by the House on March 25th, 2021 expired and the persons summoned to appear were relieved of their obligations. The order to appear from the previous Parliament mentioned in the committee's report is no longer before the House. The Chair has no doubt that the House or its committees can order a particular witness to appear. Any such order must be respected as long as it is in effect. However, a new question of privilege may not be raised regarding a failure to testify unless the witnesses fail to comply with a new order to appear as adopted by the House or one of its committees during the current session.
The question that now arises concerning the alleged contempt and dissolution effect on it. Only the House can determine that contempt has been committed and decide to punish in accordance with its gravity as it sees fit. Until the House has ruled, the facts remain alleged. As was mentioned previously, and in the ruling of December 9, 2021, House of Commons Practice and Procedure, 3rd edition, states at page 81, and I quote, "Instances of contempt in one Parliament may even be punished during another Parliament," unquote. This sentence is taken from an earlier edition of Erskine May, the procedural authority in the United Kingdom. However, the Chair would like to point out that once again that the circumstances in which a question of privilege may be raised on an alleged case of contempt that occurred during a previous Parliament are much more limited than this quote suggests. The rare instances in which this concept was invoked by my predecessors always involves incidents that were brought to the attention of the House for the first time in light of new facts. They were not a continuation of proceedings interrupted by dissolution. A 1967 report from the Select Committee on Parliamentary Privilege of the UK House of Commons clearly illustrates the rare circumstances in which this concept could apply. It states at page 95 of the report, and I quote, "However flagrant the contempt, the House can only commit to the close of the existing session to be," again, I'll back up, quote, "However flagrant the contempt, the House can only commit to the close of the existing session. If, however, the House consider that of an offender who has been released on Parliament being prorogued has not been punished sufficiently, it may commit him again to the following session," unquote. Ainsi, lorsqu'une allégation.
Thus, when an allegation of contempt is brought to the attention of the House, it must be dealt with during the session in which it was raised. Any sanction applied by the House is valid only until the end of the session. However, in the very specific case in which contempt was recognized by the House and punished, but prorogation and dissolution put a premature end to the punishment or sanctions, then the House may decide to continue its efforts in the subsequent session to remedy it. The issue would not therefore be to reopen a discussion on the merits of the allegations raised in the previous Parliament, but rather to decide to reimpose a sanction that had not been fully applied. In the case before us, the issues raised in the committee's 3rd report do not constitute new facts. The report raises the same elements that were presented in June of 2021. In fact, this 3rd report, reiterating the committee's 2nd report from the previous Parliament, deals with the proceedings of the 43rd Parliament, which all ended with dissolution. Since the House did not have the opportunity to decide on the merits of the alleged instances of contempt, nor to reprimand them before dissolution, it now seems to be too late to do so in this new Parliament.
Itself, the presentation of the committee's 3rd report is not sufficient to conclude that this question must have priority over other House business. Consequently, the Chair cannot conclude that there's a prima facie case of privilege and give it priority over other House business. I thank the members for their attention. And while we're at it, I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on April 4th, 2022 by the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan concerning the government's response to written questions Q351. When he raised this point of order, the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan argued that the government response tabled the same day was incomplete and did not respond to all elements of his written question. According to the member, the government is required to respond not only to the question in general, but to the specific elements contained in that question. Les questions écrites sont une...
Written questions are one of the means that members have at their disposal to gather detailed or technical information from the government. Over the years, a number of interventions have been made in the House about the quality, accuracy, and completeness of the government's responses to written questions.
The Chair is of the view that ruling on the completeness of responses to written questions is tantamount to ruling on their content, and that's not the Chair's role. At page 529 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition, it states, and I quote, "There are no provisions in the rules for speakers to review government responses to questions," unquote. Dans une décision sur une question similaire rendue
on a similar question asked on April 3rd, 2012, found at pages 6,856 to 6,858 of debates. One of my predecessors also indicated that it is not the chair's role to determine whether the content of these documents is complete.
February 15, 2017, Speaker Reagan mentioned the following in a ruling found at page 8,974 debates, and I quote, "By raising their dissatisfaction with the responses to their written questions, both members are in effect asking the chair to assess the quality and completeness of answers provided to written questions," unquote. The chair continues to encourage communications and cooperation between members and the responsible ministers as a way of obtaining more information. I thus consider this matter closed and thank members for their attention. Good? Good. Orders of the day.
Order émanant du gouvernement, resume consideration of Ways and Means motion number 3 on the budgetary policy et sur le sous-amendement de M. Saint-Marie.
Now, I believe when we left this, we were in a 2 minutes of questions and comments from the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'm wondering if there's any more questions for the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Sure, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have many concerns about the budgetary policy of the government. I wonder if the member can comment specifically, though, on the issues around the government's intention with respect to direction and control regulations. The government has finally in this budget recognized that there is a problem with direction and control, but there's still a lot of concern among stakeholders about what remedy the government will put forward. The budget refers to changes that are in the spirit of Bill S-216, which is a bill sponsored by a colleague of mine in the Conservative Party, but it doesn't address the specific measures. So I wonder if the member, I know he has some expertise in this area, can clarify for the House and for stakeholders in the development community and elsewhere who are following this issue with great interest what precisely the government intends to do on direction and control and when we will see those changes formally brought in.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, if I think I got that correct, or may have gotten it backwards. Just in terms of the direction and control issue, obviously our government listens to stakeholders, consults with stakeholders. That's what we'll continue to do. There was a nod in the budget to do that, and we'll continue to that. We'll go down that path. As for a specific time period, I can't answer that. I would defer to the parliamentary secretary or the minister on that direct questions. But again, it's great to see, like day one that we've done all from the beginning, we consult, we listen, and we get to a solution that's optimal for all stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. Reprise de débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start my speech today, just like to inform I'll be splitting my time with the member from Simcoe North today. Mr. Speaker, it's always nice to rise in this House to speak on behalf of Miramichi Grand Lake. You know, there's a lot of times when I'm in my riding, it's nice to go into Tim Hortons or one of the arenas or one of the public facilities and learn that my constituents like the fact that I'm getting on my feet a lot. And I'm doing it all for my constituents, and it's an honor to do it. And you know, Madam Speaker, at this point, it's always an honor to rise before this House. But today I come with a sobering message from coast to coast to coast. Canadians cannot afford just inflation. No matter what this liberal neo-democratic budget claims, we cannot spend our way.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House, Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member just used a term that the Conservatives have decided to coin around the Prime Minister's first name and inflation. This has been ruled not to be admissible use or admissible parliamentary language in this House. The Speaker, on a previous point of order that I raised, reconfirmed that. I would ask that you ask the member to withdraw that comment.
Confirmed, and it has been confirmed that it has been declared inadmissible, so I'd like the honourable member to withdraw the comment, please.
Prime Minister used that term.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to stand on the point of order, if I could. I didn't say the Prime Minister's name. I said just, which is one word, inflation. Now, I could have put a hyphen in there, and I could have spelled that out too, I suppose. But I believe it's just inflation. And I don't believe that has anything to do with
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Perhaps we'll give the member the benefit of the doubt that he might be new, but you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. And it's very clear that he is indirectly trying to do that. Madam Speaker, if the member disagrees with the ruling of the chair, he has an option to challenge that ruling, and he should perhaps exercise that. But in the meantime, if he's not going to do that, he should accept that ruling, the ruling that is made by our Deputy Speaker, a member from his party, and a ruling that you just reinforced right there.
Remind all members that when we are sitting in this chair, we have no parties, and we do not belong to any party. So to go back to the point in question, yes, we cannot do indirectly what we can do directly, and it has been stated and determined that that expression can lead to interpretation. So I'd like the honourable member to withdraw it, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, anytime I say something wrong, I will withdraw it. But are you, just so that I get this right, because I want to do right by you as the Speaker, are you asking me to withdraw the word just inflation?
I'm asking you to withdraw the expression that you just used because it does lead to interpretation. Thank you. And it has been ruled as such.
Then Madam Speaker, I can retract the words just inflation. Thank you for that. So I guess we cannot spend our way out of this historic inflation. This budget before the House is a classic Liberal tax and spend budget. Canadians know that they are the ones on the hook for this $50 billion of brand new Liberal spending in this budget. This isn't what Canadians signed up for when they voted Liberal this past summer. Canadian citizens did not vote for an NDP Liberal government. They voted a Liberal government, sadly, but now they're getting an NDP Liberal budget. Shameful. No one voted Liberal/NDP on the ballot box, yet this is exactly what Canadians have at this moment. And Madam Speaker, it is shameful. And in Miramichi-Grand Lake, we rely on something to get things done. Do you know what we rely on, Madam Speaker? Trucks. We rely on trucks to get things done. I live on a street with about 17 houses. There's at least 4 truck drivers and 1 transport company right on my residential street in Blackville on Digby Street. That is why my office has been inundated with constituents, Madam Speaker, concerned about the Net Zero Advisory Body's annex of the Liberals' 2030 emissions reduction plan, where on page 192 it chooses trucks, vans, and SUVs as public enemy number 1. This NDP Liberal government is doubling down on the people that drive trucks, vans, and SUVs. And the member across knows that, and he should be ashamed, because he has constituents that drive trucks and SUVs and vans. My constituents can't afford inflation paired with a tax on trucks. What my constituents and I believe all Canadians want is for the Liberal government to get their hands out of Canadians' pockets, Madam Speaker. Take them out of there. Give people the break they deserve. When I reviewed this budget with my staff, we were floored by the exorbitant amount of new spending this Liberal NDP government is planning on handing out. This is despite the fact that Canadians are experiencing a 31-year inflationary high. How bad does it have to get for this government and their multiple prime ministers at this point to address the reality that Canadians are facing every single day? I know the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake can't afford another inflationary budget that adds to the crisis we are facing across this country. The fact that home prices have doubled more since the Liberals formed government should be enough to call for a non-confidence vote. A vote that can never happen now, as the NDP have been, well, what do we call it, bought off by the Liberal Party of Canada. After 7 years of Liberal policies, Canadians are facing record high inflation, and a skyrocketing cost of living, leading to higher grocery and gas prices and a growing housing affordability crisis. Madam Speaker, did you know that more than half of Canadians are $200 or less away from not being able to pay their bills or rent, with 3 in 10 already falling behind at the end of the month? It's heartbreaking to hear the stories of families and those in Miramichi Grand Lake and across the country being forced to go from shopping at the grocery store to now visiting the food bank, Madam Speaker. These are hard-working Canadian parents struggling to feed their families. Now is not the time to add an emission tax onto farmers, yet that is exactly what this government is doing. What is this fixation on farmers, construction workers, oil and gas workers, people that drive trucks and vans and SUVs? This is the type of government that is literally zeroing in on certain groups of Canadians and making their lives twice as miserable as the inflationary times we're already faced with because of their decision-making to begin with. This cost is being passed on to the consumer, driving higher costs in the grocery store aisles, and Canadians are feeling it. People in Miramichi Grand Lake are feeling it. History is repeating itself, Madam Speaker. Like we saw in the late 1970s and early 80s, Canada's government is spending outside of their means, and Canadians are paying for it. At the gas pumps, grocery store, every time we buy anything, inflation is currently 6.7% nationwide, but in my home province of New Brunswick, inflation is 7.4%, with no sign of slowing down. Moncton, New Brunswick has the highest MLS listing year-over-year hike in home prices at almost 60%. At what point will this government start working with the different levels of government to get a proper solution instead of trying to spend their way out of the crisis? That just doesn't work, Madam Speaker. The Liberal NDP spending solution is one of the major reasons we're in this mess in the first place. This budget is adding $3,500 per household, Madam Speaker, in national debt. How is passing the buck on to taxpayers having their backs? I'd like the explanation for that. When looking at the budget and seeing how this government is planning on approaching the housing crisis, all I saw was a macro plan that will take many years to see any results, and many of those results will not be positive, if any, and no plan for immediate action. This will only add fuel to the inflationary fire, with no immediate help for Canadians trying to buy their first home. Do you know, Madam Speaker, I have constituents calling me asking how a new registered savings plan will help them get into their first home when they are scraping by to pay their current bills. The Liberal NDP government currently does not have Miramichi Grand Lake's back. They do have their hands directly in both of their pockets, and probably the front pockets too. They do have that. They are a government focusing on the perfect headline. What they really need to be doing is focusing on a solution that will work, Madam Speaker. This government needs to get off their high horse, roll up their sleeves, and get to work. How much time, Madam Speaker? Thank you. 10 seconds. I want to thank Madam Speaker for the opportunity. This is a bad budget for Canadians. Conservatives have a better plan. As always, happy to speak against this budget. They do not have Canadians' backs. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government has speech.
I'm not entirely surprised to hear the Conservatives be so critical about different political parties within this chamber working together. After all, that is what we're here to do. You know, unlike the Conservatives who just whine and complain day after day after day, the NDP have actually looked for an opportunity to use their leverage to do better for Canadians. Perhaps this member in the Conservative Party should do the same. Is this member aware of the fact that our healthcare system came in during a minority parliament, that the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, came in during a minority parliament? We wouldn't have the Canadian flag had it not been for a minority parliament when this parliament approved and adopted our own national flag. My question to this member, though, he talks about trucks. You know, he says that somehow this government is against those that own large trucks or vehicles. Is he aware that $550 million is in this budget to particularly incentivize the electrification of trucks and medium to large scale vehicles?
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, number one, if it was so amazing, why would it need the incentive? But to a couple of points the member opposite made. When I was a provincial MLA, not long ago, when the Prime Minister, which is still the Prime Minister today, offered New Brunswick a lowball number for health transfer payments, and a weak, young Liberal Premier accepted the deal when no other province in Canada would, and our home province's healthcare system is in disarray currently because of a decision of this prior government. I think the member opposite needs to look at that. I think he needs to look at just how critical and how dire the situation in my province is because of his own party and his own decisions.
Question is the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention this afternoon. My question for him is one that I will repeat many times for many of his colleagues within the Conservative Party, and it is this. They have made it very clear that they do not support spending on things like pharmacare, dental care, supports for seniors, and I'm wondering how he justifies that to his constituents in New Brunswick. How does he actually justify that he doesn't think the people in his constituency deserve dental care?
The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, then I would ask, why do they supporting a multi-tiered senior system? And are the NDP MPs, which are now in the Liberal caucus, are they supporting removing the age of a senior from 65 to 70, like the Liberal and the Prime Minister has already talked about? Are they supporting that? I'd like to know that.
The honourable member for... Sorry? I know, but I have to... Esquimalt Sanik-Strook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives like to take flights of rhetoric, but in this case, saying the NDP has joined the Liberal caucus is actually misleading the House and misleading the public, and I would ask the member to withdraw.
The honourable member is correct. The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake, please withdraw the comment. There's no coalition.
Madam Speaker, I was under the impression that the NDP joined the Liberals in a coalition effort, so I just assume they're in caucus together.
Honourable member, may I remind the honourable member that no such thing exists. The honourable member.
So, I'm having a hard time hearing, but here's what I'll tell you, Madam Speaker. I'll gladly retract that they're not sitting in the same room, although I still think they are, but I'll retract it. No problem.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich-Scoil-Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard not to comment briefly that the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake cannot possibly assert to this place that he honestly thinks that the NDP members sit in the Liberal caucus. But I'll set that aside because my question to him relates to his claims about SUVs, light trucks, and the notion that dealing with the pollution from those vehicles means you don't like the people who drive them. That's not the case. The car emissions, the pollution from automobiles between 1990 and 2015 dropped by 23% in Canada. In that same period, the pollution from light trucks, SUVs, and vans increased so much that it actually doubled. I'll ask the honourable member to consider that the pollution from these vehicles creates more hospital visits, creates more smog, creates more asthma, as well as driving a climate emergency that his province knows well from extreme flooding. Ask him to reconsider deciding to treat a policy problem as though it's a personal vendetta against people who are still driving vehicles that need to be properly regulated as to their emissions.
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
You know, Madam Speaker, I wish the member opposite could see my riding and could see that within a 2.5-hour radius, there's 2 places to plug in your electric car, and that nobody has one. Nobody. People drive Camaros and trucks and SUVs and everything else. My point here today is, it's just too bad that the member opposite doesn't realize that New Brunswick is rich with natural gas, and we're also we have so much opportunity in New Brunswick, and the member opposite and Greenpeace and other organizations have been busy with the Liberal Party of Canada disrupting the very industries that would be paying the bills in Canada. So her and I are not going to agree on a whole lot. I can say that with certainty.
Debate, the honourable member for Simcoe North.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here, as it always is in this chamber, to talk to my colleagues, and we'll be talking about the budget today. I think it's helpful to first ask the question and set where we are, and then ask, does the budget meet the expectations that Canadians had? Gas prices have almost never been higher. Our food prices are going up and up and up. Retail prices are continuing to increase. Construction materials and housing prices are going up, and that includes rent. So both home ownership and rental accommodations are becoming incredibly more difficult and unattainable for Canadians. So, on the day after the budget, Canadians woke up. There was no immediate relief, no tax holidays, no tax rebates. And in fact, on April 1st, this government increased the carbon tax, which we know causes inflation. The Bank of Canada has been so kind to tell us that it has provided at least 0.5 of a percentage point to the inflationary measure that StatsCan puts out every year. The real question is, why is the government not doing everything in its power to reduce inflation? Now, I'll give it to the government that all of the inflationary pressures are not domestic. We've got supply chain issues. We now have a war in Ukraine. However, they have an easy lever to pull with respect to inflationary pressures that it creates. It's its spending and carbon tax. And let's talk about spending. Let's go through a few numbers of facts that are irrefutable. These are from the government's own documents. In 2015, the government spent about $300 billion that year. In 2019, the government spent $426 billion. And in 2022, that's this year, it's projected to spend about $452 billion. Madam Speaker, that's 25% annual growth rate from this year compared to 2019. It's 53% growth in annual spending from 2015 to today. All the economists have been telling this government to take its foot off of the pedal of spending because it is increasing inflationary pressure. So any assertion that this budget is prudent is comical. Further, we're led to believe that from 2015 to today, this government, while it has been increasing spending by 7 to 8% every year since 2015, that now, all of a sudden, from this year going forward, it will hold the rate of spending growth to 2 to 3%. The only problem is nobody believes the government. Absolutely no one thinks that this is possible for this government to hold spending growth to 2 to 3%. In fact, in this budget, we don't even have projections for spending on the promise on pharmacare. We don't have projections for the spending on new health care transfers. I mean, we're just coming out of a pandemic, and this government is saying it's not going to increase health care transfers. But we have a fiscal anchor, we're told. The debt to GDP ratio is going to continue going down. The only reason the debt to GDP ratio is going to go down is because of inflation. The entire government's fiscal plan, the entire government's fiscal plan is based on inflation. It's the only way it's going to work. In fact, just in 1 year, from last year to this year, this government's now projecting $170 billion in new revenue that it didn't project last year. That's money that's coming from Canadians in the form of higher prices. That's money that people are having to pay. Their dollar's not going far enough. It's a silent tax, Madam Speaker, and it hurts the most vulnerable in our society. In fact, in the tightest labor market in a generation, this government has spent money and hiring 10,000 civil servants a year, every year since 2015. And what do we have? In the tightest labor market, the government still wants to spend money and still wants to hire new civil servants. But where are these people going to come from? All of our small businesses across the country are crying for more people. So the government's decision is, oh, well, we're going to hire some more people. Well, those are individuals that now can't work in the private sector, that can't help a business grow, that can't help a business get back on its feet. They pay taxes and salaries. That's going to lead to private sector growth. But let's talk about some specific measures. I'm a balanced person. There's some good things in the budget, no doubt. Employee trusts, that we're going to set up an opportunity for individuals to pass their business on to employees, I think is a welcome measure. What this government has proposed to do with Ready, Willing, and Able, by the way, which policy was started under Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, giving that organization some additional funds to encourage those with intellectual disabilities to enter the workforce, should be applauded. The Great Lakes fishery investments are well needed, and there was some money for freshwater cleanup, but at least on the freshwater cleanup, it was nice to see Lake Simcoe referenced. However, it is a much smaller number than what had been previously promised. So let's talk about some of the things, everyone talks about, well, Conservatives, they just like to talk about all the spending and not about what they're going to cut. Well, here we go. Here's some ideas for the government to consider. The Infrastructure Investment Bank, instead of, breaking up is really hard to do, it seems like. Instead of walking away from something that's not working very well, this government expands the mandate and gives it more money. Not only that, it takes the same failed model and says, well, we're going to create a new $15 billion innovation fund. Again, superclusters are reintroduced with some expanded money. It would be unparliamentary to say the word that I'm thinking of right now, Madam Speaker. This government is planning on spending money on a buyback program for guns instead of taking that money and putting it into reducing crime. We need to do much more of a spending review, a comprehensive spending review. It's nice to see that there was one mention, but it's not nearly going to be enough. And let's talk about young people for a minute. The new, shiny, tax-free home savings account sounds amazing, except when you find out it's going to take 1 full year before it can come into effect, and then it's going to take another 5 years for an individual to max out on the contributions. And also, you cannot use this tax-free savings account, the home tax-free savings account, with the home buyer's plan. So you have a choice, it's one or the other. So really, you're going to gut one program and replace it with another for a shiny new object, mostly a marketing ploy if you ask me, because instead what the government could have done was said to individuals who use the home buyer's plan, you know what, you don't have to pay that $35,000 back. That would have been a far more effective way to accomplish what it's trying to accomplish and have immediate effect. For young people, we asked young people to stay at home for 2 years. We asked this of all Canadians, but young people in particular put their lives on pause for 2 years for a virus that represented very little risk to them. And yes, Canada had a very low death rate, and I think that is a positive outcome of the pandemic and some of the responses. But young people have now come forward, and they're re-emerging back in the economy. And what do they find? The thank you that they found was they now have a national debt that's doubled. that they're now responsible for and a housing market that's completely unattainable. Bank of Montreal released a report and singled out Orillia, which is in my riding, for having a 300% increase in house prices in 6 years. It is incredible to think how young people are looking at this housing market and believing it's attainable. Madam Speaker, I've talked about the bank tax before in this chamber, and if the government thinks that there's excess profits in that industry, we should really be revamping competition law. What is going to happen, I can tell you right now, Madam Speaker, my prediction is we will see an increasing number of bank branch closures across this country, in particular in rural Canada. It is no surprise that in just last week after the budget, banks made closure announcements in small communities across this country, including one in Brecon, which is in my riding, others in Pefferlock, Hannington, and Stayner. Madam Speaker, I'll close on another matter that is very close to my riding, the boat tax. There are 25 marinas and 15 boat dealers in my region. And this government thinks that if you can afford a boat, that it deserves to be taxed. Well, with the price of cottages and housing, these individuals are looking for other options for recreation, and boating is one of them. But this tax is only going to push jobs, investment elsewhere. These individuals are going to buy their boats south of the border and bring them up. And Madam Speaker, that is going to hurt the people in my community, and that is going to bring in far less revenue than this government believes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting listening to the member, and one of the things that comes to my mind is the reality of truth. When the member makes, for example, a reference, he says, well, there hasn't been any increase to health care. There's been over $2 billion increase, Madam Speaker. When he says the Canada Infrastructure Bank, what is it doing? Well, talk to the City of Brampton and other cities and municipalities. City of Brampton, a $400 million zero-emissions public transit program. The Conservative members, when they stand up to speak, they need to put the Conservative spin off the papers that they're reading from or quoting from, Madam Speaker, and focus on the reality. The reality is that this budget supports Canadians, supports businesses, and provides hope for the future of Canada.
Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's interesting. I'm not really sure the member actually listened to my speech. I said that the government's not planning to increase health care transfers. But if we want to talk about maybe the $2 billion and all the other money that is provided to provinces with strings attached, this budget drips with paternalism. There's no more feel for words to hear in a province than the federal government showing up and saying, hi, we're here from the federal government and we're here to help you. Madam Speaker, they should understand about jurisdiction. I'm not really sure. You read this budget, you think that the Prime Minister wants to be a Premier of a province and not the Prime Minister of the country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Speaker, I really appreciated my colleague's speech, and when he's touching on the savings account, for example, I spoke to a few realtor association groups, and just talking about people trying to save up $50,000 within that account. We also see people, about 40% of Canadians are within a couple $100s of insolvency. So the fact is that most people don't actually have the means or the wherewithal to save that $50,000 to access the account to put a down payment on their home. Just wondering if the member has any thoughts or comments on that.
Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. He's completely right. If you look at the number of individuals who could use this new tax-free home savings account, which is just another marketing ploy, is about the same amount of people who can use the home buyers plan. That's actually not that many Canadians can afford to do that every year. And so this relief is not going to help a significant number of people. Now, I just offered a suggestion on how they could have done it more efficiently and actually quicker, but they wanted a new announceable with a new name marketing scheme. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. Very interesting speech at that. We don't often hear, well, we hear the Conservatives talk a lot about their concerns about inflation. There's all kinds of ways to counter inflation. A good way is to promote green funds. We in the Bloc have consider this to be a good variable, and we've looked at it for a number of months, even years. I think that as we speak, green funding should be a shift towards which we moved. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about how he sees this green economy to move towards protecting our environment and decreasing greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup pour mon ami. It's important to consider what the economy is willing to invest in, and the green economy. I know that our Finance Committee is considering studying things related to the green economy and how we might support that. We haven't seen that study, of course, but I would welcome a discussion at least around how this could impact inflation. I would say, though, one of the most important things that the federal government can do is to look at competition policy across our major sectors as a way to bring down prices for Canadians and deal with inflation. But of course, we should be considering transitions and moving on, and helping other industries grow. And I did see admittedly, I did see some investments in this budget for a green economy, including carbon capture and storage, which was a reasonable proposal.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I didn't realize I was already up, which is great. It's a true honor for me to speak in this House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport on Federal Budget 2022. I will be very pleased to be sharing my time with the honourable member for Winnipeg South. Budget 2022 invests in three main things, Madam Speaker: people, economic growth, and a clean future for everyone. And Madam Speaker, since the budget's almost 400 pages, I cannot relay everything that's in it, but I'm going to focus on a few key things that I know are really important for Davenport residents, and that includes housing, climate action, immigration, and support for workers, as well as growing our economy and prosperity. So the first issue, Madam Speaker, is housing. This is a huge issue for Davenport residents, like it is for all Canadians. And the issue is not only affordable housing, but it's also housing affordability. And indeed, it's become a huge stressor for so many Davenport residents that they can't even imagine being able to afford a house or a condo in the city that they grew up in. And for those that don't know, Madam Speaker, my riding of Davenport is in downtown West Toronto. Now, I should mention a little context around housing. The issue around housing has been 30 years in the making. It's not going to be resolved overnight. And indeed, it doesn't matter how much money the federal government is going to give. All three levels of government have to work together in order to resolve this problem. We have already committed $72 billion in financial support via the National Housing Strategy, and we've committed those funds over the last 5 years. And then in Budget 2022, I would say, Madam Speaker, it is the most ambitious investment in housing ever at the federal level. We've introduced a number of initiatives that's very much focused on doubling the number of homes built over the next 10 years, and also on providing a number of supports that's going to help Canadians save for their first home. And I'll mention a few of the items that's in the budget. The first is we are continue our focus on housing our most vulnerable, with an additional $1.5 billion over 2 years to extend the Rapid Housing Initiative, along with another $500 million for Reaching Home. And these dollars, rightly so, Madam Speaker, are focused on the vulnerable, because right now we have to make sure that we are doing everything we can to eliminate chronic homelessness, and we have made that promise to do so by 2030, although I'm hoping that we'll be able to do it much sooner. The other thing I'm really excited about on the housing front is that there's strong support for co-ops. And co-ops in my riding of Davenport is super popular, and we have a number of them. And I'll mention a few of them. We've got Tamil Co-op, we've got the Perth Co-op, we've got Primrose Co-op. And I have a whole number of groups that have been saying for the last few years, Julie, we would love to see the federal government put more money into helping to support the creation of more co-ops. And indeed, this housing has, in a very strong way, brought back a substantial amount of funding so that we will create a new generation of co-op housing. So we are estimating that we are going to be investing enough money so 6,000 units will be constructed. We'll also be reallocating $500 million of funding on a cash basis from the National Housing Co-Investment Fund to launch a new cooperative housing development program aimed at expanding co-op housing in Canada. In addition, we will be providing an additional $1 billion in loans to be reallocated from the Rental Construction Financing Initiative to support co-op housing projects. And just to remind everyone, Madam Speaker, for generations, co-ops have offered quality, affordable housing to Canadians while empowering their members through inclusion, personal development, and security of tenure through their community-oriented model of housing. And while co-ops are home to approximately 250,000 Canadians, nowhere near enough of these co-ops have been built in recent years. So I'm delighted at the strong support and the strong investment in co-op housing in the years to come. Another area that I think is maybe overlooked a little bit and not mentioned enough in this House is a support in Budget 2022 that is going to allow our federal government to incentivize cities to build more homes and create denser, more sustainable neighborhoods while also increasing the housing supply. And so I'll just mention a couple of funds. The first is we have the Infrastructure Fund, which we are going to use in Budget 2022 in order to ensure that as we're giving the dollars to municipalities, that we're going to create enough flexibility within the infrastructure programs to be able to tie access to infrastructure funding to actions that are taken by the provinces, by the municipalities to increase the housing supply where it makes sense to do so. The other is that Budget 2022 also will leverage transit funding to build more homes. So the pandemic has had a huge impact on public transit ridership. And so what we're trying to do is, as we're trying to build up our public transit, we want to incentivize our municipalities to be able to, as they're creating more transit, to also be building greater transit along, greater housing and greater density along those the transit and transit infrastructure lines. So I have a lot more to say on housing, Madam Speaker, but I want to get to some other topics. But I think the key thing I want to leave everyone with is that we've made a historic investment in housing at the federal level, but it will take all three levels of government to come together and to resolve this problem. The next topic I'd like to talk to is climate action, Madam Speaker. Climate change and climate action is super important to Davenport residents. One of the key reasons that I ran for office, I want to be part of a federal government that was going to put together not only a plan, but also commit the dollars and the actions to implement that plan. And over the last over 6 years, we've committed over $100 billion and over 100 actions. And Budget 2022 adds an additional $13.2 billion. Budget 2022 will focus those additional dollars on an emissions reductions plan and expanding and extending the low carbon economy fund, on new measures that's going to make it easier and more affordable for Canadians and Canadian businesses to adopt clean technologies, more funding to make zero emissions vehicles more affordable for Canadians. And so all of these measures taken together, Madam Speaker, is going to ensure that Canada will continue to lead in global efforts to fight climate change, to protect our nature, and to build a clean economy that will create the good-paying jobs of today and tomorrow. I will say something as an aside, Madam Speaker. You know, last week, at the beginning of the week, my heart was in the pit of my stomach when I read that the provincial Ford government was quietly altering their plan to hit their climate change targets. And I'll say to you that no matter how aggressive the federal government gets with $100 billion and 100 actions, there's no way Canada is going to be able to reach its climate targets if our largest province does not do its part. As our climate is changing more quickly than we had thought, these inactions to me are irresponsible, unconscionable, and to me a crime against humanity. The last section I'm going to talk to you about, Madam Speaker, is growing our economy. we are not going to be able to continue to provide the generous social welfare programs that we provide, and we're not going to continue to have a great quality of life if we are not going to become more productive as an economy and if we're not going to invest in economic growth. A key section of Budget 2022 is childcare. This is now a national program. It is not a social program to me. This is an economic game changer that for women and for families is going to fully engage all Canadians in our workforce, and it's going to help to add up to 4% to our GDP. It is huge for Davenport residents. It is huge for all Canadians. I'll also say to you, I really love a lot of the investments we've made around immigration and supporting our workers with more training and retraining. In 2021, we welcomed over 405,000 new permanent residents. We're going to be increasing that, Madam Speaker, to 451,000 permanent residents, the majority of which is going to be skilled workers, and it's going to be helping us to address many of the persistent labor shortages that we have. On the worker front, just because I see that my time is quickly coming to an end, I wanted to say that the federal government in Budget 2022 talks about its commitment to make sure that they are going to work more closely with provinces and territories to adjust our labor market transfer agreements to make sure that Canadians have the training and retraining support that it needs in order to be more to help transition more of our workers, to help local economies adapt and prosper. And maybe what I'll do is I'll end off, because I have less than a minute now, Madam Speaker, is maybe say one key idea that I want to get across. We really need to work on harmonizing our regulations across our provinces and territories, and we have to eliminate all barriers to people, goods, and services. It's one of the key ways that at no cost we could actually increase our productivity and increase our economic growth. I know my time has come to an end, Madam Chair. There's so much more I want to say, but I'm going to end so I can answer questions. Thanks for the opportunity for me to speak on behalf of of the residents of Davenport on Federal Budget 2022. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not entirely surprising that a Liberal member from Ontario would use a speech in the House of Commons to engage in politicking related to the provincial election that's going on in Ontario. But she did actually use the term crimes against humanity to refer to a policy of the Ford government. That is quite a serious accusation to be making, and I want to just encourage the member, especially in light of actual crimes against humanity that we're seeing in Europe right now, that she would take the opportunity to apologize and withdraw that comment.
For Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question, because it gives me the opportunity to double down and say that in a world where we have our climate changing so fast and that we know is going to have irreparable impacts on our economy, on our lives, on our air, on our water, to me it is unconscionable that there is a province, a territory, a municipality in this country that is not going to do its part to reduce its emissions, and it's not going to do its part to decarbonize and to make sure that we meet our net zero targets by 2050. It is absolutely unconscionable, it is irresponsible, and to me it will be seen as a crime against humanity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. She's used very strong language to describe the reality, which is sometimes unjust. But after having spoken about middle-class jobs and housing, there's one thing that she seems to have forgotten. That is Chapter 6 of the budget. That is an unacceptable assault on Quebec's jurisdiction. With regards to healthcare, what will the government do to avoid a confrontation that is unavoidable? Thank you.
Now, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Look, healthcare is it is something that Canadians are very proud of. All Canadians, whether you're in Quebec, whether you are in Ontario, it doesn't matter which province or territory that you are, we are very committed to continue to support healthcare across this country. This budget is is also continues that support. We're going to actually increase the top up to the Canada Health Transfer to reduce the backlogs by $2 billion. And then we've also committed an additional $45.2 billion in support, to an increase of over 4.8% over the 2021-2022 baseline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker. I thank the Honourable Davenport for her speech, and I'm going to pass over the irony of a government who just approved a new fossil fuel extraction project, complaining, however justly, about the records of other governments. But I'm also going to pass over the fact that when Liberals speak now about their budget, they tend to emphasize the things that are in the confidence and supply agreement that they forged with our party. And I want to go to the question which I noticed she didn't talk about, and that's the fact that people with disabilities in this country continue to live in poverty. There's been nothing in the budget to establish an income program, a universal income program at the federal level to lift people with disabilities out of poverty, or even to amend the disability tax credit to make it more accessible. Does she support this failure on the part of her government?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I agree with him that we need to do more to support our those with disabilities and exceptionalities in our country. I do believe that our Minister of Employment our Minister of Employment has in the past introduced a disability tax credit. My understanding is that she's planning on introducing that once again. To me, that is critical that we support this as a House. And the last thing I'd say is, as someone who's actually introduced a private member's bill on guaranteed basic income, I 100% support that. I do believe that we have to do a better job of supporting Canadians to better meet, including those with disabilities, and especially those with disabilities, to better meet the needs and their needs in the 21st century. Thank you.
Question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable friend from Davenport, I'm sorry to put her on the spot, but the words irresponsible, unconscionable, and a crime against the humanity apply equally to the Liberal government having approved Bay du Nord. Yes, they apply to the Ford government in Ontario, but when the honourable member, and she is an honourable member, says Canada will continue to lead, I must draw her attention to the most recent work of the Earth Index, in which Canada is dead last in the G7 and among many other industrialized countries. We are failing to take the climate crisis seriously as an emergency, which it is. April 4th, the IPCC told us it's now or never. This government seems to have decided it's never.
For Davenport, 10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I want to thank the honourable member for her comment and her question. I don't agree with her. I believe that $100 billion over 100 actions is very serious. I do think we're taking action. I don't think we're just talking. I think we're serious about decarbonizing, and I think we're serious about meeting our net zero by 2050 targets. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South. South Centre, sorry.
Allow me to begin with just a short personal comment that tomorrow will be the 34th anniversary of my first election to the Manitoba legislature. And my colleague from Winnipeg North will remember very well that exciting night. And I only make the point to remind my colleagues in the House that I've been around a while and I've seen a lot of budgets. I counted last night as I was getting ready for today, and I think it's something like 80 provincial and federal budgets over an adult lifetime. And they're all different, but what they share is that they capture a moment in time and a reflection of the financial state of the province or of the nation at the moment. So what does this moment in time look like? Well, unlike any other, because we've come through a pandemic that has changed the lives of our citizens and of the very fabric of the country itself. So what have we learned? We've learned that governments work best when they work together. And that was true during the first months of the pandemic, and Canadians benefited from it. We've also learned that following medical advice is the best guidepost, but the advice shifts with changing circumstances, so decision makers need to be nimble. Governments had to move quickly, which is not in their DNA, but we did so because the need was so great. We also know that the sky is not the limit, and the time to change gears is now. The role of government and its responsibility to act in the public interest was widely accepted by Canadians. It is not about me, it is about us. But what I do can affect all of us. Madam Speaker, you know that reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is a leading priority of our government. And last week, during a very proud moment, during a gifting ceremony, the governor of the Hudson's Bay Company handed the ownership of the historic Bay Building in downtown Winnipeg to the Southern Chiefs Organization. The federal government has committed $65 million. The province of Manitoba pledged $35 million. And what this means is that when complete, this historic site will be the new seat for the Southern Chiefs Organization, representing more than 81,000 people from 34 Anishinaabe and Dakota nations. It will offer 300 affordable housing units with spaces for gathering and for business. This is reconciliation in action because everyone is acting together towards a common goal. This is an inspiring project. Madam Speaker, what are the essentials for living a full life? Affordable housing to rent or to own, affordable childcare from trained and caring professionals, access to a well-run healthcare system, protecting and nurturing our natural environment, which has become the preoccupation of this generation of young people, as it should. Each of these aspirations, and there are so many more, need investments that draw on the nation's wealth. Sometimes the lead comes from governments, federal, provincial, and municipal, and sometimes the lead comes from the private sector. Governments distribute wealth, but the private sector creates it. Finding that balance is what distinguishes political parties. I have always been comfortable with my party because it appreciates the relationship between social and economic policy that reflects the Canadian sensibility. Pragmatic, yet principled, rooted in the goals of fair opportunity and reward for initiative. That means a fair tax regime, an equitable distribution of public resources, and a collective commitment to the shared values of a healthy and vibrant democracy. Budget 2022 recognizes this. But this noble ambition cannot come to fruition if there isn't the national will to make it happen. And in a country like ours, so diverse, so spread out across a continent, citizens with backgrounds as varied as all the world's people, the challenges are daunting. But we have largely succeeded because we are bound together by values stronger than the forces which would divide us. The budget reinforces the vital relationship between and among governments and community leadership. Madam Speaker, our politics and political discourse are under great stress. In this chamber, some members shout. Some members resort to personal attack. False accusations are made. Name-calling can be mean-spirited and destructive. We can and should do better than that. The people we represent expect more from their parliamentarians, and they deserve it. And if we play to the few who encourage division and clamor, and whose comfort zone is in deception and division, then we are not leading, we are succumbing. Our national values are reflected in our foreign policy, and now, as we battle the Russian dictator, Canada's integral role in the NATO alliance is more important than ever before. More than 120,000 Manitobans are of Ukrainian descent, including 2 of my grandchildren. This is personal for many of us. This budget recognizes Canada's increasing obligation to secure our defense capability and to be an important part of the international effort to stop wanton aggression. Madam Speaker, I have been immersed in the social and economic development of the prairies as a Member of Parliament and as a minister. This budget acknowledges the critical contribution that prairie resources, natural and human, have made and continue to make to the Canadian economy. The new realities of the energy world, the growing importance of value-added agriculture, the life sciences, water management, and artificial intelligence advances are only a few examples where the prairies lead the nation and the world. Whatever images or stereotypes people may have about Albertans or Saskatchewan and Manitoba dwellers, they are wrong. Stereotypes are obstacles to progress. Do colleagues know that Dr. Michael Houghton, who works at the University of Alberta, is a Nobel Prize laureate for his work on hepatitis C? Or that Saskatchewan is the province that trades most with the rest of the world, that its advanced research and production of sources of protein is exactly what the world needs and wants, and that not only are we feeding the world, but we're powering it too. The canola crops are food and energy. We have always to keep a close eye on the national balance sheet, the bottom line. This budget does that. Prudent investments, modest stimulus, incentive for private sector investment, and an abiding confidence in the Canadian population to adapt to changing circumstances. Our young people are facing a different world and a more challenging future than many of us in this chamber confronted at their age. But they will adapt. They will take full advantage of our colleges and universities to equip themselves with the tools to compete in the dynamic international marketplace. Madam Speaker, we are at a critical moment in our country's history. Our challenges are many, our abilities impressive. We are on the road to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Our public finances allow us to invest in people and in ideas. Our values position us to take an honored place among the nations of the world. We live in a great country. We will build from strength to strength. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say to my colleague that through you, Madam Chair, that I appreciate the speech and that, his good comments about Saskatchewan, how we export the most of any province to the rest of the world. He's very right in that. We have a lot of great products. One thing I found interesting when he was speaking, though, he talked about canola crops. And we have a government policy directive right now to reduce fertilizer emissions by 30%. And they're aiming, they've hinted that they're aiming towards reducing nitrogen fertilizer emissions. Now, nitrogen fertilizer is the most common fertilizer type used to grow canola, which is one of the most important elements of the government's biofuel agenda going forward. So I'm just wondering how the member plans to increase canola crop production while simultaneously reducing the fertilizer use that is so necessary and important for that crop as we go forward.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
By working with producers. And when I had the opportunity to roam the prairie, however virtually, during the last 2 years, and spending an awful lot of time chatting with younger farmers, they have a very refined sense of the future of farming, particularly on the prairie. They are leading in their understanding of sustainability. They are understanding of new technologies that are emerging. They are prepared to work with governments and regulators. And I found the conversations with the producers, particularly in Saskatchewan, to be enlightening and, to tell you the truth, inspiring.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Écoutez, le collègue, j'ai bien apprécié.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech, and I have a question about young people in C-208. I assume he knows about this bill, which was democratically passed in the previous Parliament, which was to enter into force, but this Liberal government announced in the budget that they would revisit that bill. And the impact is that freezes the intergenerational transfer of farms, and financial advisors are telling farmers to wait before you transfer your business because we don't know when the Liberal government is going to follow through. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
Back South Centre.
Madam Speaker, I would be very happy to have a conversation with my honourable colleague about this issue and how he anticipates that it will affect his own constituents and farming families throughout the prairie. So I have an open mind to engage in that conversation and to have conversations with my colleague to make sure that we can end up in a place that both of us would find comfortable. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to begin by congratulating the Honourable Member for his 34 years of service and thank him for that. I know that, it's important. I know that his ridings in Winnipeg are very much like mine in Hamilton Centre, and yet Canada continues to see major losses in existing affordable housing as big corporations and REITs continue to scoop up housing on the market and rent-evict tenants. Madam Speaker, we have so many people, so many constituents that are living houseless, they're living in despair, and they are dying needlessly in our streets. Organizations such as FCM and the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness have been calling for the creation of an acquisition fund to support nonprofits in rapidly acquiring apartment buildings that go on to market in order to preserve and increase housing affordability. So, will this honourable member and his government commit to the creation of such a fund to help combat the erosion of affordable, truly affordable housing in our communities?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question and the values that underpin it. And this budget, as we have heard from the member from Davenport just recently and from other members, is actually almost dominated in some of its sections about the understanding that affordable housing is a basic value and that for too long now, across various governments of different stripes, we have not met the need of supply, the need of affordability, and we have to do a better job because without affordable housing, it's nearly impossible for Canadians and their families to thrive. It's a priority. It ought to become even a more major one.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Sherwood.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the CRA. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, Natural Resources.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Terrebonne. So I'd like to take this opportunity today to warmly thank all the volunteers in my riding, because as you know, in Quebec, you're a member from 12 months a year, we celebrate volunteers, and the theme this year is volunteering changed lives, and it's true, changes lives, and it's true, it changes the lives of those we help, but it also changes the lives of those who give to others. So a huge thank you to all the volunteers in the riding, in my riding of Salaberry-sur-Roi, and in all kinds of areas, in all kinds of fields, people donate their time to people who need help. All kinds of people benefit from their generosity. So happy Volunteers, National Volunteer Week. In the budget, of course, there are some topics that I care more deeply about, and first and foremost is the issue of seniors. I spent my whole professional career serving seniors. I was the head of a volunteer center, and I was a social worker in the ministry that helps people stay at home, helps seniors stay at home as long as possible. It provides in-home care. And I also held the position of head of housing. So I managed places in private long-term care facilities and I managed resources and so on. So seniors are the clientele I've spent my career serving. And when I go back to my riding, I have an attraction to seniors, so to speak, and I can tell you that the phone rings constantly, and in recent years, even more so, because seniors are hopping mad. They're mad because they're unable to make ends meet. They can't manage with the pandemic, so seniors have been calling and writing, and they don't think they should have to go back to work to try to pay their rent or to pay for their meds. So I find it disgusting that in this budget, we were expecting the largest seniors association in Quebec. There are 500,000 members. They called on the government to increase the OAS starting at age 65, and that's not what the budget provides for, despite the fact that on March 8th, 2021, here in the House, there was a clear expression of the House's desire. 183 MPs voted for an increase of $110 per month for those 65 and older, and 147 voted against, and those voting against were on the side opposite. They were on the government benches, and so the Liberals have created two classes of seniors. We're talking about 3 million people aged 65 to 74 who don't get the benefits that the Liberal government has ushered in. Unfortunately, they don't get that increase. And my colleague said, wow, we did this and we did that, other things. But that's not what seniors need. Seniors need every month for their monthly benefits to be enough for them to pay for everything they need to lead a decent life. So 1 in 5 seniors, 25% of the population of Salaberry-sur-Roi, 20% of the population of my riding are seniors. And I have someone in my riding, and he made me promise to say to the government, I have to come and pack your groceries at the IGA because I can no longer afford to pay for everything I need. And I worked hard my whole life. So I commend that constituent. I am speaking on behalf of that constituent and expressing our indignation and our anger about how this government is treating seniors who've worked hard their whole lives. In this budget, as a former worker in the public healthcare system, there's also the whole issue of health transfers that I take issue with in this budget. The Bloc often makes demands which the government doesn't take seriously, but this is a demand that's based on a unanimous resolution of our National Assembly, and all provincial premiers have joined the chorus. And this is something that has also been called for by Canadians themselves and major groups. So on April 4th, and this hadn't happened in a long time, the unions came onto the Hill and spoke and demanded what the premiers and the National Assembly and the Bloc has been calling for. So we had the FDQ, the CSQ, LAVIC, the CSD, the Federation of General Practitioners of Quebec, the FMSQ, that's the specialist doctors, hematologists, oncologists, the CSN. That's quite a number of people who agree with us. The idea is that the House, except for the government side, civilian society, doctors, healthcare workers in Quebec, and politicians in Quebec City, community groups, everyone feels the same way. In fact, there's just one party who thinks it would be unreasonable to transfer the money that's here in Ottawa and is needed in Quebec City. And the National Assembly should manage that money according to its priorities. And they're the experts, because the expertise in healthcare in the field is out there The people with the experience in health and social services are the managers and the professionals and the people who work in that field daily and who are in tune with the needs of the populace in each and every riding. So it was so disappointing to see that not only was there no increase for health transfers, but what we were told it was that there may eventually be some increases, but there will be strings attached. And that's wholly unacceptable because Quebec and the other provinces can assess the needs themselves, and they can put in place everything that's needed. They can plan, they can deliver the services according to the needs of their communities. And what's lacking is quite simple. It's the money, Madam Speaker. And over the next 15 years with an aging population, it's money that's going to be lacking in order to plan properly and deliver the services that will be needed and to deliver those services to everyone who needs them. And we have a public health care system, but it needs to be adequately funded. And that means that the money that's sitting here in Ottawa, inactive, needs to be transferred without Ottawa telling us what to do and how to do it. Ottawa seems to want the provinces to prove that they are going to do things the way Ottawa wants them done. And there's one last thing in the short amount of time I have left to address, which is sick leave and EI. When, as you know, I tabled a bill in the previous Parliament, and now the member for Lévis-Lotbinière has done something similar. What we need is 52 weeks of sick leave. The government has stubbornly said that they will amend, but only up to 26 weeks, starting June 21st, 2022. It's not enough. If you have colon cancer, it's 36 weeks. That's been documented. So I don't understand this stubbornness, this refusal to give 52 weeks to sick workers who need that paid leave. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I would have liked to see in the budget that Bill C-8 on agricultural renewal. I would like to see that was going to go through. And farmers will note, once again, that the Liberal government has abandoned them, not just abandoned them, but has not respected the express will of the House of Commons. A bill was passed, but the government doesn't want to enter it into force. So I will remind them on every possible possible opportunity that that's unacceptable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, for almost 20 years, I was a provincial member of the Manitoba legislature, and there was never a year that would go by where provinces across Canada wouldn't ask for more money in regards to health care. That's just the reality of things. Every year, provinces unanimously, why not, ask for additional funds. What the member doesn't reference is that under this administration, we have actually signed healthcare accords with all the different provinces. We now have received, or we're giving out record amounts of historical amounts of cash to provinces through transfers. In this budget alone, we're seeing a $2 billion top up to help with emergency backlogs for surgeries. We have allocated support out for long-term care, something in which even the people of Quebec and other provinces want to see. More money out to mental health, looking at ways in which we can ensure that pharmaceuticals are cheaper. Will the member not recognize that Ottawa, according to the Canada Health Act, has more than a role to play than just being an ATM machine? We need to work together with other administrations to ensure that Canadians have the best quality health care that we can provide.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg. Center? North. Sorry. He seems to be pretty angry after my speech. I don't really understand his anger because there's one thing I can say. I was a manager in my previous life, and if I was asked to organize, to plan services for the long term, to make sure that long-term care facilities could adequately take care of seniors, well, you need to be able to plan, and that requires foreseeability or predictability. And that means that the money has to be ongoing, not a one-shot deal. It needs to be recurring funding. And I won't deny the fact that the feds did provide some funding to the provinces in connection with the pandemic, but the pandemic's coming to an end, and what the provinces are asking for is steady funding, ongoing funding, so that they can organize and deliver the services that people need. Questions and comments?
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've talked a lot in this House about supporting the people of Ukraine and the need to increase investment in our military. One of the critical things that I think we can do to stand with our partners and allies around the world is to supply them with a sure, clearer supply of Canadian energy resources to displace dependence on Russian oil and gas. We can play that role in Canada. 75% of Russian gas exports go to Europe, and there's not going to be any way, I think, of delivering the kind of serious, intense economic sanctions against the Russian regime unless and until we're willing to seriously engage with the energy security issue. I wonder if, as part of the budget, the Bloc have thoughts on what we need to be doing in order to displace Europe's dependence on Russian oil and gas.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I think the member knows what I'm going to answer. We know that's not the solution to support European countries. New pipelines to supply Europe is not the solution. By the time that was done, the war might be over. It's not a solution, and it's not the solution to invest in carbon capture and sequestration. We need transitional measures. We need an energy transition, Madam Speaker. We need to support the people of Saskatchewan who have to think about changing their direction and alternative, a more diversified economy, not just focused on oil. So I would encourage my colleague to open up his ears and make room for an environmental and energy transition.
Member for Port Moody, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to thank the member for her service to seniors as well as to the community. I really, really respect the work that she's done in the community and also her comments today around seniors and those vulnerable. I agree fully with money is lacking and is going to be lacking to deliver the needed services. Well, with the cost of living crisis, people paying more for groceries, rent, gas, one of the problems that we see on the NDP is this big tax avoidance from corporations, that they're getting richer as those in our communities are getting poorer, actually. The Liberals have long promised to overhaul the outdated tax rules to combat aggressive tax avoidance, but it doesn't seem to be in this budget. I ask the member through the chair, does the member think this budget should have proposed concrete improvements to the tax avoidance rules that corporations use to avoid paying their fair share?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, my colleague from Joliette has proposed I don't know how many solutions to deal with tax evasion. As you know, Madam Speaker, it's legal to hide your money in tax havens. That's serious. It's legal in a G7 country like Canada. That's a serious problem. So I agree with my colleague. The government should listen to the recommendations coming from my colleague from Joliette. He has the ideal recipe to stop tax havens. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for sharing her time with me. I had the opportunity this year to take part in a closed-door meeting where you have members that were able to study the budget in the lockup before other people saw it in order to try and understand and analyze before the budget speech. So when I came out of the lockup a little earlier than expected, the first thing that came to mind was what a missed opportunity to address the real issues. And through that very ensure a sustainable economic recovery. I'd like to give some context for the situation in which the budget was tabled. There's a shortage, labor shortage, supply chain shortage, customer shortage. People don't want to come back to the theaters, to the movie cinemas, tourists. We can remember the measures that are helping the sector will end next week. Second, we are in a context of inflation. This morning we saw with the Governor of the Bank of Canada that inflation and the projections have been revised upwards. Third, there's a climate crisis going on. In that context, the Bloc Québécois had made 5 demands. More healthcare transfers. My colleague described that issue. Better situation for seniors. Measures to fight inflation, particularly measures to protect them in the short term. Measures to encourage a sustainable growth, and measures for our Indigenous peoples. Of these measures, only one was accepted and found in the budget. That's Indigenous housing, and we're happy about that. But with regard to the 4 other measures that we proposed, none was kept and found in the budget. It's quite unfortunate. My colleague described the government's response with regard to the healthcare transfers and the situation that seniors are facing. But what we've seen with inflation is that there are very few measures that will help people get through this difficult period. And the governor said it's going to last longer than expected. 2022 will be marked by high inflation. So in that context of an economic recovery and a green shift that is necessary, this budget was a missed opportunity. In 3 points here. First of all, let me say that the budget proposes many measures for housing. There are measures for affordable housing. A few days ago, the Le Droit newspaper said that we're talking about $1,500 for a very small apartment if you were to rent it, but I don't know who can afford that. If you're a single mother with 3 kids, you have to change your kids' schools if you want to find cheaper housing. And so the measures proposed won't really help people fight and deal with inflation. So dental care. This is, first of all, something that is interfering in provincial jurisdiction. We don't want the federal government to come and trample on provincial jurisdiction. Another important element is dental insurance would help those 2 and under. In Quebec, we have a system that covers kids for, the proposal is for kids 12 and under. We already have a system for kids 10 and under. So what we see in the budget is the government would propose some measures that would be good for the environment, like electric cars, but then completely undo the work that it's doing in the area of the environment by looking towards technology that's not even proven, like capture and sequestration. We see that gas prices and consumer prices are rising and still will. So when it comes to the climate crisis, we're disappointed with the response. And I want to say that this is occurring in a context where a few days before, they had La Baie du Nord project for 1 billion barrels was approved. So we expected a little bit more ambition and vision with this budget. So when it comes to the Bloc's 5 measures, sustainable funding was not addressed. Very few measures. And once again, fighting inflation, there was not much there. A number of measures could have been proposed to fight inflation. And I said it. Social, affordable housing, Also, there are measures to fight against cartels, monopolies. We know that this helps consumer purchasing power. A number of measures that could have been put in place. Concrete measures to deal with the semiconductor shortage, which has been mentioned, and which is a major problem when it comes to the supply chain. There is a shortage in the supply chains. So there are many proposals with regard to creating a working group, an advisory group, but in terms of concrete measures, the budget is short on those. What the budget does propose lacks cruelly in vision in very important areas. For our part, the proposed measures considerably interfere in provincial jurisdiction. The federal government is putting money where Quebec already has the means. So it's significant to think that they're being innovative. For example, electric cars, dental care, daycares, which copies the Quebec model. We're already doing all that in Quebec. So it's quite shocking to see that the budget is proposing to trample on provincial areas of jurisdiction, but those measures are things that we already have in Quebec. And so ultimately what this means, Madam Speaker, is that Quebec is already doing well. So to the Quebecers listening to me today, I would like to ask them a question. What are we still doing in a country that is undermining us? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, and I look at it as a way in which the province of Quebec, the people of Quebec, recognize the true value. For example, the member referenced electric vehicles, and yes, there is a tax incentive provided by the province of Quebec for electric vehicles. Now there is one nationally, and by having a national and a provincial incentive, that means those that want to see fewer emissions will be that much more happy to see that both levels of government have recognized that. I only wish the province of Manitoba would do likewise. You know, would the member not agree that having ambitious goals, whether they're federal or provincial, that address what it is the needs of the population want to see is a positive thing?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I also want to thank him for being in agreement with the fact that we're doing well in Quebec, because when it comes to electric vehicles, we had already made that effort, and it was funded with our taxes in Quebec. Hydro-Quebec did a lot of work in that area, and as usual, Hydro-Quebec funded it with our own money without the federal government's assistance. So perhaps Manitoba needs it, but if in Quebec we don't need it, why did they propose a budget that includes measures that we don't need in Quebec? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I heard a colleague from the bloc mention carbon capture and storage as part of the budget, and it's one of a few budgetary items that I'll admit that I agree is a good investment by the government. Unfortunately, don't have enhanced oil recovery as part of it, but one of the arguments we hear from the Bloc and the NDP quite often is that, well, you can't measure it, so it's not effective, so don't do it. Well, I toured the Boundary Dam carbon capture facility here a couple weeks ago, and they got a nice big sign out there that tells you how much CO2 they have sequestered, and it's just shy of 4.5 million tons of CO2 that they have sequestered since the facility started up. So if it's all about emissions, just one of my colleague from the Bloc would be happy to say that, you know, maybe carbon capture and storage is actually a great idea and it's something we should consider doing more of in the future.
And the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you to my honourable colleague with whom I have the pleasure of sitting on the Public Accounts Committee. Briefly, I would say I don't believe that carbon capture and storage is the solution, because the problem is not only emissions but also production. We want to stop production. We want that in the next decades we no longer necessarily produce as much oil. In fact, demand is decreasing, and therefore we can have a future for our children and grandchildren. And this will be a future without oil and gas. So capture and storage compensates for the production, and that's not the solution. Thank you.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je suis désolée.
I am sorry, but I am speaking French. It's important. For many years, the federal government has been reducing its share of funding to the provinces, and this has created a shortfall of several $billion for our hospitals. Does the member believe that the federal government must restore its fair share of funding and therefore increase federal health care transfers to the provinces? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. First of all, I wish to congratulate my colleague. She has really made an effort to speak in French, and I would encourage her to continue to speak in French in this House. We talk a lot about the importance of French in Canada, so there. Yes, but in Quebec, we already do speak it. Thank you. So to respond to the question, absolutely, Canada Health Care transfers. Well, it's quite unfortunate that all the provinces agree. For once, it's quite unusual that these transfers need to be increased. And we're asking that the federal share be increased to 35% in order to deal with all the upcoming healthcare issues. We know that we have an aging population, so absolutely all the Quebec associations in Quebec are in agreement, and the government agrees we must increase healthcare transfers. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm rising today to participate in this very important debate. On an annual basis, when we have a chance to speak about the budget and about the plan a government has going forward for the people of Canada, it's a critical time to participate in debate in this chamber and discuss some of the issues that are contained therein and some of the policies that are being focused upon. I've got about 5 or 6 areas that I'm going to touch upon, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to start with one that is very close to the residents whom I represent in Parkdale High Park, and that is the issue of Ukraine. We are now past the second month of the conflict in Ukraine, and we heard the Minister of Finance deliver a budget that she was very emotional about as a woman of Ukrainian heritage herself. Hearing about what we are doing what we have done to support Ukraine in terms of sanctions, in terms of aid for humanitarian aid, in terms of military aid, it's extensive. But what this budget included very specifically is something that a lot of my constituents have talked to me about. And they talked about further military aid, and they talked about further economic aid to prop up that economy as it comes out and exits this period of Russian unlawful and illegal aggression. Those are very, very significant initiatives, and I wanted to start with those as a highlight. The second piece, Madam Speaker, actually dovetails with the commitment that we made going back to the campaign that we concluded just before the tabling of this budget, and that is what we're doing to assist people who are raising families in this country. And for the people that are raising families in my province of Ontario, unfortunately they had to wait a little bit longer than the rest of the country because of the obstinacy in some respects on the part of the Government of Ontario. But lo and behold, even the Government of Ontario got across the finish line, and now we have concluded a deal that will empower affordable childcare to be provided to families with children under 6 in licensed facilities in every province, in every territory of this country, which is a terrific day for Canada and a terrific day for families. And what does this mean for my constituents, Madam Speaker? It means direct assistance. Already in the month of April alone, the cost of childcare has been reduced by 25% in a licensed facility. Just this past month, Madam Speaker. By the end of this year, it will go down 50%. If you're wondering what the price of childcare is, Madam Speaker, your riding is in the La Belle Province de Montréal, the City of Montreal. My riding is in Toronto. All of us have very expensive childcare, particularly in cities. The cost of childcare is approximately between $1,500 and $2,200 per child per month in my riding. That is staggering, Madam Speaker. To take that in half by the end of this year is equally staggering. To take it to $10 a day by the end of 4 years is dramatic, and that's what we're doing to help serve Canadians. Who does this help, Madam Speaker? It helps the children with their early childhood development, but it also helps women. Why do I specify women, Madam Speaker? Because we know there's a choice made still in 2022 where one parent has to stay home. Too often, and more often than not, it is the woman who is compelled to stay home, the woman who is deprived the ability to stay in the workforce or return to the workforce. That doesn't help women, that doesn't help their empowerment, that doesn't help Canada's economic bottom line. This policy will, and it's contained in this budget. Madam Speaker, we're also addressing what we've heard about, rightfully, about this growing income disparity that we've seen during the pandemic and even after the pandemic, where there are haves and there are have-nots. What I'm talking about is about large financial institutions, banks in particular, but including large insurance companies. There are provisions in this budget that address exactly that. We have proposed that where profits were made of over $1 billion, there would be a 15% tax on any profits on top of, over and above $1 billion in the 2021 taxation year. On top of that, we've proposed and are implementing through this budget an increase in the corporate income taxation rate from the current 15% to 16.5% on banking income that is above $100 million. That is critical, Madam Speaker, because it helps to produce some of the fairness that we are seeking to achieve in Canadian society, where some have done very well during this pandemic and some have done very poorly. We're also initiating more investigations and prosecutions for those who use aggressive tax planning to exploit loopholes. There's $1.2 billion dedicated to the CRA to promote just that. Whom else are we helping, Madam Speaker? We're helping people with their broader health care. What am I talking about here, Madam Speaker? I'm talking about oral health and dental health. That is also contained in this budget. It is momentous, Madam Speaker. We know that today, 33% of Canadians don't have dental insurance. I, like every other member of this chamber, benefit from the fact that we are provided dental benefits along with other benefits as members of this chamber. Not every Canadian is so lucky, Madam Speaker, but what we're doing is correcting that situation. How? Via significant financial investment that will go towards the dental health of Canadians and helping with their overall health. How are we doing this, Madam Speaker? Children under 12 targeted in 2022. By 2023, children under 18 and seniors and those living with a disability. By 2025, full implementation. What does that mean? It means that $5 billion will be spent over 5 years to ensure the dental health of families with an annual income of less than $90,000. We're targeting the help to those who need it the most. Madam Speaker, you've heard me speak many times in this chamber over the past 7 years. You know that I'm committed to a basic premise, which is about promoting equality and combating discrimination. Something I spent 15 years doing as a practicing lawyer is something I continue to do as a member of Parliament. I'm very pleased that this document, this budget that's just been tabled, outlines the next steps in that important fight. How are we doing this, Madam Speaker? We're reinvigorating the anti-racism strategy, which was launched actually in my riding by the Minister of Heritage at the time during the 42nd Parliament. But that national anti-racism strategy is getting another funding injection of $85 million over 4 years. That will also include a national plan on combating hate. Hate which we have seen too much of, not just during this pandemic, but even prior to the pandemic. That is spread online and through things like misinformation and disinformation. We are also dedicating 2 special representatives, one on combating Islamophobia, one on combating anti-Semitism. Both roles are critical. Both roles will be continued in perpetuity going forward with the funding that we have announced. And lastly, Madam Speaker, something that is very germane to my riding itself, because one of the lead proponents of this initiative is a U of T law professor who is my constituent. That man is named Anwar Iman. He started something called the Muslims in Canada Archive. Now, what is that all about, Madam Speaker? Why am I talking about a Muslims in Canada Archive in the middle of a budget speech? I'm talking about it, Madam Speaker, because if you want to actually address Islamophobia, you need to do short-term things, like promoting people's safety at mosques, but you also need to do medium and long-term things. And how do we do that, Madam Speaker? We change the narrative. We disabuse the stereotypes. We change the perceptions and generalizations, giving positive imagery to replace negative imagery. So you get rid of the tropes and stereotypes, Madam Speaker, and you replace them with positive history about Muslims and their contributions in this country. That's what a Muslims in Canada archive will do. That is what is being funded by this budget to the tune of $4 million, so that Muslims, whether they live in Quebec, Alberta, the Maritimes, Ontario, anywhere in this country, their stories can be told and shared and then spread throughout the community so we can cure the pernicious impacts of Islamophobia. Something I'm very proud to stand by, Madam Speaker, and is what is in this budget. In the last couple of minutes that I have, Madam Speaker, there are 2 large sort of components to this budget, a housing component and an environmental component. I'll just draw on a few specific points in each heading, Madam Speaker. On the housing front, I'm very pleased to represent 6 different co-ops in my riding of Parkdale High Park. But what I'm even more pleased by is that in this budget, for the first time in several decades, we are injecting new funding to further and expand the breadth of co-op housing that exists in this country. This is critical for people that desperately need and deserve adequate housing. That is on top of the Rapid Housing Initiative investments, on top of the Housing Accelerator, which will build more units. A critical thing to address a very basic need. And on the environment, Madam Speaker, what I'll say to you is that we're talking about a number of things that dovetail with our emissions reduction plan, but what I'll focus in on in my brief time that's remaining is ZEVs. I'm pleased at this point, Madam Speaker, that when you turn on the television, you see things like Ford trucks that are advertised that are going to be electric. I'm pleased that people are talking to me more about charging stations and vehicle charging infrastructure. That shows that the idea is taking hold, that we're transforming an industry, we're transforming work for those who work in the industry through things like a just transition, but we're also transforming things in terms of the quality of air and the environment we all have for our families, Madam Speaker, for our children, and for our children's families. That is critical in terms of getting towards net zero, and we're doing that with yet another commitment to furthering zero-emitting vehicles in terms of providing the critical minerals for the batteries that they need, providing the charging infrastructure, and continuing the rebates for those cars, Madam Speaker. And it's unfortunate, I started off by talking about the Government of Ontario. I'll return to talking about the Government of Ontario because on June 2nd, there is an election coming up. But what's unfortunate is that there was a previous government that coupled our rebate on zero-emitting vehicles with their provincial rebate. That was summarily dismissed by the government of Doug Ford in literally one of his first couple of months in office. That has not been restored, and he's not even campaigning on restoring it. When we need to all get to net zero, when Doug Ford's constituents, as mine, are longing to purchase a zero-emission vehicle but could use some help in doing so, I think it's incumbent upon all provincial governments to join us in providing similar rebates so that we can get to that net zero future together. That's what's contained in the budget, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to defend it in this House. Merci.
Sure, right on. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member spoke about certain actions with respect to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, the appointment of special envoys. Certainly in the Conservative caucus, we're very supportive of action on those issues. Last summer, there were dozens of churches that were either burned down or vandalized in Western Canada. It included the complete destruction of a Coptic church in Surrey, for example, the burning down of a 100-year-old historic Francophone church close to my house. We are seeing increasing acts of violence targeting churches and other people of faith in this country. Unfortunately, we didn't see a single statement from the Prime Minister on any of those actions. In fact, his former senior advisor, Gerald Butts, called this violence understandable. I wonder if the member can explain to people who are wondering what the government is going to do, at least to issue a statement, let's start with that, but what the government is going to do about acts of violence targeting the Christian community.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm not surprised to see him our first day back in Easter participating in the debate. But I'll say unequivocally that any act of violence towards a place of worship, regardless of the religion or faith, is unacceptable. That's point blank. And I'll say to him to prove positive to that, when Our Lady of Lebanon Church in my riding had, shockingly, the statue of the Virgin Mary beheaded on Queen Street in my riding, I was there with members of the official opposition to participate in the solidarity prayer service and congregation that dealt with showing solidarity with an attack on the Christian community. What I would also say is that there's a lot of angst amongst my constituents and amongst Canadians writ large about the role of the church in terms of Indigenous residential schools. And what we're seeing by the current Pope is a step in the right direction towards healing that rift. And that is a step that needs to be taken by the church and by Canadians together so that we can overcome these types of acts of violence.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my colleague, at the end of his presentation, spoke about the importance of breathing clean air. But I would like to make another connection. The Canadian government is the one that subsidises fossil fuels the most. The extraction of oil and gas that generates huge atmospheric pollution, which generates huge cardiac, pulmonary, renal issues, etc. So does the member not believe that human health should come before the oil and gas industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci.
I would like to thank the member for her question. It's a very important issue. What I would like to highlight is that in the previous campaign, we already had in our platform a clear promise saying that we would eliminate subsidies for fossil fuels. from now, between now until 2023. Beforehand, we wanted it up to 2025, but now we'll do so by 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, that is to say that we are targeting a serious target. We are taking this very seriously, and we will eliminate this kind of subsidy because it's essential for our environment. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I just want to say to the Speaker that I was very pleased to hear words around promoting equality, addressing fairness, and fixing some of those long-standing inequities in our economy. I'm happy for the daycare. It's coming. One of the things I would say, though, is, I see the Liberals taking many victory laps on daycare, and I just want to say that 25 years is a long time for women to wait for daycare. And the reason that we're getting it right now is because the economy needs more women in the economy. So, I just want to express my disheartening that it took 25 years to get here. The other piece that the Liberals are wanting to address in the economy is to get people with disabilities working. And I'm really pleased that there's going to be support for them, but we need support on the Canada Disability Benefit for income supplement for those that can't work full-time or those that can't work at all. So my question to the member through you, Madam Speaker, is why was the budget for 2022 not including money for the Canada Disability Benefit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite, and I thank her for her statement just now and her question, but also her question during question period. This is an incredibly important area. I do have a lot of faith in the current Minister for Employment and Workforce and Persons with a Disability. As a woman with a disability herself, she's shown a great deal of attentiveness to this issue. The prospects of employing those who are underprivileged and marginalized and vulnerable in our community is critical in terms of ensuring that full participation. It applies to the women she mentioned at the start of the question. It applies to persons with disability. And I will commit to her quite openly on the floor of this chamber that I will personally work hard to ensuring that access for persons with disabilities to work, to increase benefits, is a priority. Thank you. Merci.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Veteran Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to share some information from my writing in Nova Scotia with regards to the 2022 budget.
By saying that our government since 2015 has been a government that has focused on transformational changes. That's very important. It's not something that, it's tomorrow or next week, but it's something that's 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now. And that's so important to have a government focus on the needs of the future. And by that I talk about the Canada Child Benefit, tax-free savings money for families. We encourage more growth, of course, as well as the National Housing Strategy. Back in 2017, we brought the first housing strategy in Canada. That's transformational. And there's more work to be done, and I'll talk about that. Childcare, all the 10 provinces and the territories have signed on. This is transformative. This is what was needed, and this will benefit Canadians, bring more women to the economy as well. The dental investments that I will talk about here is extremely important. And again, Canadians, over 30% of Canadians don't have access to dental care, and will have so. Pharmacare, we're taking steps forward in many, many areas that will make Canada even better. In this speech, I want to talk, of course, about the people. I want to talk about the businesses. I want to talk about clean energy. Those are key areas I want to focus on. But just before I begin, let's talk about where we were pre-pandemic. Well, we were in a very good position economically. We had Canadians that created 1.2 million jobs, which is very impressive in the time leading up to 2019. We had the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. It was down to 5.4. Those are very, very important numbers. And that allowed us to get through this pandemic and invest in Canadians and invest in communities and invest in families, invest in businesses. Key areas of investment, of course, Madam Speaker, which is so important. Where are we at now? Well, Build Back Better. Have we done it? Absolutely. How have we done it? Well, let's look. We have 112% of the jobs are back. The 3 million plus jobs, they're back here. We have 112%, whereas in the United States, they have about 89% of the jobs have returned. We have the unemployment rate to 5.5, which is 0.1 less than it was pre-pandemic, which was the lowest in 40 years. Those are very, very impressive numbers. Now let's talk about healthcare. Healthcare is very important. You know, I think back, if the Fathers of Confederation back in 1867 had known what we know now, they probably would have taken control of the health jurisdiction, because it's a very costly. We have many seniors, and provinces and territories are struggling, of course, to support Canadians through that avenue. That is why our government has been there and continues to be there and will continue to be there. And how are we doing it? Well, we know that there's needs for more healthcare workers. The pandemic showed us a very important gap. And what are we going to do to respond to that gap? Well, first of all is incentive to bring more doctors, bring more nurses, bring more healthcare workers to Canada. And it's also helping those with student loans. Nurses can get back up to 50% on their student loan rebate, which would be about $30,000. Doctors can get up to 60%. Those are very important numbers, incentive, which will definitely encourage more to come. But also, internationally, Madam Speaker, very important that we can bring, if you want, it's called the Foreign Accreditation Program. And we can improve that program. And we feel with the improvements that we're bringing forward, we'll see about 11,000 more healthcare workers in Canada per year. Those are very, very important numbers that we need as we move forward. Also, the backlog, you know, we talked about that. The minister has talked about that on a number of occasions, the backlogs of surgeries and procedures. You know, I know lots of family members that have been waiting to have those procedures. Well, our government moved forward quickly last month to bring forward $2 billion extra to provide the provinces and the territories so we could catch up, if you want, on that backlog, which is so important. And then dental care. We know that's essential. 30% of Canadians don't have dental care, as I indicated prior to at the beginning of my speech. 2022, we will see under 12 years old receiving that support for dental care. 2023, we'll see those under 18 years old. By 2025-6, we'll see all Canadians that don't have dental care today receive that support. And I quote the Canadian Labour Congress, Canada's unions welcome the $5.3 billion investment in dental care that will give coverage to millions of Canadians, because everyone deserves a healthy smile. And Madam Speaker, in the housing area, as I said, first ever national housing strategy. Now we need to continue to build on that. These are steps forward that we need to take. We're going to double our investments. Very important. What are some of the investments and programs we put in place that are working extremely well that we're going to expand on? Let's talk about the new Housing Accelerator Fund, which gives more flexibility to cities, to municipalities, to get affordable housing built. Also, we have the extension, if you want, of the rapid housing one. And that one, Madam Speaker, has been working tremendously across the country. Within a year, you have an affordable housing. And, for example, you might take an old school it's too old, and we'll renovate it. We might see some buildings, some improvements, things that are structures that are already in place, permits that are already in place, so we can improve those access much faster, Madam Speaker. And I want to talk about the tax-free first home saving account. That is very, very important. What am I hearing in my riding? Young people having trouble to access housing. This is one strategy. There's a number of strategies, but I want to talk about this one because this is tax-free deductible on the way in and tax-free on the way out, which is a little different. Of course, RRSPs is tax-free on the way in, but on the way out, you have to pay taxes. This will allow young people to build up to $40,000, invest in that, and it's tax-free. This is a very important one. As well, we'll see the doubling of the first-time home buyers tax credit up to $10,000 for those building homes. These are all strategies to try to help young people get into the market. And we will do for housing in general, of course, the banning of foreign investments for 2 years on property, that's investment properties if you want, and also the preventing flipping of houses over 12 months. Don't let the Conservative tell the story that they've been telling since prior election, if you want, that we're going to tax principal homes. Absolutely not. That is not the case at all. On the senior file, of course, which is very important, as I talked about, we have many, many seniors. In the Atlantic Canada, we have the most seniors in the country, as you know. And let's look at some of the needs on the ground. It's always about what's happening on the ground. How can we help the people on the ground, short-term, medium-term, and long-term? The multi-generational one, Mr. Speaker, is very important, because this one sees where we could have, if you want, secondary suite in a house for grandparents or even for young people with disabilities, and they can get a tax credit up to $7,500 or an investment of $50,000. The doubling of accessibility tax credit, extremely important. We want more people to stay home. They're challenged, so we're going to help people, of course, having access in that area. Veterans, very important. I'm Parliamentary Secretary of Veteran Affairs, Associate Minister of National Defense. We're, of course, launched a new veteran homeless program, which will see services and rent supplements for homeless veterans. One veteran homeless is one too many. $140 million to help, of course, on the reducing the wait time for veterans benefits, and $140 million ASAP mental health, if you want, health treatment. While their application's in waiting, they're receiving the services. The union is very happy, of course, on the job growth, where we're seeing the labor mobility deductions of up to $4,000. I've heard this being spoken for the last 20 years, how some people, of course, have to travel for work or temporary relocation and not being able to claim that. We're doing that. The Canadian Business Union, Trades Union, is very, very happy with that as well. On the climate change, two main areas our government is focused on, over and above all the good things we're doing, because we had the strongest green plan, of course, going into the election, but the zero emission on the extension of the incentive program for vehicles, and also more charging stations for them as well. So those are key areas. And finally, the expansion of the Ocean Protection Plan, which has many strategies to support our Canadian shores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
I certainly appreciate the member's intervention here today. He specifically cited the first-time homebuyers tax-free savings account as being a measure that his constituents will utilize. So I have a question for him. First of all, what about those constituents of yours, or of his, that, Mr. Speaker, do not have $8,000 a year to set aside? Second, what happens over the next 5 years? Obviously, in 5 years previous, we've seen housing prices almost double. And lastly, many people, particularly young millennials, are getting bounced because of the Liberal stress test today. So let's say someone scrimps and saves, puts aside all that money, $40,000, 5 years from now, and then goes to apply and they get bounced. What will this member do? Will he send them a I'm sorry card?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. I know he's been talking in the House several times about the first-time home buyer. We're doubling the first-time home buyer, which will see more investments, which is so important for young people. And then the money set aside, the $40,000, that's tax-free going in on the investment. That can bring prosperity to young people to increase that $40,000 if the investment is successful, of course. But those are key areas, pieces of some of the initiatives that we have that we will bring forward as a government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwoods, Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake for his speech. I know at various times in his remarks he mentioned Canadians living with disabilities, but of course the signature item that Canadians living with disabilities have been waiting for from this government for some time now is the Canada Disability Benefit. At one point, the government had signaled to this place that it was ready to move on that. In fact, they tabled legislation last June. I don't think that legislation was beyond criticism, but we didn't have time to make those criticisms because, of course, the Prime Minister dissolved Parliament shortly after the legislation was introduced. People do want to know when that legislation is coming. I think many people, including us here in the NEP, thought that we would see some kind of significant detail about the Canada Disability Benefit, if not a new piece of legislation promptly. So I'm wondering why the member believes that wasn't included in this budget and when we might expect to see some proper legislation to establish a good Canada disability benefit that's going to help raise people living with disabilities in Canada out of poverty.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important question. And as he indicated, we had tabled the legislation prior to the election, and that legislation, I'm very hopeful, will be coming very soon. I've had conversation, and I'm sure he has, with the minister, and we're working on the details of that piece. In this budget, like I said, the multi-generational one has a piece there for people with disabilities. I think that will be effective as another piece again. And I know an organization that Ready, Willing, and Able, which is doing some excellent work right across the country to get more people with disabilities working in the private sector, and that's really beneficial. And like I said, I believe the legislation will come soon. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He said during his speech, he talked about protecting shorelines, and that's obviously something that I'm concerned about because it's a federal program, because it's under federal jurisdiction to protect the shores of the St. Lawrence. Does he think the federal government should intervene on that? And what did he mean when he mentioned that? I'd like him to give us more details. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a very important one, because protecting our waterways is extremely important, our rivers, it's essential, and we have an action plan, of course, to protect them, but we have all kinds of action plans also for protecting the water, for protecting rivers, and so on. I have an association in my riding that's called that River, and this is something that all Canadians need. We're working with Canadians to develop an action plan on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member right off the top mentioned Build Back Better. I'm just wondering, for how long has he been getting his talking points from the World Economic Forum? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague to give me the opportunity to remind him how many deficits the Conservative prior to 2015 had in this House, and looking at what we have put together, transformative changes is extremely impressive. And we have and will continue. The economy is very strong, as I indicated. We have 112% of our jobs that are back. The unemployment rate is down to 5.4. The best was 5.3. So those numbers speak for themselves. Facts are facts.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise and in this place and talk about things that my constituents, the great people from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, care about, and to talk a little bit about the budget. Obviously, the budget is the socio-economic blueprint for this government to give the bureaucracy direction as to what it wants to have done. And really, Mr. Speaker, I looked at the budget in its totality, and it's been billed so many different ways. It was billed as an affordability budget, which it wasn't. It says that it's an innovation budget, which it wasn't. That it was a fiscal return to reality, which it wasn't. And it's also been talked about as being, a growth budget. And, Mr. Speaker, it is really a mass of discombobulated measures. Now, obviously, a government has to pay attention to a lot of different things. As I said, it's the biggest social economic blueprint. But at the same token, Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a budget that seems to be so disconnected from reality. Now, I'm just going to pick a couple of different areas where I'm going to just point out what the government has said it wants to do in this budget and some of the things it's done previously, and point out that it's kind of following a very similar path. So, for example, on the innovation front, so we have something called a Canada Growth Fund. Now, this is brought to us by the government that brought us super clusters that weren't so super, from a government that brought us a Canadian infrastructure bank that Canadians cannot bank on. And now we're on this infrastructure fund, and again, or I should say Canada Growth Fund, and I quote, page 67.
The fund will be initially capitalized at $15 billion over the next 5 years. It will invest on a concessionary basis with the goal that for every dollar invested by the fund, it will aim to attract at least $3 of private capital. In standing up the Canada Growth Fund, the government intends to seek expert advice from within Canada and abroad. Following these consultations, details about the launch of the fund will be included in the 2022 Fall Economic and Fiscal Update.
Mr. Speaker, essentially what they're saying here, we have a new shiny object, much as at one point they had the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. We don't have any idea yet about the details. We'll put it in the budget, and then we'll ask people how we can make this work. But we'll put aside lots of money. And on the money side, Mr. Speaker, thanks to Paul Wells with his shiny new Substack, which, unlike this shiny new program, didn't cost taxpayers anything, he sought to get to the bottom of this new shiny Canada Growth Fund in terms of how much it would spend, and couldn't get an answer on the cost from, really, he's asked them, what will it cost? They said, well, from nothing to who knows. So, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time that an agency was created. In fact, back when Bill Morneau was the finance minister, they eliminated PPP Canada, Public Partnerships, Private Partnerships Canada, eliminated that Crown agency rather than change its mandate and brought the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. When I asked the minister at committee, I said, Minister, it'll take 5 years before you even figure out the governance policies for this new thing. Why do that? He says, because we need to get big transformational things done. And here we are, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that big and transformative that this bank has done is give its executive and its workers bonuses. So again, this way of putting out a shiny new object, putting billions of dollars aside for it, and then trying to figure out how they're going to make it work, I think that this just goes down again as another idea to distract and to say they want. And really, Mr. Speaker, the mandate of this new growth fund is almost identical to the Infrastructure Bank, which they are also changing the mandate. And so it seems just so strange to me that they're doubling down on these policies that have not proven to work in the past. Now, again, Mr. Speaker, this is the problem. Rather than, for example, saying, here's what we want to do, and then giving out a small trial balloon or a set of money to various teams to actually show that they have a business model that can work, and then choosing among those options if they bear fruit. What they do, Mr. Speaker, this is the worst of big government thinking. They throw money at the wall, see what sticks, and then continue to throw money at another wall to see what sticks. So now we have a Canadian Infrastructure Bank that, again, I said we can't bank on, and now we'll have a Canada Growth Fund. This is the worst element of big government, Mr. Speaker, because the worst part of it, I should say, is that we're all paying for it, and we will continue to pay for it even if it doesn't bear fruit. And that's what this government seems to do. It's just always about more. It's never about doing it right. Now, new programs. I've had a few members talk about this, and I want to remind my friends in the NDP who are going to be taking credit for a new dental program that the only NDP premier in the Confederation, my home province of British Columbia, is John Horgan, is the one that's actually leading the charge, saying, please don't put money out into new government programs. We need it for health care. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to someone in Princeton the other day who has cancer, and he's seriously ill, and he does not have a doctor. I spoke to a medical student, or would-be medical student, but for the second year in a row, despite having all the grades, they don't have a spot for him at UBC Okanagan. So, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system, the backlog from COVID is so large, and yet this government is pushing into new areas. And I should just mind that a dentist called me the other day, and he said, Dan, as long as I have been a dentist, I remember the Healthy Kids program. And BC One, Healthy Kids is for young people so that they can access dental services. And BC One is for low-income adults. So these programs are being provided. And the government saying that they're going to have, government members saying this is going to be done this year. I've never seen a new program established that quickly, Mr. Speaker. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, moving on to a key aspect from a financial perspective is there's no greater challenge to this country right now, Mr. Speaker, than inflation. Inflation is hitting Canadians hard, and it's affecting our economy. Now, Stephen Gordon, an economic professor at Laval, said, and I quote, "We're at full employment, inflation has burst out of our comfort zone, and the Bank of Canada is embarking on an aggressive tightening cycle. This is not the time for expansionary fiscal policy." Now, Stephen Tapp from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, their economist, said, "Here's the thing. Even after raising its nominal policy rate by 75 points, 0.75 in the last two announcements, up to 1%, and ending further HoC asset purchases, starting quantitative tightening next week, Bank of Canada policy remains highly stimulative." Now, the real rate has never been this low, and not only is the nominal rate well below the elevated rate of current inflation, so the real rate is negative. The nominal policy rate is 1% is still below the bank's estimate of neutral, which is between 2 and 3%. Until it rises above that 2 or 3%, the bank is literally, or I should say, the bank is pouring gas on the inflation fire. So Stephen Tapp is saying this. The current policy today is pouring fuel on inflation, and this government is adding more spending. Mr. Speaker, it's completely unheard of that you would have, at least the governor of the Bank of Canada came to committee today with some humility, said mistakes were made and they're trying to reverse it. They're trying to raise interest rates, obviously being mindful of the fact that we have so much debt in this country. But Mr. Speaker, this government is full charge ahead. The spend-EP, as I call them, again, the ship of state right now is pointed at a spend-EP iceberg. Now, let's all agree that inflation, especially if it becomes unanchored and persistent, is what makes an economy less efficient at best or hollows it out at worst. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be making sure that government is constraining its spending so that we do not make the inflation worse. So lastly, on housing, we had a member up previously said, oh, we have a first-time homebuyers tax credit, Mr. Speaker. We've doubled it from $750 to $1,500. Mr. Speaker, this is a tacit admission by this government. House prices have doubled under their watch. So this is the very least that they can do. And we talked about the first-time homebuyers savings account. Most people don't have $40,000. And Mr. Speaker, we have millennials that get bounced by the Liberal stress test every day. So, Mr. Speaker, in summation, the government has thrown a lot into this budget. It's inflationary. It doesn't do what it needs to. It's the very worst of big government. And, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the government would start to tighten up, do things like it needs to, like get flood supports to the areas that are affected in my riding and other areas of British Columbia. That would be helpful. But, Mr. Speaker, the way that this government works, I think it's just pointing the ship of state, like I said, towards that spend-EP Liberal iceberg. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do believe there's a number of Conservatives that completely close their eyes when it comes to economic matters. Yep. Do they not realize when they talk about inflation, there are some things that they need to factor in, such as there's a war taking place in Europe, in Ukraine. There is a pandemic, a world pandemic, that has taken place over the last 2+ years, Mr. Speaker. And you know something? You take a look at the inflation rate in the USA, it's higher than Canada. If you take a look in terms of the inflation rate in many of the European countries, it's higher than Canada. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have invested in the people of Canada. Yes, this is a budget that will ultimately provide hope and provide future jobs. By the way, when it comes to jobs, Canada, again, is ahead of the U.S. in regards to recuperating the jobs that were lost during the pandemic. I'm wondering if my friend would open his eyes and acknowledge that inflation, yes, is of a concern, but you need to put it into a proper perspective.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicolai.
For giving me this stimulative lesson. I will just say, again, Stephen Gordon, professor of economics at Laval University, and I quote, "We're at full employment. Inflation has burst out of our comfort zone, and the Bank of Canada is embarking on an aggressive tightening cycle. This is not the time for expansionary fiscal policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to open my eyes to read this to the member. I really hope that he actually opens up his ears to hear mine.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Very much, and thank you to my colleague across the way for his speech and for his mention of the new homebuyer program. I do think, you know, we've listened a lot at the Finance Committee to some of the very real problems that exist in the housing market. This particular policy innovation, let's call it, is not something that we've heard a lot of people talking about or calling for. And I wonder if he'd like to give some reflections on the kinds of housing policy items that would be constructive and would make a difference to make more housing available for more Canadians versus the risk of a program that allows Canadians to save more money to put it into a hot market with constantly escalating prices, where the problem is that people continue to throw more money at the same houses in competition. And what is the role of the government here if not to try and tame that competition so that Canadians can get value for the money they have?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I certainly appreciate the member's intervention. He's very thoughtful, and I do appreciate his work at the Finance Committee. Let's start first with supply. Supply needs to happen. But rather than giving CMHC $4 billion over the next 5 years on a program where they say we're going to be flexible with municipalities, it actually doesn't say what the money is supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, like, one of the key aspects we need to do is to have that ready supply. Look, I read in a book recently about the issue of where if you don't have housing, then the constraints around that, the wealthiest take the best spots, and then all the way down you have it's a cruel musical chairs except with housing, Mr. Speaker. So we need to really focus on the supply issue, and I do believe that the Government of Canada and provinces need to start pounding the table with municipalities and saying, we have a societal goal here, and that's to get young people where they have that first chance. And, Mr. Speaker, if we don't deal with this, we already have rents that are going out of control. If there weren't government controls at the provincial level, we would be having people that would not be able to afford to where they are. That's a terrible state for a modern economy. We need to fix this. We're the second largest landmass in the world. We've always been open to immigration, and yet we've allowed ourselves to be stuck into this problem.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. In my riding of Trois-Rivières since 2015, the Liberal government has been promising a high-frequency train, and that was really just an election promise. And there's $400 million in the current budget that is for finding external partners for something or other that might eventually come to pass. So what confidence can we put in the government's promises when that train project has been delayed by 10 years now and will probably never happen?
Member from Trois-Rivières for his intervention, and it's a challenge because with this government, they continually promise things that they either have no idea of how to deliver or no intention of delivering. We've seen this with infrastructure. Again, they dangle out that they're going to fund certain things and then not do them. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it becomes when it's promising to deal with transit or even military spending, in this budget, here's the question. 3 times they've tried to be able to procure a Browning pistol, and yet somehow they say that we're going to be putting more into the military spending. They can say they're going to, but whether they actually do it is another thing until they fix that broken system.
Is a debate, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Grateful to rise and add the voice of the people of Thornhill to today's debate, and I'm deeply concerned on their behalf at the latest NDP Liberal budget. Every single day, we ask the government what it's doing to make life more affordable for Canadians, and every day tells us how much money they're spending. I was hopeful today that we could see some results for the money spent, rather than just a projection of answers we will get when again and again we ask the government what it is doing to make life more affordable. The answer for the people of Thornhill and for Canadians across the country is nothing much. when we can skip the partial answers and gloss over the large sums of money in an effort to distract Canadians from the government failure to deliver actual results for a while. But Canadians had every reason to fear the federal budget, especially after a deal between our colleagues on the other side of the House. The deal is frightening to the future of the fiscal health of Canada, driving the government further and further astray in an effort only to hold on to power. Because after 7 years, many simply cannot understand the plot. Canadians were treated to over $50 billion of new spending, which of course could have been far worse given the government's propensity to spend beyond their means at every available opportunity. I suppose aiming for it could have been worse is the best that we can hope for. But with spending levels that far exceed the pre-pandemic highs, it could have been much, much more responsible, and it should have been. Most troubling, however, is what was absent from this budget, which is any meaningful attempt to address the economic growth, or address economic growth, I should say, by lowering taxes and reducing the choking regulations raised by nearly every industry, every stakeholder, every union, at every opportunity on seemingly what are deaf ears. Mr. Speaker, families are struggling with the cost of living crisis. That much is clear. Survey after survey, poll after poll, they have made their voice heard, loud and clear. 2/3 of Canadians say that inflation and affordability is their top concern. It's hard to get by. That's what that means. I know members of this House hear that refrain constantly when they're at home in their constituencies. It's hard not to. It's hard not to run into somebody at the grocery store or the gas station that you know, and they don't bring up the cost of living as the first issue they talk to you about. And yet, after 2 of the highest spending sprees in Canadian history, even before the gigantic splurge during the pandemic, the Liberal government had bigger spending plans all along. Childcare, dental care, the possibility of pharmacare in 2023 represent the biggest social program expansion in the past couple of decades. And while there might be gleeful cheers from the other side, I think Canadians, including members opposite, need a reality check on the numbers, which tell a very different story about our fiscal health than I think the fairy tales that we've been hearing about. They are coming in with a federal debt projected to reach $1.25 trillion this fiscal year. Canada's debt to GDP ratio, 47.6%. We have a $52.8 billion deficit. We have a record high of personal indebtedness and disposable income of over 186%. We have inflation at a staggering 6.7%, and the reality that the Bank of Canada will aggressively raise interest rates beyond what we've already seen. There is more reality checks for those who will be responsible for the sharpest rise in the cost of living expenses in a generation. The problem is that inflation is only going to get worse over the coming months, not better. Much worse than I've ever seen. And most adults today have ever seen. Maybe they heard stories from their parents' trials and tribulations, or a historical reference in a book. But while some in this House are not students of monetary policy, and that's fine, others will know that the latest inflation numbers don't account for the increase in a carbon tax or of the annual increase in alcohol and tobacco taxes. Also missing from that number is the recently hiked interest rate, the first of the aforementioned number of raises, which may, of course, lower inflation, but over time. But in the immediate term, it will drive up housing and borrowing costs. And there's more. We also learned that Stats Canada will add used vehicle prices to the CPI index in next month's report. And for those of you still keeping score, that may bring us to about 8%. Mr. Speaker, this will be a new number for many Canadians, and most certainly a disastrous new number for average Canadians. And while members of opposite will twist themselves into a frenzy listing off the countries and their corresponding inflation rates, Canadians should know that if this was an entirely international problem, then others would mirror our rates. Others like Japan or Australia, I could do the same thing. There are 2 ways to control inflation. One, of course, is the rate hikes, the aggressive rate hikes that we're about to see, and the other is to slow spending. And we see no evidence of slower spending. And that should be of great concern to the over 65% of Canadians who have indicated that inflation and affordability tops their list of anxieties. Now, many of these numbers may be abstract to those across the aisle because it's the only plausible explanation for why they continue to spend at this rate. But, Mr. Speaker, let me remind members of the real toll of these abstract numbers that have on Canadians working harder and simply not getting ahead. Gasoline is up 11.9% compared to just February, and a shocking 39.8% compared to a year earlier. Now, some might find glee in that, whispering to themselves quietly, the plan is working. Well, to them I say, it's actually not working. It's hurting Canadian families, it's hurting our industry, it's hurting our recovery on the odd chance that this government might want to include oil and gas in their plans. How about the groceries? I can't think about why a government would be ideologically opposed to food as they would be opposed to oil. So let me try to get their attention by the cost of groceries in this country. It's an area where people notice it the most. It's an area that I'm sure members opposite have heard in their constituencies from or from their neighbors time and time again. Overall, grocery prices have gone up 8.7%. But most items are much, much higher. On average, the basket was $100. It's almost $109 this March as opposed to last March. But some items, the increase is much, much more severe. Milk, cheese, butter, cereal, beef, you know, the staples. Mr. Speaker, these are unsustainable increases for most family budgets. And most families will tell you that. To make matters worse, our country is confronting supply chain constraints, scarcity of materials, labor shortages, all compounded, of course, by a war in Ukraine. We're seeing the continued rise of unaffordable housing for those trying to make the dream of home ownership a reality, urgent military commitments in a time of global instability, and in an infrastructure deficit lacking the private capital investments that we need to actually get things built. Even more concerning is the lower productivity and lagging long-term growth and what that means for GDP per capita. Its decline relative to our allies is an appalling reality of this government's policy failures and the likely failure on the horizon for the magnitude of promises in the wings that we haven't even seen reflected in the government's upcoming fiscal document. Mr. Speaker, the government's approach has become a silly mix of virtue signaling and expensive promises and rerun after rerun of not being able to deliver on them. How does a government spend so much and accomplish so little? And how does a country rack up so much debt for the goodies that they believe we need today without thinking for a moment about tomorrow? And what is of greater concern is the policies of intrusion into people's lives, intrusion into provincial jurisdiction, pretend projects about tree planting, and an ideological drive against the country's natural resources at a time when the world is begging for it. This government has trafficked in divisiveness, othering those who don't agree with them while affecting the economic fortunes at the cost of choosing winners and losers in different geographies based on different identities they see as tolerable and therefore worthy of their reward. Now the concern is that the NDP influence will accelerate this spending, pump up the virtue signaling, and leave future generations with a bill so that activists and alarmists could be placated in 2022 without thinking about a day in the future. A laser focus on growth would have helped the multitude of fiscal, economic, and social problems brought on by this government. And still, I suppose we should be relieved, though hardly gratified, that this could have been worse. If the government was aiming for it could have been worse, then I guess mission accomplished. But on this side of the House, Canadians deserve better. We think so.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened attentively to the speech from my colleague from across the way, and she particularly talked about the debt to GDP ratio in Canada. You know, I think what she misses is the bigger picture, and in the bigger picture, we have the second lowest debt to GDP ratio amongst the G7 countries, at least for 2021. we've prepared ourselves in a way that allows us to benefit from the investments that we made in Canadians during the pandemic by coming out stronger on the other end of the pandemic. And we're seeing that with the levels of employment. We're seeing that with the economic growth in Canada. And I realize that Conservatives will quite often say, well, don't worry about what other countries are doing, just worry about what's happening in Canada. Well, the reality of this situation is in a global economy and with a global market where we're continually interchanging goods and services throughout the world, you can't look at one country in isolation. And I'm wondering if the member can at least comment on the fact that we do have the second lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 country, and if she thinks that is a good thing.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
I appreciate the member's comments, and I would ask him if he's explaining to somebody in his riding who's telling him that the cost of groceries is going up, that the cost of gas is going up, that the cost of rent is unaffordable, that their kids can't move out of their basement. I'm wondering if he states the debt to GDP ratio as a fact, as a statistic for his support. I'm wondering if that's the answer that he gives to a constituent. I know that he's yelling about it now, but I'm wondering if that's the answer that he gives to a constituent when they talk about an affordability crisis that has happened under his government's watch.
The point of order for the member for Kingston Islands.
I just want to say, I was asking her a question about something she said, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's okay. The previous debate is concluded. Thank you for saying that I had the floor. I would like to ask the colleague the question. She talked a lot about inflation. She also talks about housing. And in fact, housing is a huge problem. There is a way to deal with and counter inflation, and that's to have an offer of housing or a supply of housing. There were measures announced in the budget that were too timid. I'd like her to talk about it. And how does she see it? What measures could be implemented so that quickly the supply, the housing supply, increases, particularly affordable social housing? I'd like to have her opinion on that. Thank you.
Deputy Thornhill.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank my colleague for the question. He's absolutely right on the issue of supply when it comes to this government's housing plan. And I think the government has lacked any creation of supply or any significant creation of supply within our housing market, which is why we're seeing the unaffordable 50% rises in places like the GTA where I'm from. I think the government needs to get on an aggressive track to build more. And we know from this budget that not a single home will be built this year. I asked the minister about it earlier today, and he certainly couldn't give an answer. And so I do agree with the member. This is a supply-side solution where more of the same programs aren't going to get houses built.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, Conservative MPs, including this one, were in the House arguing that we need to increase our defence budget by $24 billion. But they opposed the increase in dental care that many Canadians, including ones in her riding, would benefit from. So how does the member justify denying people the dental care they need because it's too expensive, but also wanting to spend 3 times as much on our defence spending?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Unfortunately, in this budget, the government promised to increase defence spending to the 2% NATO target. They fell short of that. And if the member opposite wants to come to my riding, in fact, he can run in a provincial election that is happening in Ontario on June 2nd. If he wants to if he wants to provide dental care for the residents of Ontario, that is an incursion into provincial jurisdiction. The member knows that, and this is a false promise.
It being 6:15, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy. I may dispense. Sous-amendement.
Sub-amendment. Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Ms. Normandin, moved the following sub-amendment.
That's good. No? If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I would request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Then call in the members. Good. The question is on the sub-amendment. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Mr. Chambers moved that the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. Quote, the House not approve the budgetary policy of the government since it fails to A, rein in spending, dispense. All right. Le sous-amendement, Madame.
Sub-amendment, Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Ms. Normandin, moved dispense. Thank you.
Suspend. Dispense. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Danshaw.
Ms. Danshaw.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Galland.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Turek.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will now please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison. Oh, sorry. Back to Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
And then Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming the proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote non.
Madame Koutrakis, nay, contre.
Madame Latanzio.
I vote against.
Ms. Latanzio, against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon.
Mr. President, I vote no.
Mr. McKinnon. Could you repeat that for us, Mr. McKinnon?
Mr. Speaker, I vote against. I vote against.
Very good.
Mr. McKinnon, coquitlam, porcoquitlam, against, contre.
Madame O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. O'Connell, against, contre.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Madame Lapointe, against, contre.
Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy, there we go. All right, and Madame Sahota, I think you have been registered as a nay. Madame Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to confirm that my vote was nay and received.
Okay, you had voted. We had your vote already. Merci. Mr. Dalton.
Yes, I would like to vote yay.
Mr. Dalton, yay, pour.
Voila. That was Mr. Dalton there. The table will now compile the results of the vote. Mr. Hardy, I believe you still have your hand up. Mr. Hardy. Okay, I'll skip to Madame Sahota. I know her vote had already been registered, but
I wanted to confirm if my vote has been registered as a nay.
Yep, you have been registered as a nay.
Okay.
Okay, Bob.
Yeas pour, 148, 148. Nays contre, 178, 178.
Je déclare le sous-amendement.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
Let it clear for a second here. Sure. Now I know we have some late shows here, so if people can clear, or stick around for some great debates. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been advocating for a very, very long time on the issue of direction and control. Direction and control are regulations that severely limit the ability of the charitable sector to do their job. They require that any charitable activities be fully under the direction and control of the charitable organization. This creates problems and needless red tape for organizations that are operating in Canada. It is a particular problem for organizations that are operating internationally. As many members will know and understand, the best practice in terms of international development is is when organizations in Canada are able to empower and support those that are acting in their own countries to support development, really recognizing that the peoples that are in the process of doing the developing are the heroes of their own story, and the role of international organizations is merely a supporting role for those that are doing that important work. But direction and control regulations require effectively that those organizations operating overseas be fully under the direction and control of that Canadian organization insofar as it wishes to maintain its charitable status. So not only does this create inefficiencies, not only does this create needless bureaucratic red tape, millions of dollars in lawyer fees that charitable organizations have to pay every year, but it also perpetuates this kind of colonial structure of donor control, of the requirement of the foreign organization being in control of development activity that is happening on the ground. And with that in mind, we have been advocating for a long time for reforms of direction and control. It was a commitment in the last Conservative platform to make these reforms, and also it reflected a unanimous recommendation coming out of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the last Parliament, which directly called out these regulations for being neo-colonial in nature. And I want to recognize the work of Senator Omidvar, who put forward a Senate public bill on this bill S-216. That bill passed the Senate twice, and it's currently being sponsored by my colleague in this House. With that in mind, I raised a question on this issue in the House a number of weeks ago. Unfortunately, didn't get a very good answer. I was cautiously pleased to see a reference to direction and control on page 195 of the budget, which is the first time that the government has acknowledged that direction and control regulations are a problem and need to be reformed. The section references directly Bill S-216 and says that the government intends in their budget implementation acts to implement the spirit of Bill S-216. But, Mr. Speaker, we can't assume that the fix will fully address the issues. We can't assume until we've seen those proposed changes what the actual change in the nature of the regulations will be, because S-216 removes the own activities requirement and replaces it with an accountability requirement for charitable organizations. And the budget does not reference removing the own activities requirement. It simply references trying to facilitate mechanisms for easier transfers. It says it will implement the spirit of Bill S-216, but it does not say it will implement the letter of Bill S-216. And as we've seen before, the devil can be in the details. So although the development sector and charitable organizations across Canada are very pleased to see finally at least a recognition of the problem, we are far from certain about whether the solution will be adequate. So I would like to hear just more from the government on this, because the reference is there in the budget, but it's lacking in clarity. When can we expect the government to implement these changes? And is the government prepared to actually implement the changes in Bill S-216, removing the own activities requirement and replacing it with an accountability mechanism? And is the government prepared to work with the charitable sector, including those who work in international development, and members of other parties to ensure that we get it right? Because it would sure be a shame to have gotten people's hopes up and then to not have delivered the fix that is required. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to clarify the government's position for my opposition colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I also heard him inquiring about S-216 during budget debate today, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to address the issue directly. Let me begin by pointing out that Budget 2022 proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to allow a charity to provide its resources to organizations that are not qualified donees, provided that the charity meets certain requirements designed to ensure accountability. And I thank the member opposite for citing the page number for that reference. This is intended to implement the spirit of Bill S-216, the Effective and Accountable Charities Act, which is currently being considered by Parliament. I personally have had the opportunity to meet with parliamentarians and senators over the last number of months in order to better understand the spirit and to help navigate some of the concerns that have been raised. We have proposed changes in recognition of the fact that Canadian charities carry out a wide range of important work, including vital international development and relief activities around the world and providing direct support to Canadians here at home. Our government recognizes that Canada's tax rules should support their work and minimize their administrative burdens while still ensuring accountability for how charitable resources are used. Both the charitable sector and parliamentarians have put forward a number of proposals to achieve these goals, while allowing greater flexibility for charities to support nonprofit groups that may not have the ability to pursue charitable status on their own. Our government supports these efforts, and our budget proposal reflects this support. Our support for charitable donations is also reflected in the fact that Canada's tax assistance for charitable donations is recognized as being among the most generous in the world. In fact, in 2022, tax assistance associated with the charitable donations tax credit and deduction is estimated to be over $4 billion. However, given the generosity, registered charities are required to follow rules set out in the Income Tax Act that ensure the funds are applied to charitable purposes. We recognize the need to ensure that these rules are up to date as possible, and that they support the important work that charities do. Our budget proposal reflects this, and I look forward to working with this member and all parliamentarians to implement the measure in the most appropriate way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to clarify this.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the requirement for alignment with the charitable purpose is very, very important. It's also important that we do more to address the red tape that charitable organizations face across the board. I was very proud of the work done by the previous Conservative government around red tape reduction for business. I think we need a similar broad red tape reduction initiative around charities, saying what are all the areas of red tape that charitable organizations have to deal with, and can we find ways of achieving the same objectives, the necessary oversight that's required with minimization of red tape and removing direction and control requirements, doing so in a full and complete way in alignment with the spirit and the text of S216 would, I think, go a very long way. Of course, the budget states the general policy direction of the government, but the rubber really hits the road when we see the Budget Implementation Act. So I wonder if the member could just share with the House when we will see the changes that are referenced in the budget with respect to direction and control. When will we see them in a Budget Implementation Act? What can we expect, and when can we expect them? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have noted, our government supports the spirit of Bill S216. I appreciate the member's comments about reducing red tape. I also look forward to the delivery in this House of the Budget Implementation Act, and hope we'll be able to commence that work very soon. The changes proposed in Budget 2022 reflect the spirit of this bill by removing barriers to charities working in partnership with others, while including additional concrete accountability measures that both protect the integrity of the tax system and ensure that tax-assisted donations are used to support charitable activities at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much for the opportunity to make this crystal clear for the benefit of both my friend opposite, but for all Canadians and all members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to pursue in adjournment proceedings a question I originally asked, not that long ago actually, on March 24th. My question related to something we've debated in this House quite a lot, mostly on supply day motions of opposition parties. The notion that somehow Canada can step up and do more for Ukraine by producing more fossil fuels and exporting them. Now, there are many fallacies in that proposition, and I asked at the time, I guess I directed my question to anyone on the government benches, but it was the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary who responded, that the notion that we needed more pipelines was quite misguided. There wasn't any evidence for it. That what we're looking at, and I posed in my question, that the International Energy Agency, which is an unquestioned expert on supply, price, and sustainability of energy supplies, put forward a recommendation to reduce the use of oil daily by 2.7 million barrels. That's 2.7 million barrels of oil a day that could be reduced in terms of the demands within the European Union. And they're all quite simple things. I mentioned some of them in the 10-point plan and asked if Canada would consider joining the European Union in implementing this 10-point plan. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who happens to be the member from Toronto Danforth, as there are a couple of parliamentary secretaries, the Minister of Environment, really was very positive in her response and said we're considering it, but it didn't actually suggest what we might do. That's why I wanted to pursue this in adjournment proceedings. Mr. Speaker, The world has paid a lot of attention to many things that President Volodymyr Zelensky has said since his country has been so cruelly and viciously attacked by Russia. But they haven't paid a lot of attention to the things that President Zelensky has said about the climate crisis and his commitment to climate action. In other words, whenever you hear someone say in Canada, we need more pipelines, we need to produce more oil, we need to produce more gas, that's how we help Ukraine, that's not something that the president of Ukraine, the extraordinarily courageous leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, has said. In fact, on March 29th, after the war had been raging for a month at that point, and just as he came to us on Zoom and addressed this parliament, President Zelensky addressed the Parliament of Denmark. And these are statements that I think would be worth having on the record for people to consider in the Canadian Parliament. President Zelensky, in addressing the Danish Parliament, said, quote, "Russian aggression against Ukraine and against everything on which life in Europe is built is an argument for accelerating the green transformation on the continent." He went on to say, long before the war, it was obvious that humanity should reduce the use of fossil fuels. The era of coal and oil has caused very serious damage to our planet as a whole. Green technologies, green energy have become a logical and a fair response to this challenge. Well, in the 30 seconds I have left, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that if the European Union understands what needs to be done, the International Energy Agency understands what needs to be done, the government of Ukraine understands what needs to be done, the government of Germany understands, why is it that Canada is failing to understand that in the context of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, the best way we can support Ukraine and President Zelensky is to go off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. No more Russian oil, no more oil.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Sandwich Cove Gulf Islands for raising the crisis in Europe and what that means to all of us. I know that Russia's brutal and illegal assault on Ukraine has affected her as it has affected myself and many throughout our country. It is truly heartbreaking, and I think we've all felt that over the last number of days and weeks. But I want to highlight two matters that have been raised that led to tonight's discussion. She notes that one party in this chamber have been focused very heavily on its belief for the need for more and more oil and gas production. Indeed, the official opposition seems to be implying that our government should respond to the crisis by abandoning large parts of our climate plan, a plan which, Mr. Speaker, is recognized as one of the most comprehensive in the world. However, the member opposite is also focusing heavily on a specific part of the democratic world's response to Russian aggression. I'm referring to her focus on the International Energy Agency's call for Europe to reduce its dependency on Russian gas by reducing demand. Though actions like improved public transit, a more aggressive focus on energy efficiency, and expanded use of electric vehicles is all necessary and needs to happen. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we need a comprehensive approach. And first and foremost, we have to counter Putin's aggression by working with our allies to punish Russia with sweeping sanctions, to provide Ukraine's heroic defenders with lethal and non-lethal military equipment, and to do everything we can to ease Europe's worst humanitarian crisis since the Second World War. We also need to do our part to deal with energy security, because right now Putin's war machine is being funded with profits from the sale of petroleum products to European nations that depend upon them, especially gas to heat their homes. Diversity is necessary. The Energy Agency's 10-point plan, which she refers to, urges Europe to find new energy suppliers in order to reduce and ultimately end this dependency. Canadian producers have responded by agreeing to increase production this year by up to 200,000 barrels of oil and the equivalent of up to 100,000 barrels of gas. And we'll do this without compromising Canada's climate plan. But, Mr. Speaker, we also support the agency's call for quicker action on reducing demand and finding alternative energy sources. We encourage this, and in fact, our government has a strategy we hope will eventually make Canada an important hydrogen supplier to Europe. We also agree with the member that we have to act in the areas that she's mentioned, and we are doing just that by making large-scale investments since 2016. We are on the right track and will continue with that path.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary. The call for reducing demand for fossil fuel products is one that resonates for people in Ukraine, and it's for Canada to do the same as much or more than our European Union colleagues. They are ramping up the transition to 100% renewable energy. Contrary to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said, Canada's plan is not recognised as one of the best in the world. Our record is one of the worst, and our targets are not aligned with what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us we must do. I want to mention a Ukrainian activist who formed a group called Stand With Ukraine. Her name is Svetlana Romanko, and she describes what people who promote fossil fuel expansion while claiming it's to help Ukraine, she's described this as quote-unquote peace washing, not greenwashing, peace washing. She calls it out as something to justify fossil fuel expansion that is unforgivable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out some of the things that we are already doing. Since 2016, we've pledged more than $10 billion towards decarbonizing homes and buildings and encouraging energy-efficient retrofits. We've signaled to the auto industry and Canadians that starting in 2035, all light-duty vehicles must be zero emitting. We're investing across Canada in charging stations. We're investing to fund charging infrastructure in suburban and remote communities. We've also, Mr. Speaker, in Vancouver, the TransLink has used a federal gas tax fund to help 15 new battery-powered buses in its fleet. In Guelph, Ontario, we've invested $40 million to help the city replace diesel buses with electric ones. And in Prince Edward Island, we're helping the province replace its 300 school buses with electric alternatives. We are stepping up, and we're doing it aggressively.
And our third intervention this evening, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of Canadians, and I would hope that everybody in this place would agree with this right now, are really looking to us in this place to address the issue of the rising cost of living. And certainly one area that we've seen major increases in the cost of living is in energy prices. I would like to say that every Canadian wants Canada to do its part when it comes to ensuring that we have renewable energy and non-carbon emitting energy. At the same time, the reality is that as much as the government wants to talk about investment in this, investment in that, what they've actually done, what this Liberal government has done, is reduce Canada's capacity to produce energy, to supply demand for energy. And that, now that we're in a time of a global supply crunch, that means higher prices for Canadians when we have that resource here. Now, I think it's wonderful that we are looking for ways to both produce Canadian energy sustainably and ensure that we have all sorts of good ways to address climate change. But the reality is that many Canadians cannot afford to fill their car up. And for many Canadians, including my community in Calgary-Nose Hill, there aren't public transit options available to them. Or, when you look at the prices of groceries with fuel as an input cost, those groceries are getting to them based on carbon-based energy. So we have to address the climate crisis, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's just to listen to a debate that just ignores the fact that every Canadian needs carbon energy right now. It's so out of touch. So the question should be, how are we producing Canadian energy, which is some of the most cleanest and sustainably produced energy in the world, meeting this need while looking at producing low carbon, readily available, low cost carbon alternatives like public transit, like all of these other good things. People in my community, they still need to fill their car up. That's just the reality. And ignoring that reality, it really says that we are, as a parliament, out of touch. So a while ago, I had asked the government, Mr. Speaker, because the Americans, they actually went to Saudi Arabia and Iran to ask for increased production and exports to the United States to meet their increased supply or their increased demand issue and their supply issues. But they didn't come to Canada. And I just think that that is such a missed opportunity for our country. And I had asked the government why the Minister of Trade hadn't really addressed this issue, why the Americans are going to these other countries as opposed to Canada. And I think that we should be ensuring that we are producing Canadian energy and supplying it not just to our people in our country to lower prices and reap the benefits, but also to have energy supply security in the North American continent. So I'm just wondering if the government has made any progress on this, given the increased costs of energy in Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I think it's fair to say that there is no better supplier of responsibly produced oil and gas than Canada during this transition to net zero future of carbon. And why is that? It's simply because we have one of the strongest and most comprehensive climate plans in the world, and a plan that's leading the way for the oil-producing nations around the world, but certainly right here in Canada. Our plan is bold and is working, and it's in partnership with the industry. And the member knows that. In fact, it has been the industry partners that have talked about placing a cap on emissions in the oil and gas sector. And as a government, we have agreed, and we're working with them to look at those outcomes. But, Mr. Speaker, companies representing a full 90% of Canada's oil sands productions have committed to reach net zero emissions by 2050. It is our job to work with that industry to get there, but it's also our job to help diversify our dependency up on the oil and gas industry to look at different options that are more respectful of the climate and of the place that we are developing and shaping together. The member talked about our relationship with the United States, and the fact is that there is no two countries in this world that share a highly integrated energy and economic relationship that is any stronger than the one that we have with the United States. We have more than 70 pipelines and nearly 36 transmission lines that cross our borders between our two countries. The network helps make America our largest energy customer, with $100 billion in energy trade each year. So there are always going to be projects where we may not agree. There are going to be moments where we will disagree in any relationship. But at the end of the day, never undervalue the relationship that we share as a country with the United States when it comes to the energy sector and the relationship that we have. In saying all this, I also want to point out to the member that any transition that we do in oil and gas in this country will include the protection of jobs, the protection of communities. So transitioning to a safe and sustainable future for our children and as a country, we can do so as a world leader, but we can also do so protecting the people that depend upon those jobs, ensuring that they have the skills, that they have a strong future in this country. In terms of the affordability of gas, We all share that concern. I share it in my own riding, right across the north, an area that I represent in this House. It is a huge concern. However, the member knows that we're coming off a COVID crisis. We're in the middle of a Russian-Ukrainian war. The nature of the world is changed. It is the global picture, the global impacts that is shaping the price of fuel at the pumps today, not anything that is directly happening in this Parliament.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Except for the fact that the Liberal government prior to COVID spent several years offshoring Canadian jobs to Iran and Saudi Arabia because they worked to shut down the energy sector. Can you imagine if Keystone XL pipeline had actually been built, if the Prime Minister had actually gone out and advocated for it? Can you imagine if energy infrastructure had been put in place? We could have supplied ethical, cleanly produced energy to the world at a time when it needed it, and perhaps we would have seen lower demand. So to say it's a global problem, it is a global problem. We could have been the solution, but the Liberals, you know, they really sat on their hands and tried to make things worse over the last few years. So I'm just wondering if there's been a change in tone. I would like my colleague, given her attachment to Newfoundland, if she will stand up and proudly support the Bay du Nord project, and if she will also support the Keystone XL pipeline.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'll support the Bay du Nord project. I lobbied very hard our government in terms of the benefits of that particular development, only because I knew that that project was one of the lowest emitters of oil and gas in the country, and it was necessary. Our dependency on oil and gas is going to be around for the next 2 decades at least. And in order for us to transition off oil and gas, we're going to need low carbon produced oil and gas to make that happen. In terms of the XL pipeline, that was a decision of the government of the United States. That was never a decision of our government. And I noticed that Senator Munson, when he was in Alberta a while ago, he spoke to this issue. And we'll see what happens. But as it is right now, that was not a decision of the Government of Canada. But I think that you need to understand that we are the single largest supplier of energy to the United States, and we know that it's important to be competitive no matter what that energy sector is.
Well, thank everybody for their interventions this evening. The
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.